After being betrayed by my childhood sweetheart, I married her daughter. 22 years ago, at Liang Mufeng's wedding, his college classmate and brother Lin Xiong, whom he had financially supported, took away the bride, Zhou Yuwei, creating a legendary tale of a wedding theft. 22 years later, under Liang Mufeng's pressure, Lin Xiong's company is on the brink of bankruptcy. Lin Xiong, 22 years ago, you stole my bride. 22 years later, I want you to personally return a more beautiful bride to me. Chapter 1, Turning Point. Tianhai University is the top-tier prestigious university in Tianhai City. Among the vibrant and energetic students, there is one girl who stands out, catching everyone's attention. She walked gracefully down the campus street, holding a transparent folder in front of her chest, like a moving scenic view. Her mere presence, even without a word, effortlessly attracted countless male gazes. She had long since gotten used to the attention. Unconcerned, she walked toward the dormitory while her mind wandered. Finally finished the last exam. Now it's nearly 2 months of summer vacation. What should I do during this time? Maybe I'll ask Shenyang and Xiaoye to go on a road trip together. It'd be perfect if we could also have a picnic. Oh, how I'd love to ride a horse on the prairie. I wonder where the nearest prairie is. With a joyful mood, she planned her summer trip as she returned to the dormitory. The dorm was a standard four-person room with 4 sets of desk-bed combination furniture. The other 3 girls had already returned and were gathered, gossiping. When the girl entered, all 3 pairs of eyes turned to her, their gazes filled with hesitation and unease. The girl, however, didn't notice the uneasy looks. She tossed her folder onto the table, sat down in the chair, and stretched lazily, revealing the perfect curve of her body. Finally, it's all over. How did everyone do in the exams? She asked. The room immediately fell into a few seconds of silence. Noticing the lack of response, the girl looked at the 3 girls in confusion and asked, "Why is no one speaking? Could it be that none of you did well in the exams?" A slightly chubby girl hesitated before speaking, her voice faltering. "Oh. Luoxue, did you see today's news?" "News?" The beautiful girl, Lin Luoxue, instinctively shook her head. "No, I've been busy with revision and exams these days. How could I have time to watch the news?" At that moment, she felt something was wrong and asked in confusion, "Why are you bringing up the news? Did something major happen?" A girl with slightly dark skin spoke up. "It may not be a big deal for us, but for you, it's a huge matter." Lin Luoxue was stunned and finally noticed the odd expressions on the other 3 girls' faces. Her sharp mind immediately sensed something ominous, and an unsettling premonition rushed to her heart. She quickly asked, "Is this news related to my family?" The chubby girl nodded. "Yes, it's about Haolin Group." Lin Luoxue was the daughter of Lin Xiong, the chairman and CEO of Haolin Group, and this was not a secret at school. "Haolin, what happened to Haolin Group?" Lin Luoxue asked with a trembling voice. "Haolin Group went bankrupt." Lin Luoxue suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, almost fainting. But she quickly regained her composure and immediately pulled out her phone, searching for Haolin Group. A flood of messages appeared on the screen. In every headline, without exception, the words bankruptcy followed Haolin Group. With trembling hands, Lin Luoxue clicked on one of the news articles. At 2 p.m. today, Lin Xiong, the chairman and CEO of Haolin Group, officially announced the bankruptcy of the company. Haolin Group was once influential in the industry, but in recent years, due to poor management and various reasons, it has reached this outcome. Currently, the company's related business is being handled properly, and its subsidiary, Yongxing Group, has announced that it will carry out a bankruptcy restructuring of Haolin Group. This event has attracted widespread attention, and we will continue to follow the developments. The article also included links such as how to view the impact of Haolin Group's bankruptcy, exploring the deep reasons behind Haolin Group's collapse, Lin Xiong and Liang Mufeng, enemies in business. How could this be? How could this happen? When people first receive bad news, they often don't collapse immediately, they deny it. Even if the whole world says the news is true, they will instinctively deny it, hoping for a miracle, even if it's a 1 in a million chance. Lin Luoxue hurriedly dialed her father Lin Xiong's number. The phone quickly connected, and her father's hoarse voice came through. Before Lin Luoxue could speak, Lin Xiong said, "Luoxue, you should have heard the news at home, right?" The faint hope she had quickly shattered, and Lin Luoxue asked in a trembling voice, How could this happen? Why did it suddenly go bankrupt? On the other end of the phone, Lin Xiong's voice was filled with gritted teeth. It's all Liang Mufeng. That bastard is behind this. Luo, remember this Liang Mufeng is our family's greatest enemy. He wants to destroy us all. We can never forgive him. Never. Lin Luo felt as if her father's voice was growing distant. She was in a daze, only the curse-filled words echoing in her ears like a vengeful ghost. After an unknown period of time, she finally snapped back to reality. She looked around in a daze and found that the dormitory was empty. Her 3 roommates had left without her noticing. Is this really happening? As a wealthy heiress, Lin Luo had access to far more information than ordinary people. She knew very well that after a wealthy family goes bankrupt, the consequences are often more tragic than for ordinary people. Asset auctions, mounting debts, family betrayal, all these could drive someone to madness. She had heard of families losing everything due to bankruptcy, and owners committing suicide after their companies collapsed. She had always thought this kind of thing was far away from her, but now it had suddenly struck her. The thought of her family being reduced to destitution or even destruction sent a chill down her spine. What about her? What would happen to her? Would she be forced to drop out of school? Would she be humiliated or even oppressed by her father's business rivals? Would she be forced to sell her body to pay off the debts? No. No, this can't happen. I have to save myself. I have to save my family. But what should I do? At the end of the day, Lin Luo was just a 20-year-old college student. Though she had seen more than most of her peers, she still lacked the ability to make decisive decisions. At that moment, her mind kept echoing with her father's words, Liang Mufeng, chairman of Yongxing Group. Yes. Find him. Maybe if I find him, I can change everything. With that thought, she hurriedly grabbed her phone and bag, rushing out of the dormitory. At the same time, in the Guangwei building in the city center, on the 33rd floor, Liang Mufeng sat in his comfortable office chair, looking out at the city skyline through the floor-to-ceiling windows, a faint smile on his lips. Behind him, the staff moved back and forth, bustling with activity. At this moment, a calm young man walked up to him and said, Mr. Liang, the preliminary financial report is ready. Haolin Group's debt totals 5.5 billion, of which approximately 4.8 billion is bank loans, and the rest is unpaid supplier invoices. The company's total assets are still being tallied, but the value is not expected to exceed 1 billion. The cash flow on the books is less than 3 million. Listening to the report, Liang Mufeng smiled lightly. As expected, this is Lin Xiong's usual style. A company worth hundreds of billions, but only 3 million in cash flow. I bet the rest of the money was invested in the stock market, right? The secretary nodded. Yes, Mr. Liang. Of the 4.8 billion in bank loans, about 3.5 billion were incurred in the last 6 months. Haolin Group has invested over 8 billion in the recent stock market battle. He dared to collude with Yutai Capital to target domestic enterprises. Lin Xiong is truly asking for his own downfall. I hope this failure will teach him a lesson. Liang Mufeng said, but in his heart, he didn't think Lin Xiong had any chance of learning from his mistakes. Just as Liang Mufeng was basking in the joy of victory, a commotion suddenly erupted outside his office, and he could vaguely hear a youthful and pleasant female voice. He knocked on the desk and said to his secretary, "Go check what's going on outside." Yes. Moments later, the secretary returned to the office and reported, "Mr. Liang, there's a girl outside who says she wants to see you." "A girl? Wants to see me?" Liang Mufeng asked, puzzled. Yes. Curiosity piqued, Liang Mufeng asked, "Did she say who she is?" The secretary's expression turned strange as he replied, "She said she is the daughter of Haolin Group's chairman, Lin Luo." Chapter 2, The First Encounter. A few minutes later, Liang Mufeng met Lin Luo in his office. Though Lin Luo looked a bit disheveled due to her panic and impatience, her natural beauty could not be hidden. Liang Mufeng, upon seeing her, almost mistook her for Zhou Yuwei in a daze. She looked strikingly similar to Zhou Yuwei. Liang Mufeng had known Zhou Yuwei since his youth, and they had been in a romantic relationship for 6 years, from high school to university. Every smile and frown was deeply etched in his memory. Their love had been so sweet in the beginning, yet the betrayal that followed had been filled with resentment. What made it even harder for him to accept was that the man she had fallen for was none other than Lin Xiong, the very man he had supported for 4 years and had treated like a brother. One was ungrateful, the other fickle. What a perfect match. At this moment, Lin Xiong stood in front of Liang Mufeng, her long hair clinging to her forehead from sweat, her curves rising and falling with her intense breathing. She placed both hands on the desk and stared at him with bright apricot eyes, panting as she asked, Are you the one who ruined our family's company? Though they had never met before, Lin Xiong had heard of him. Liang Mufeng, 45 years old, was the chairman and CEO of Haolin Group. When he was 25, his father, Liang Mufeng, died suddenly in a car accident. Liang Mufeng stepped in to take over the company and stabilize the situation. However, several of Haolin Group's competitors quickly launched attacks, trying to take down the company. At a time when the company seemed on the brink of collapse, many thought Haolin Group wouldn't last much longer. But to everyone's surprise, not only did it survive, it grew even larger. Lin Xiong had no idea how Liang Mufeng had done it, but she knew that, surrounded by enemies, he had spent 20 years turning a company once valued at only a few billion into the behemoth it was today, with 8 subsidiaries and assets worth over $1 trillion. He owned 35% of Haolin Group's shares, and when you added up his other assets, including real estate, stocks, funds, and other company stakes, his personal wealth amounted to around 780 billion, making him the third richest person in the country. Rumor had it that, in 3 more years, he could become the richest man in the nation, possibly even the first individual with assets exceeding $1 trillion. Lin Xiong couldn't fathom how her father had ended up tangled with such a formidable foe. Lin Xiong's personal wealth was considerable within Qianhai City, but outside the city, he couldn't even make it into the top 100 in the country. Frankly speaking, in Liang Mufeng's eyes, Lin Xiong was no more significant than an ant. Yet, to be fair, Liang Mufeng was undeniably handsome. Even though he was nearing 50, his looks and physique were that of a man in his 30s, exuding a calm and elegance that younger men often lacked. How could someone his age, someone who looked so similar to her father, be so much more attractive? While Lin Xiong was lost in thought, Liang Mufeng leaned against the desk with his arms crossed, fingers interlocked, smiling as he looked at her and said, "Miss, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say things carelessly. How exactly did I ruin your family's company?" Liang Mufeng was cautious by nature. Whether Lin Xiong had come on her own or was sent by someone else, he wouldn't allow her to gain any leverage against him. Moreover, he couldn't help but notice how much she resembled Zhou Yuwei, though her beauty exceeded that of her counterpart. Perhaps it was a blend of Lin Xiong's alluring and mysterious charm with Zhou Yuwei's more refined features that made Lin Xiong's face even more delicate, her skin like white jade, smooth and tender, as if a single touch could break it. As for her figure, the desk blocked his view of most of her body, but what he could see was enticing. Her curves were striking, like a water lily standing tall and proud. Seems like these two shameless people are also good at producing offspring. Lin Xiong snapped, "Who else could it be? My dad told me everything. This is all you're doing." No sooner had she finished speaking than she was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. Liang Mufeng, seeing this, immediately instructed his secretary, "Quick, get Miss Lin a glass of warm water." Cough. "I don't need your, cough, fake kindness." Lin Xiong continued to cough while rejecting him, but the sight of her struggling to breathe made Liang Mufeng frown. He calmly said, "Whether or not I'm being fake, you'd better calm down before speaking. I can't have a conversation with you like this." Reluctantly, Lin Xiong took the paper cup handed to her by the secretary and drank the warm water in one go. The dryness in her throat, caused by the hot summer day and her hurried run, was immediately soothed. After catching her breath, she spoke again, "So, what exactly do you want to let my family go?" Hearing this, Liang Mufeng couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Xiong, fuming, asked, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Liang Mufeng gestured for the secretary to leave, and once they were alone, he shook his head, still smiling, and didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, "How old are you, little girl?" Lin Xiong furrowed her brow. "Why do you want to know my age?" After a pause, she added, "I'm 20. Only 20, Liang Mufeng nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense." "Makes sense? Makes sense about what?" Liang Mufeng smiled, "Makes sense that you're so immature." Lin Xiong was furious. "How can you say that?" Liang Mufeng, with a calm smile, observed her. Having seen much of the world, he was no longer the impulsive, hot-headed youth he once was. Despite her childish and illogical words, he wasn't offended. Instead, he found her a bit cute. It must be said that a woman's beauty often gives her some privileges in front of men. Especially the girl in front of him, who looked like a pufferfish with her puffed-up cheeks when angry. It made her appear a little petulant. He couldn't help but want to tease this somewhat spoiled girl. Liang Mufeng smiled and asked, "So what would Miss Lin like me to do?" Without hesitation, Lin Xiong answered, "Of course, I want you to leave my family alone." Liang Mufeng replied, "So you think I'll just let them go just because you say so? Do you even know what kind of grudges your parents have with me?" That. Lin Xiong was rendered speechless. Leaning slightly forward, Liang Mufeng closed the distance between them. This proximity allowed him to scrutinize her beauty even more closely, to the point where he could notice that her skin was so delicate, her pores almost invisible. Indeed, she was a pampered little girl. He looked directly into her eyes and said calmly, "I guess your parents have never mentioned me to you, have they?" At this, Lin Xiong's mind was struck with an old memory, buried for years. It was a scene from when her mother found out about her father's affair. They had a fierce argument, most of which Lin Xiong couldn't remember. But one thing stood out. Her mother had screamed at her father in a sharp, resentful tone, "If you hadn't seduced me back then, I would have married Mufeng long ago, and none of this would have happened." Lin Xiong remembered this so clearly because immediately after, her father slapped her mother hard across the face, knocking her to the ground, shouting, "Don't ever mention that guy's name again, or I'll kill you." That was the first time her father had raised his hand against her mother, which left a lasting impression on Lin Xiong. After that, her parents never spoke of him again, as if the mere mention of his name was taboo. Lin Xiong hesitated before asking, "Do you know my mother?" Liang Mufeng looked at her with surprise. "Did she mention me to you?" Lin Xiong bit her lip, nervously saying, "I heard her mention it to someone else." Liang Mufeng raised an eyebrow. "It seems she never told you about our relationship." Lin Xiong, confused, asked, What's your relationship with her?" Liang Mufeng smiled coldly and said, "Your mother was my ex-girlfriend in college." Lin Xiong was struck by a thunderous revelation, as if a bomb had gone off in her mind. She slumped into the chair, murmuring, "So that's it, so you're seeking revenge for the woman you lost." Revenge for a woman? Liang Mufeng shook his head. "No, using revenge for a woman to sum up the grudge between me and your family would be an insult to both your mother and me." Lin Xiong stared at him in shock, not knowing what to say. The pieces of her family's history, once neatly tucked away, were now being unearthed, one shocking revelation at a time. Chapter 3: The Contract and the Engagement. Lin Xiong stood there in confusion, instinctively pointing at herself. "Me?" Liang Mufeng smiled and nodded. Looking at the finger Liang Mufeng was pointing at her with, Lin Xiong couldn't shake a feeling of foreboding. Still, she asked, hoping for the best, "What do you mean? Are you saying you want me to work for you?" Liang Mufeng chuckled lightly, "As for employees, I can hire as many as I need. What I lack is not employees, but a wife. To be more precise, someone who can bear me children." In that instant, Lin Xiong felt as if the ground beneath her feet had vanished, and she was falling into a cold abyss. "Miss Lin Xiong," Liang Mufeng continued, "I'm sure you wouldn't want to see your parents wandering the streets because of their debts, would you?" Seeing her lose composure, Liang Mufeng couldn't help but feel as though he were watching a delicate flower being battered by a storm. He thought maliciously, what good could the daughter of two traitors possibly be? Just a rich girl with a polished exterior and a filthy heart. Watch me tear off your hypocritical mask and expose your selfish, self-serving nature. I'm curious to see how you'll try to play the moral high ground in front of me. As he was thinking this, Lin Xiong slowly lifted her head, her pale lips trembling, and in a strained voice, she said, "Fine, I agree to your terms." It felt as though speaking those words had drained all her energy. The next moment, her vision went black, and she collapsed to the floor. Liang Mufeng stood there, stunned, staring at her. It took him quite some time to regain his composure. She agreed. She actually agreed. Out of all the possible responses he had anticipated rejection, screaming in anger, despair, silence, or an attempt to argue. He had never once imagined she would simply agree. Liang Mufeng's expression became somewhat complicated. Normally, even an educated, morally upright person would find it difficult to accept such a self-sacrificial demand. Not to mention the daughter of two betrayers. People often praise selflessness, but few can truly embody it, even for their own parents. In fact, many try to cover up their own selfishness by promoting selfish ideologies. Thinking of this, Liang Mufeng found himself somewhat admiring Lin Xiong. He had always valued promises. Since he made a proposal and she agreed, he would, of course, keep his word. Moreover, a girl who was untainted by the world and still pure had every right to marry him and become the mistress of the Liang family. As for the 25-year age gap between them, he completely ignored it. For someone like him, a successful super-rich man with assets worth hundreds of billions, maintaining his integrity was already a rare quality. Surely, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to marry a young, beautiful girl. Besides, he didn't look that old. Moreover, he had another rather malicious thought in mind. Was Lin Xiong the one who said my financial support was an insult to him? So, if I marry your daughter, what will that be to you? A greater humiliation or an immense respect? With that thought, he moved closer, gently picking up Lin Xiong's delicate body, which felt as soft as if it could break, and carried her into the office's back lounge. Time passed, though Lin Xiong wasn't sure how long. She slowly began to wake up, opening her eyes. She found herself lying on a bed. The lights flickered, and the ceiling seemed to shift, spinning as if she were walking on clouds. A cold sweat broke out across her forehead, and her limbs felt weak, as though she couldn't muster any strength at all. "You're awake." A voice suddenly sounded in her ear. She shuddered involuntarily, turning her head toward the source of the sound. Liang Mufeng was sitting in a chair, smiling at her. Lin Xiong opened her mouth, but no words came out. Then, she seemed to remember something. In a panic, she began checking her body. Liang Mufeng laughed lightly. "What do you think I am? I'm not desperate enough to take advantage of you yet." Seeing her let out a breath of relief, he shook his head. "You're such a fragile little thing. When I first became CEO, I was besieged by 7 companies, isolated, and nearly at the end of my rope, but I didn't crumble like you. And I was only 25 at the time." After a brief pause, Liang Mufeng continued, "So, about the conditions I laid out, are you really going to go through with it? Marry me to save your parents?" Lin Xiong felt a heaviness in her chest, as though a massive weight were pressing down on her. She took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "I've made my decision. I'll marry you, and in return, you'll let my parents go." "You're a child with a sense of filial piety." Liang Mufeng nodded. "You can go back now. I'll talk to your parents about the rest." Lin Xiong knew that from this moment on, her life would be forever changed. To save her parents, she had no choice but to submit to this man, who was 25 years her senior. Even though he was wealthy and handsome, Lin Xiong couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of sorrow deep inside her. Seeing her still looking lost and dazed, Liang Mufeng thought for a moment and, with good intentions, tried to comfort her. "I have many qualities. You'll realize that marrying me won't be a sacrifice. I'll nurture you and help you develop your abilities. If you want, I could even let you run a company." After all, Lin Xiong was now his fiancée, so a little guidance was necessary. He wanted a capable woman by his side, not a resentful, hidden wife. Lin Xiong nearly choked on his narcissism. She grit her teeth and said, "Aren't you afraid I'll stab you in the back later?" Liang Mufeng casually waved his hand. "If you're clever enough to do that, then it's your skill. If my fortune ends up in your hands, it won't be a loss." Is this man confident or just utterly oblivious? Lin Xiong struggled to get out of bed but found she couldn't muster any strength at all. Seeing herself in such a pitiful state in front of Liang Mufeng, her heart began to crumble. Her eyes involuntarily reddened, and tears started to form, blurring her vision. Why? Is marrying him really that hard for her to accept? Liang Mufeng prided himself on being a quality man. Even without mentioning his wealth and assets, he had a composed and calm personality, elegant manners, vast knowledge, and high aspirations. He was law-abiding, passionate about charity, and kept a clean personal life, never involved in any scandals. He could easily converse with national leaders, yet could also joke around with commoners, maintaining a high profile without being arrogant. He treated others with respect and spoke with tact. Even if we only talk about his appearance, he was handsome, with striking features, an outstanding aura, broad shoulders, and a strong physique. If he took off his shirt, one could see his 8-pack abs. So what if he was a little older? Look at Zhang Xian, who at 80 years old still married an 18-year-old girl and even proudly wrote a poem about it. I am 80, and you are 18, you are my beauty, and I have white hair. We are of the same age in spirit, only separated by a few decades. Of course, it wasn't as famous as Susha's poem mocking him, the 18-year-old bride and the 80-year-old man, white hair meets red makeup. They sleep together under a pair of mandarin duck quilts, while a pear blossom tree stands heavy over the begonia. However, Liang Mufeng wasn't in the mood for poetry. He was getting a little upset and moved toward her, picking her up in his arms. Lin Xiong, caught off guard, was suddenly lifted. She felt a strong masculine scent rush toward her. She had never been so close to a man before, and the proximity made her both embarrassed and angry. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she was on the verge of crying. With her small fists pounding against Liang Mufeng's chest, her voice choked as she shouted, "Put me down! Put me down! I." Liang Mufeng was about to speak when the door to the lounge suddenly opened. A smart and capable-looking woman in her 30s walked in. She saw the scene and immediately slapped Liang Mufeng on the back with a loud thud, glaring at him. "What are you doing? Bullying a little girl at your age?" Liang Mufeng frowned. "What do you know? You think I'm bullying her? I saw you made her cry." The woman retorted sharply. Liang Mufeng had no choice but to reluctantly put Lin Xiong back on the bed, muttering in displeasure, "Why are you here instead of doing your job at Tianma?" At this moment, Lin Xiong, now back on the bed, managed to calm herself slightly. Looking at the woman, she recognized her as Haolin, the general manager of Tianma Automobile Company, Limited, one of the 8 subsidiaries under Haolin Group. Haolin looked at Liang Mufeng with a displeased expression and said, "I heard from Yang Mi that Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei's precious daughter showed up here." Yang Mi, of course, referred to the male secretary by Liang Mufeng's side, Yang Jin. Liang Mufeng was surprised. Such a trivial matter, and it's worth making a fuss over. Haolin smiled coldly, her lips curling into a sarcastic smirk. Her eyes were filled with disdain as she said, "HMPH. You think I don't know? I heard that the daughter of those two is incredibly beautiful, so stunning that she outshines even movie stars. I specifically came to warn you, just in case you get so dizzy from her so-called beauty that you can't tell right from left." She glanced again at the delicate Lin Xiong and added, "Good thing I arrived in time, or tomorrow we'd probably see a public announcement about you. And it'll be a blue background with white text." Liang Mufeng just smiled. "There won't be any announcement, but we might see her trending on social media." Haolin furrowed her brows. "What do you mean by that?" Liang Mufeng didn't answer and instead waved his hand at her. "Anyway, you're here, so you can take her home for me." The two had worked together for many years, so Haolin knew very well that Liang Mufeng wanted to talk privately. She nodded and said, "Then you should leave. It's not suitable for someone as old as you to be here." Liang Mufeng. After exiting the lounge, Liang Mufeng immediately began making phone calls. In just a few minutes, he made 5 or 6 calls. The people on the other end of the line were all stunned after hearing what he had to say, but only agreed once they heard his tone was firm. After hanging up, Liang Mufeng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, his hands behind his back, looking down at the city with a calm smile on his face. Lin Xiong, I was still trying to find a reason to give you a way out. But your daughter begged for you, and this is both a lifeline and a shackle. If you submit now, you'll disappoint me. This game isn't over. Let us play a little longer." A moment later, his secretary approached him, saying, "Mr. Liang, Ms. Xiao has already sent Miss Lin home." Liang Mufeng remained by the window, his tone indifferent as he said, "Yang Jin, what do you think about the conditions I proposed?" Yang Jin pushed up his glasses and replied calmly, "Mr. Liang, you were born in the wrong era. If this were ancient times, you'd definitely be a powerful minister, second only to the emperor." "Oh? Are you saying I'm skilled in the ways of power?" Liang Mufeng asked. "No, sir. What I mean is, you are very good at bullying men and dominating women." Liang Mufeng. He turned to look at Yang Jin and asked, "Yang Jin, the company is planning to set up a branch in the Middle East. Are you interested in being the general manager of this new branch?" Without hesitation, Yang Jin took off his suit jacket and replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Liang. Give me 3 years, and I'll have an armed force of at least 20,000 mercenaries for you in the Middle East." Seeing Yang Jin's eager expression, Liang Mufeng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "We're running a legitimate business." Yang Jin responded with confidence, "In many places abroad, mercenaries are legitimate business." Liang Mufeng: "I think you're the one who was born in the wrong era." Chapter 4, Trending on Social Media Part 1. The betrayal of Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei against Liang Mufeng happened when Liang was 23 years old. But why did it take him 22 years to strike back at Lin Xiong? Was it because he didn't have the chance for revenge during that time? Of course not. In fact, if Liang Mufeng had wanted to, he could have completely ruined Lin Xiong financially 18 years ago. But at that time, when he saw Lin Xiong at the end of his rope, Liang Mufeng inexplicably felt bored. It was like playing a video game, where you eagerly advance to the final boss. After defeating the boss and experiencing a short burst of satisfaction, you're left with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. At that point, some players would move on to a new game, while others might choose to replay the current one. Liang Mufeng was the latter type. He decided to treat Lin Xiong as the boss to defeat again. So, he deliberately gave Lin Xiong a chance to rise again, even giving him opportunities to build connections. After Lin Xiong regained his strength, Liang Mufeng intentionally left some gaps in his business for Lin Xiong to exploit, only to watch as Lin's arrogance grew. Then, Liang Mufeng would once again defeat him like a boss, knocking down the towers Lin had painstakingly built. For someone like Lin Xiong, self-serving and with no loyalty, Liang Mufeng didn't feel any burden at all. He could toy with him however he pleased. He watched as Lin Xiong gradually built his empire, only to push him back down with a single kick. This kind of psychological manipulation felt endlessly amusing to him. This had happened 3 times in the past 22 years, and this time was the third. However, due to the psychological trauma of the previous failures, Lin Xiong was now using every trick in the book, leaving no way out. This led to the catastrophic failure that Liang Mufeng had orchestrated, and Lin Xiong found himself in a desperate position. It could be said that Lin Xiong's disastrous defeat this time was entirely of his own making. Liang Mufeng looked at Lin Xiong's desperate attempts to deal with him and felt disdain and boredom, especially with Lin's collusion with the Squid Capital Group. This made him even more contemptuous. So, he decided to simply crush Lin Xiong once and for all. However, he didn't expect that, at this very moment, Lin Luoxue would appear. It was like an unexpected side story unfolding in a game, which rekindled Liang Mufeng's interest and revealed a new aspect of the game. He was curious to see how far Lin Luoxue could go under his guidance. If she could turn the tables and even overthrow him, it would be even more interesting. But, just like a player would prepare a resurrection stone before a challenging game, Liang Mufeng always planned a backup plan for himself, just in case he got trapped. And this time, his backup plan was his child with Lin Luoxue. At that moment, Liang Mufeng suddenly realized that he no longer felt like a player but more like a villain who had personally trained a hero. However, that made it even more fun, didn't it? On their way to send Lin Luoxue back to school, Xiaojia was contemplating what her boss was up to again. She had long gotten used to her boss's strange hobbies. After all, a middle-aged man in his 40s, who didn't drink, chase women, enjoy the arts, or engage in extreme sports, but instead liked to treat his enemies like bosses to be defeated, was a rare type. If he abandoned such a hobby, it would be only a matter of time before he evolved into a psychopath. Xiaojia knew that the answer likely lay in Lin Luoxue, but no matter how she tried to hint at it, Lin Luoxue remained silent, sitting quietly like a silicone doll. It wasn't until Xiaojia had sent Lin Luoxue back to school and was on her way back to the office that she received a call from Yang Jin. That's when she learned what her boss was really planning. What? Liang Mufeng was getting married? And his bride was the 20-year-old daughter of his arch-nemesis, Lin Xiong. If this news got out, it could easily dominate the trending topics for a week. No, perhaps even longer, because their wedding was scheduled for next week. Unable to hold back, she asked Yang Jin, do you think the boss is serious about marrying Lin Luoxue? Yang Jin replied, that's not something a secretary like me should be concerned with. Xiaojia rolled her eyes. You've been with the boss for 8 years, and your position is as steady as a mountain. You'd have been a prime minister in ancient times. Is that a compliment, Xiaozong? No, I'm insulting you. Thank you, Xiaozong. Xiaojia. With her understanding of Liang Mufeng, she knew he wasn't the type to fall in love with Lin Luoxue at first sight. He must be scheming something big behind the scenes, and Lin Xiong was likely just a pawn in his plan. To figure out what her boss was thinking, Xiao immediately called several people to inquire about Liang Mufeng's actions over the past hour. Before long, she received a report. The report included 3 parts. 1. Wedding planning. Everything about the wedding was to be finalized within the next week. 2. Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei, Haolin Group would break up and restructure Haolin Group, making it a subsidiary of Haolin, with Lin Xiong remaining as the subsidiary's CEO. 3. Lin Xiong. A thorough investigation of Lin Xiong's personal information was ordered, with a request for a detailed report and a training plan. The first part made sense to Xiao, but the other 2 parts were puzzling. What was this? Was her boss planning to recruit Ma Chao to his side, like Liu Bei? But instead of keeping Lin Xiong as a caged bird, he seemed intent on training her to be a social elite. What exactly was her boss planning? Xiao fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Lin Xiong was slowly making her way back to her dorm. It was dusk, and the sky was growing darker. Her 3 roommates weren't around, likely having gone home since the last exam was over. Of course, after finishing their final exams, they would go home. Lin Xiong climbed onto her bed, collapsed, and reflected on everything that had happened earlier. It all felt so surreal. Just a few hours ago, she was a carefree college student, looking forward to the summer after exams. Now, she was already engaged to a man who was 25 years older than her. Was she regretting it? She wasn't sure. Objectively speaking, this outcome could be seen as a stroke of luck. After all, despite his age, Liang Mufeng was a highly reputable man with national-level stature. Given her own circumstances, finding someone better than him seemed almost impossible. So, not only had she solved her family's debt crisis, but she also found herself a wealthy husband. From a practical perspective, it was a huge gain. But she couldn't convince herself of that. All she knew was that she had once been free, with limitless possibilities ahead of her. Now, her future felt set, with little chance for change. What would Liang Mufeng do after marrying her? Would he see her as a tool for his desires or a baby-making machine? Would she be caged like a bird? Or would she end up like those rich wives she had once seen, attending endless banquets, flaunting jewels and sports cars, and slowly dying in a world of decadence? This wasn't the life I want. As she thought about the future with growing confusion and fear, her tears began to flow, soaking her pillow. In the midst of this uncertainty, she fell into a deep sleep. Little did she know, as she slept, the world outside was in an uproar because of her. Around 7:30 p.m. that evening, Haolin Group's PR department simultaneously posted a message across all social media platforms. Exciting news! Our chairman and CEO, Mr. Liang Mufeng, is set to marry Miss Lin Xiong, the daughter of Haolin Group's chairman. Their grand wedding will take place 1 week from today, June 28, 20XX. Join us in celebrating this joyful moment. What? After being single for half his life, Liang Mufeng was finally getting married? And to the daughter of his arch-enemy. The news of Xiongxin boss getting married quickly dominated the trending topics, knocking down a popular singer's album release announcement. Finance and entertainment journalists scrambled to verify and gather first-hand information, while the partners and competitors of Haolin and Haolin urgently convened meetings to discuss the impact of the union. Financial analysts even started online meetings, brainstorming ways to predict the stock market fluctuations the next day. Many people were caught off guard by the news, with Haolin and Haolin Groups being the most surprised. The 2 companies were bitter rivals, and this fact was no secret in the industry. Just hours ago, employees of Haolin were discussing Haolin's decline, and Haolin employees were job hunting in despair. Then, after work, they received this bombshell, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. This wasn't even a blind date, this was a marriage announcement without any prior warning. Would the chairman of Haolin really ruin his rival's company while courting their daughter? What kind of behavior was this? Thus, when employees of the 2 companies were asked, they were equally confused, with no answers to give. And the reaction from the shareholders was even more intense. On Liang Mufeng's side, it was manageable, as he held 35% of the shares, his sister held 7%, and his mother had 3%, giving his family total control of the company. So, the shareholders simply congratulated him without asking too many questions. On the other hand, the phones of Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei were blowing up. Earlier that afternoon, they had been gloomily going over their assets, but by the evening, they were bombarded with a deluge of messages, completely caught off guard. Their daughter was marrying Liang Mufeng? How did they not know about this? Concerned about their family's assets, the shareholders focused on two main topics: how did you manage to get Liang Mufeng to marry into the family, and will this marriage help the company survive its crisis? To which Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei had no answers, and they felt as though the entire world was playing a cruel joke on them. This couldn't be happening, it wasn't even April Fool's Day. They knew that the only people who could answer their questions were Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong. Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei exchanged glances before dialing the two of them. Chapter 5, Trending on Social Media Part 2. Lin Xiong's phone had long run out of battery, and when she returned to the dorm, she had no mood to charge it. So, no matter how impatient Lin Xiong was, all he heard was the cold, empty notification sound coming from his phone. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuwei's call to Liang Mufeng was successfully connected. The moment the call was answered, before Liang Mufeng could speak, Zhou Yuwei eagerly asked, "A phone, what's going on? How could you, with Sheshue?" Liang Mufeng didn't hesitate to interrupt her, "A phone? Is that how you address me now?" Zhou Yuwei was instantly rendered speechless. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Yuwei spoke in a dry voice, "A phone, I know that both Xiong and I have wronged you. I've been regretting it for all these years." At this point, Liang Mufeng's reaction was unclear through the phone signal, but Lin Xiong, standing beside her, immediately turned as dark as coal. "Har! I knew it. You've been thinking about your old flame all along. Now that I'm dead, you're planning to marry off your daughter to him, aren't you? Liang Mufeng, you're scheming to have mother and daughter at once." Lin Xiong's mind raced with resentment. In his mind, he imagined Liang Mufeng sitting behind a desk, leaning forward, holding a rolled-up bamboo scroll, pointing it at him and smiling, saying, "I will take care of your wife and daughter, don't worry." Liang the thief. Evil thief. Traitor. Rebel. Lin Xiong cursed silently. On the other end, Zhou Yuwei had no idea what Lin Xiong was imagining. She continued speaking gently to Liang Mufeng on the phone, "I know you hate me, but you can't let the hatred of the previous generation affect the younger generation. Sheshue is only 20, how could she not?" Liang Mufeng sneered. "I'm successful, and Lin Xiong is young and beautiful. She's a perfect match. But you're 25 years older than her." Zhou Yuwei couldn't help but shout. Liang Mufeng didn't care at all, "It's just 25 years, there are older couples out there. Don't tell me you've never seen them." Zhou Yuwei had indeed seen them. In the wealthy circles, not to mention a 25-year age gap, there were plenty of old men with young wives 50 years their junior. After all, men are usually very loyal to youth and beauty, even when they are 80 years old. Ordinary people don't have these conditions, but billionaires often marry one young beauty after another. Zhou Yuwei had always looked down on those girls who married much older men. In her eyes, they were just gold diggers, their only asset being their youth and beauty, with nothing else to offer. But now, this situation was affecting her own daughter, and she couldn't accept it. Especially since she knew that in the future, people would mock her, saying she sold her daughter for status. What would she do with her face? But Liang Mufeng's next words sealed all her objections. "If you oppose Lin Xiong marrying me, then you and Xiong will end up on the streets." Zhou Yuwei instantly felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head, waking her up. Yes, now they had nowhere to go. Not only was their company bankrupt, but even their house and car had been mortgaged to the bank months ago, the funds used to target the Haolin Group's stock market. Just this afternoon, 3 banks had called demanding debt repayment. Within a few days, the court would send a judgment, and their properties would be seized and auctioned. By that time, they wouldn't even be able to live the life of an ordinary person. Their only option might be to live on a rooftop or in a bridge underpass. Zhou Yuwei and Lin Xiong both shivered involuntarily. So, what is it going to be? Refuse the marriage alliance and move your family to the underpass to live like true bottom dwellers? Or accept the union and continue being the wealthy wife you've always been? Liang Mufeng's voice came through the phone, and Zhou Yuwei and Lin Xiong both fell silent. Lin Xiong might accept it, after all, he has always been a rat in the gutter. But you? Miss Zhu, who has been pampered all your life, have you ever experienced what it's like to live as an ordinary person? Liang Mufeng's merciless mockery made Lin Xiong's face turn even darker, but he didn't dare to retaliate because he didn't want to ruin this one chance for a turnaround. Zhou Yuwei instinctively glanced at Lin Xiong and saw a look of desperation in his eyes. Clearly, in his worldview, his daughter's future wasn't as important as living a superior life. Zhou Yuwei's heart turned cold. Yes, what was Lin Xiong to him? After all, he had an illegitimate son. Perhaps he had already planned to marry his daughter off to another wealthy family, and Liang Mufeng was clearly the most powerful option. After a long silence, Zhou Yuwei finally spoke in a dry voice, "I accept." The call ended, and Zhou Yuwei collapsed onto the floor, her eyes vacant. She wondered, was this outcome already determined 22 years ago, when she climbed into Lin Xiong's bed? Sadly, no one could answer her. Not even Lin Xiong, who was nearby, wearing a pleased expression. The next morning at 9 a.m., Haolin Group held a press conference in the Yongxing Tower to announce the wedding that was just 1 week away. Liang Mufeng personally attended and officially confirmed the marriage while answering a series of questions from reporters. The most pressing question for reporters was whether the marriage was a continuation of hatred or a grand reconciliation. After all, what had happened to Liang Mufeng 22 years ago caused a huge uproar at the time. Even now, the incident still occasionally resurfaced online. This was the hatred of a man who had been robbed of his wife. Which man could tolerate such humiliation? This led to a deep rivalry between the two sides. Later, the upheavals at Haolin Group and Liang Mufeng's rise to power, with Lin Xiong leading the charge to oust him, only deepened the enmity. The grudge between them had become irreconcilable, a deadly feud. Many netizens speculated that Liang Mufeng's marriage to Lin Xiong was most likely a revenge for Lin Xiong's theft of his wife, with the situation mirroring the stories of Yang Xiao and Yin Lighting. However, when asked by the reporters, Liang Mufeng didn't confirm the revenge theory. Instead, he claimed that it was Lin Xiong's personal qualities that had moved him. He told the media that Lin Xiong would be his supportive wife, and that his marriage to her had nothing to do with her family background. He was adamant, confident, and convincing. Whether others believed him was another matter, but he certainly believed it himself. As for whether the media and netizens believed it, that was up to them. The trending topics, already boiling hot, shot up even higher. #Haolin boss wedding #Liang Mufeng wedding #Haolin boss to marry Haolin Group heiress #Haolin Haolin union #Haolin Haolin grand reconciliation #modern Yin Lighting and Yang Xiao all surged to the top of the trending list, dominating the top 20. Meanwhile, the news of a new album by a certain singer was tragically buried among the chaos, barely making a ripple. The news of Liang Mufeng's upcoming wedding was like a thunderclap, instantly creating a massive uproar. When the famous singer and actress Hua Shanshan heard the news, she was having breakfast. Her hand trembled, spilling milk all over the table. But she didn't care about cleaning it up. She immediately looked up and shouted to the second floor, "Jingjie! Jingjie! Something bad has happened." Her manager, Zheng Liuyun, rushed downstairs upon hearing her shout. When she saw Hua Shanshan's distressed face, Hua Shanshan pointed at her phone, her voice trembling, "Brother Liang is marrying someone else. What do we do now, Jingjie?" Zheng Liuyun, as one of the top managers in the industry, already knew about this news the night before. She had been wondering how to break it to Hua Shanshan. Hua Shanshan had debuted as a singer at 17, and at 19, she starred in her first movie, which skyrocketed her to fame. What most people didn't know was that it was Liang Mufeng who had supported her from the start. 7 years ago, when Hua Shanshan was 19, paparazzi photographed her having dinner with Liang Mufeng, sparking rumors about the two of them. The PR department rushed to clear up the rumors, but Hua Shanshan only smiled foolishly while holding her phone. At that time, Zheng Liuyun knew Hua Shanshan had feelings for Liang Mufeng, and they were far from innocent. It was easy to imagine how hard the news of Liang Mufeng's marriage would hit her. Before Zheng Liuyun could speak, Hua Shanshan was already crying loudly, "Why? I was first. What does Lin Xiong have that I don't? She's not even that much prettier than me. I'm still a big star. Am I not better than a flower vase?" Zheng Liuyun could only force a smile. Maybe Liang Mufeng prefers younger women. Hua Shanshan cried even harder, "I'm only 26. When I liked Brother Liang, I was even younger than Lin Xiong is now. Why am I not young anymore?" Zheng Liuyun felt a headache coming on. Shanshan, men are all pigs. You're strong, beautiful, and you're your own boss. Why do you need to keep clinging to Liang Mufeng? Why not find a younger fresh meat instead of an oily old man? I don't care. I like him. Jingjie, hurry up and book me a flight. I'm going to Tianhai to steal the wedding. Seeing the murderous expression on Hua Shanshan's face, Jing Liuyan knew this would not be an easy situation to resolve. Chapter 6 Change of Mentality. At this time, Lin Luoxue, the heroine of the wedding, was lying on the bed in the dormitory, staring at the ceiling with a blank and sad look. She woke up at 5 in the morning, but she has been lying there since she woke up. She hasn't eaten since last night, and her empty stomach is very uncomfortable, but she has no intention of eating at all. After an unknown period of time, there was a knock on the door of the dormitory, and then a respectful female voice came from outside. "Excuse me, is Miss Lin Luoxue in there?" Lin Luoxue opened her mouth and responded softly with a slightly hoarse voice, Who is outside?" The female voice outside replied respectfully, "Miss Lin Luoxue, I am Mr. Liang's life assistant, and I am here to take you to see Mr. Liang." "Mr. Liang?" "Oh yes, it's Liang Mufeng, my fiancé. He sent his assistant here. Should he take me to prepare for the wedding?" Lin Luoxue got up from the bed with difficulty, stumbled to the ground, and then opened the dormitory door. Standing outside the dormitory door was a young woman in her 20s, wearing a suit, a hip skirt and high heels, a typical white-collar outfit. When the woman saw Lin Luoxue's pale face, she swallowed back the words she had intended to say, and asked in astonishment, "Ms. Lin, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Lin Luoxue felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. Hearing this, she just waved her hand weakly and said softly, "I'm fine, take me to see your President Liang." "How can you call it fine in this state?" The female assistant wanted to ask this, but considering her duty as an assistant, she decided to suppress the doubts in her heart and said respectfully, "Then please follow me, Miss Lin." From closing the door, going downstairs, getting in the car, to riding in the car, getting off the car, and entering the elevator, Lin Luoxue was like sleepwalking. Until she arrived at the door of Liang Mufeng's office, she looked like her soul was out of her body. So when Liang Mufeng saw Lin Luoxue, he almost thought he saw a ghost. He couldn't help but frown and asked, "What's going on? Why is your face so bad?" Lin Luoxue's eyes were half open and half closed, as if she hadn't woken up yet. She seemed to have not heard Liang Mufeng's question at all. Liang Mufeng had to wave to his assistant and let her leave first. Then he picked Lin Luoxue up and gently put her on the sofa. Lin Luoxue's reaction this time was much more obedient than yesterday, at least she didn't resist. Liang Mufeng had planned to take Lin Luoxue to try on wedding dresses and jewelry today, but she looked like she didn't look like she was getting married in a wedding dress, but rather like she was attending a funeral. Liang Mufeng couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Is marrying me such a big blow to her?" Just like Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei suddenly died. He was a little disappointed and felt that he seemed to have overestimated Lin Luoxue yesterday. If she couldn't accept such a blow, what qualifications would she have to take on the burden of the mistress of the Liang family in the future? But he had already promised it, and it had been published online. Breaking the contract would affect his image. After thinking for a while, he picked up the chair, sat down next to the sofa, and said to Lin Luoxue, "Didn't you eat last night? Is he concerned about me?" Lin Luoxue subconsciously looked at Liang Mufeng, and saw that his face was still very calm, as calm and composed as she had seen yesterday. He didn't seem to care about me, so what was he thinking? Lin Luoxue suddenly found that she seemed to have no way to infer Liang Mufeng's thoughts from his expression. This man's mind was as mysterious as his experience, making her unpredictable. But she still spoke, whispering, I can't eat." "Why can't you eat? Is it because of the bankruptcy of Haolin Group or our marriage?" "Both. It seems that you are still a fragile girl." Liang Mufeng smiled slightly, "The future mistress of my Liang family can't be so fragile." "Mistress?" Lin Luoxue laughed at herself, "I'm afraid she is just in name only. Whether it is in name only or in reality depends on you. If you have the ability, let alone being the mistress of the Liang family, you may be the head of the entire Yongxin group. But if you don't have the ability, even if I help you to that position, you can only be a mascot." Lin Luoxue was a little surprised by Liang Mufeng's answer. "Aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you?" Liang Mufeng smiled and said, "If you can retaliate against me, it is also your ability." Looking at Liang Mufeng's confident and calm appearance, Lin Luoxue suddenly realized that she seemed to know why the other party could always be so elegant. His elegance comes from his confidence and his confidence comes from his strength. This cognition suddenly gave Liang Mufeng an indescribable charm in Lin Luoxue's eyes, making her feel that she could rely on him. It's so strange. He is obviously the culprit who caused his family's bankruptcy. Why does he have such a strange feeling? Just thinking about it, Liang Mufeng suddenly came forward, hugged her in his arms, and said softly, "If you feel wronged, then cry." For the first time, Lin Luoxue did not have any resistance. She buried her head deeply in Liang Mufeng's arms, and tears burst out. Liang Mufeng looked down at Lin Luoxue, who was crying silently, patted her back gently, and felt a little emotional. Sure enough, she is still a little girl who has not grown up and needs to be coaxed. I don't know whether I married a wife or raised a daughter. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Lin Luoxue gradually stopped crying and said in Liang Mufeng's arms, "I'm hungry." Liang Mufeng was startled at first, then smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I want to drink preserved egg and lean meat porridge, the one on Shilin Street." Lin Luoxue continued to bury her head in Liang Mufeng's arms, making a muffled sound. "Just drink porridge? How can that be enough? I'm losing weight." "Are you worried that you won't fit into your wedding dress if you get fat? Are you kidding me? Are you being coquettish with me? You're really not a good person. Thank you for not giving me a good person card." Maybe she's come to terms with it, maybe she's been coaxed, maybe she's let it go. Anyway, Lin Luoxue is no longer as lifeless as before, and there's a hint of coquettishness in her tone of voice. This made Liang Mufeng relieved, but also a little surprised. Although her ability to withstand pressure is a little poor, her ability to accept is good. Being able to accept reality and make changes so quickly is a rare advantage. The only problem is that to achieve this transformation, you still need to be coaxed. However, human nature is always complicated and cannot be interpreted with a universal formula. Liang Mufeng realized this reality long ago after seeing Lin Xiong's behavior of repaying kindness with enmity. Lin Xiong, who came from a humble background, has a high opinion of himself. His strong self-esteem makes him unwilling to accept other people's charity, but his instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm forces him to accept it. Therefore, he accepted it while hating it. At first, he hated his background and situation, and later he hated the injustice of this world. Hatred gradually distorted his three views, making him unwilling to believe in the kindness of others, because believing in the kindness of others is equivalent to admitting his own incompetence. So he would rather believe that other people's kindness to him is a humiliation to him. About 15 minutes later, the takeaway boy delivered the preserved egg and lean meat porridge that Lin Luoxue wanted to drink. Lin Luoxue, who had not eaten dinner or breakfast, finally recovered a little after drinking a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. However, Liang Mufeng looked at the half bowl of porridge left and felt that Lin Luoxue's appetite was too small. Is her figure the result of starvation? Just as he was thinking, he heard Lin Luoxue whispered, "Why did you call me here?" There was a hint of uneasiness in her tone. Lin Luoxue knew how beautiful she was, so she had every reason to suspect that Liang Mufeng was going to do something to her. Although she had prepared herself mentally during the time she was drinking porridge, her hands, which were so tightly clasped that they lost their color, still inadvertently exposed her fear. Liang Mufeng noticed Lin Luoxue's slight movements, but he did not say it out loud. Instead, he asked, "Are you not mentally prepared yet?" Lin Luoxue's heart stumped, and she felt that her guess was probably going to come true. She took a deep breath and whispered, I haven't had it yet, can you? Liang Mufeng laughed and said, "Who do you think I am? Don't worry, I'm not that impatient." Lin Luoxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard this, but then her face flushed. She felt that the uncle in front of her was really bad, and he was deliberately making her look bad just now. She glared at Liang Mufeng in dissatisfaction, then turned her head to the side and didn't look at him. Liang Mufeng asked, "Have you seen the news today?" "News again?" Yesterday's news said that her own company went bankrupt, and she ran here rashly in order to avoid the destruction of her family, and then accidentally sold herself. So what's the news today? Seeing that Lin Luoxue was a little confused, Liang Mufeng said, "Our wedding will be on June 28th, which is 6 days later." Lin Luoxue was shocked. Chapter 7 Wedding Preparations. Why so fast? Liang Mufeng smiled and said, because your Lin family can only survive for 6 days. Lin Xiong was dumbfounded. So, Liang Mufeng was in a hurry to marry her home, or for her own good. Lin Xiong knew nothing about business, and didn't know whether what Liang Mufeng said was true or not. But if it was true, didn't it mean that he really wanted to help the Lin family through this crisis? Lin Xiong was a little confused. Liang Mufeng could obviously delay their wedding for a few days, so that he could not only bring down the Lin family, but also marry her home, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And what he is doing now is too gentlemanly. Seeing Lin Xiong's unbelievable look, Liang Mufeng smiled and said, "You don't have to doubt it. Any promise I made will be fulfilled without compromise. I said I would marry you in exchange for your Lin family's safety, and I will definitely keep your Lin family safe." Lin Xiong was slightly moved and whispered, "Thank you for not lying to me." Liang Mufeng smiled and said, "I'm not so shameless as to lie to a little girl. What's more, you will be my wife in the future, and I don't want our married life to start with deception." Lin Xiong felt a little complicated. "I thought the man who ruined her own company must be a domineering, ruthless, treacherous and cunning guy, but I didn't expect him to be so principled." However, this change was not enough to make Lin Xiong feel good about Liang Mufeng. Liang Mufeng continued, "Because the wedding preparation time is only 6 days, we will be very busy these days. For example, today, the original plan was to take wedding photos. But you are not in good condition today, so we can only postpone it to tomorrow." Lin Xiong suddenly felt her heart pounding. Even if she had been mentally prepared, a wedding dress is still the most romantic dream for every young girl. At this moment, Lin Xiong's somewhat panicked mood unexpectedly had a little more expectation. Liang Mufeng looked at his watch and said, "But it happens that I can go to choose a wedding ring today. Although 6 days is a bit tight, it is enough to customize a pair of wedding rings. Do you have a favorite brand?" Lin Xiong said hesitantly, I don't know much about jewelry, and I don't know which brand to choose. I personally prefer Harry Winston and Cartier. The former has more exquisite cutting craftsmanship, while the latter is known for the unique romance of the French. I don't know much, you decide." Liang Mufeng nodded, "Then let's meet the designers of both brands." Originally, it was necessary to make an appointment to meet the designers of these 2 brands, but Liang Mufeng relied on his money ability to skip this step. Just 1 hour later, the designers of the 2 brands sat in front of Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong. 2 jewelry albums recording the designs of 2 well-known companies were placed in front of the 2. Lin Xiong subconsciously picked up one and started reading, while Liang Mufeng spoke to the 2 designers in English skillfully. Lin Xiong's English was not bad, but she could only understand the general idea of their conversation. Especially when it came to some professional terms, she couldn't understand them at all. One of the fundamental reasons for the solidification of classes in the West is that professional vocabulary is extremely unfriendly to outsiders. When Chinese people see a Chinese word, even if they have never seen it before, they can guess it almost by looking at the combination of words. In English, it is a completely new word. Only real insiders can understand it, and outsiders can't even guess it. So in the West, it is almost impossible to change careers across majors. But what surprised Lin Xiong was that Liang Mufeng seemed to fully understand the meaning of those professional terms, and the conversation was very fluent without a pause. Looking at the surprised and admiring expressions of the 2 foreign designers, it can be seen that Liang Mufeng's understanding of the field of jewelry design is not superficial, but he has his own understanding. Then, Lin Xiong stupidly flipped through the album, unable to join in their conversation. She watched Liang Mufeng decide on the design and material of the diamond ring and paid the deposit on the spot. The only thing Lin Xiong could do was nod or shake her head when Liang Mufeng asked for her opinion. In addition, he also selected a variety of necklaces and earrings for Lin Xiong, each of which was shockingly expensive. Lin Xiong simply calculated in her mind and was shocked to find that the total cost of these jewels had reached 9 figures. Lin Xiong was also born into a wealthy family, and her parents bought her a lot of jewelry. But when all these were added together, the price was only a fraction of it. Is this how the super rich spend money? After seeing off the 2 designers, it was time for lunch. Liang Mufeng looked at his watch, then said to Lin Xiong, "Let's have a meal together." Liang Mufeng seemed to be asking for her opinion, but she didn't think he gave her any room to refuse, so she could only nod. Lin Xiong thought Liang Mufeng would take her to eat Western food, steak, foie gras, and caviar. But unexpectedly, Liang Mufeng chose a Chinese restaurant in the end. Sitting in the box, Lin Xiong was a little restless. It's not that she had any opinion on Chinese food, but she had never eaten alone at the same table with the opposite sex. Facing the menu handed over by Liang Mufeng, she simply ordered 2 light dishes and put them down, while Liang Mufeng chose several spicy dishes. While waiting for the food to be served, Liang Mufeng said to Lin Xiong, "Come to think of it, although we are already engaged, we haven't added contact information yet." Lin Xiong subconsciously wanted to take out her mobile phone when she heard this, but then she found that she didn't bring her bag or mobile phone with her when she went out today. She was embarrassed and said hesitantly, I didn't bring my mobile phone with me today." She was afraid that Liang Mufeng would think that she was making an excuse for not wanting to add his contact information, so she quickly added, "I didn't mean to leave it out, I was in a hurry and didn't remember." Liang Mufeng waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "It doesn't matter, you can add it when you go back to the dormitory tonight to get your mobile phone." Lin Xiong subconsciously nodded, but soon found that Liang Mufeng's words seemed to hide another meaning. "Generally speaking, shouldn't it be added another day? Why do you have to emphasize tonight?" Liang Mufeng continued, "Your school should be on holiday today, right? In that case, you should live in my house from today." Lin Xiong had no appetite for lunch. For a girl who had never been in love, living in a man's house was like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. But even if she racked her brains, she couldn't find a reliable reason to refuse Liang Mufeng, and finally she could only acquiesce helplessly. After dinner, Liang Mufeng took Lin Xiong to a high-end custom wedding dress shop. Looking at the beautiful wedding dresses in the window, Lin Xiong felt inexplicably sad. When other girls stood here and looked at these wedding dresses, their hearts must be full of romance and happiness, right? But I, rather than being a bride-to-be, was a commodity, and the owner who was about to buy it was choosing the packaging box. Yes, in Lin Xiong's view, these wedding dresses were packaging boxes. And 6 days later, she will be packed in such a box and bought by Liang Mufeng, the buyer. Liang Mufeng noticed that there was something wrong with Lin Xiong's expression, and he roughly guessed her thoughts after a little thought. Considering that she was about to become his wife after all, her emotional loss would make her look incompetent, so Liang Mufeng decided to give her some advice. He took Lin Xiong's hand and smiled at her. "What? Don't you like these wedding dresses?" Lin Xiong was suddenly held by the hand, and subconsciously wanted to shake Liang Mufeng's hand away. Finally, she reacted quickly and realized that it was inappropriate to do so. She suppressed her impulse and forced a smile to Liang Mufeng, saying, "No, I just feel a little dazzled." Liang Mufeng said gently, "Then take a closer look, don't be in a hurry." Lin Xiong took a deep breath and nodded. In any case, Liang Mufeng had given her enough face. At least on the surface, it was completely impossible to tell that she was forced to marry him. His words and deeds showed a certain degree of respect. If she behaved inappropriately again, it would be disgraceful. So she decided to cooperate with Liang Mufeng as much as possible. After careful selection and discussion, 3 wedding dresses were selected. Not long after, Lin Xiong changed into the first wedding dress with the help of the staff. She slowly walked out of the fitting room, came to Liang Mufeng, and asked shyly, "What do you think?" Liang Mufeng couldn't help but take a breath when he saw this scene. Liang Mufeng was also used to seeing all kinds of beauties. Before, he also thought that Lin Xiong was extraordinary and beautiful. But he still didn't expect that she would be so beautiful after changing into a wedding dress. The first wedding dress she tried on was an A-line wedding dress, which is also the most common wedding dress style. The white silk fabric fits her graceful figure, and the long hair tied into a bun is covered with a white veil. The delicate lace and dozens of diamonds perfectly set off her white skin, making her look like a pure princess. It is dazzling, and people dare not look directly at it. Liang Mufeng's stunning eyes made Lin Xiong's little face involuntarily float with 2 bright red flowers. Her hands unconsciously twisted and clasped together, and she whispered, "No. Doesn't it look good?" Liang Mufeng shook his head, "No, you are beautiful." Hearing this, Lin Xiong's little face became even redder, and she stuttered, I'll go change into the next one." After that, without waiting for Liang Mufeng to speak, she hurried back to the fitting room. Chapter 8: Cohabitation. Not long after, Lin Xiong came out wearing the second wedding dress. This is a fishtail wedding dress, which can better show the bride's figure curve than an A-line wedding dress. The upper body is a tube top design, revealing her slender jade neck like a swan and delicate clavicle like white jade carving, and the delicate and smooth shoulders are connected to the tender and white arms like lotus roots. The smooth silk is embellished with lace, tightly wrapping her exquisite body. Under the cloud-like skirt, a pair of cute white feet stepping on a pair of silver high heels, making her look like a noble queen. This time, Lin Xiong didn't dare to look at Liang Mufeng, but just lowered her head and whispered, "What about this one?" After a period of anxious waiting, Lin Xiong heard Liang Mufeng say, "Not bad, more beautiful than before." Lin Xiong's little face was also redder than before, and the whole person looked more shy and cute. When Lin Xiong came out wearing the third wedding dress, Liang Mufeng suddenly realized that this was the perfect bride in his mind. Lin Xiong was wearing a backless long-tailed wedding dress, and her dreamy and delicate little face was shyly blushing. Under the white jade neck, the delicate clavicle and delicate shoulders are covered with a thin layer of lace, which has a kind of cloud-like beauty. A pair of silver white arm gloves are worn on their white and tender arms, which set off the slenderness of her arms. The smooth silk fabric is tightened at her waist, and the hem drags a bright galaxy on the ground. In a trance, Liang Mufeng seemed to see himself standing on the wedding stage, reaching out his hand, ready to marry his bride. However, after a moment of surprise, the sour feeling he had experienced many years ago came to his heart. At that time, he had just graduated from college and had also fantasized about marrying his lover who had been in love for many years. Bright petals and pure feathers were floating in the air, echoing with applause of blessings and solemn wedding sonatas. He would embrace his bride in his arms and kiss her lovingly in the smiling eyes of his relatives and friends. He also fantasized about a wonderful wedding night, about having children together, and even about sitting in a rocking chair holding hands when they were old, recalling the happy times of their youth with a kind face. But all these fantasies were shattered the moment he saw Lin Xiong holding Zhou Yuwei in his arms. In fact, in the past 22 years, he had already completely let go of his former lover, and his heart was completely indifferent to her, neither love nor hate. Even when standing in front of the two of them, he could still smile appropriately and speak calmly. But he also forgot how to love, the feeling of being moved, and had no expectations for love and marriage. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this before, and thought it was a sign of a man's maturity. A man who indulges in love will not have any future. However, now, when that long-lost heartbeat sprouted again, he realized that it was not that he had no expectations for love, but that he had not met someone worthy of his expectations. He looked at Lin Xiong with complicated eyes, and couldn't help thinking, "Will this girl be the one I have been waiting for?" Finally, Liang Mufeng decided to use the next two wedding dresses as templates and customize them according to Lin Xiong's characteristics and figure. When paying the deposit, Liang Mufeng felt a little regretful. It would be better if there were necklaces, earrings and rings to match. After trying on the wedding dress, there was still some time, so Liang Mufeng took Lin Xiong to the mall for a big purchase. The main content of the purchase was Lin Xiong's daily clothes, which were pure, cute, sexy, and mature. After trying on all their clothes, even though women are born with the bonus of shopping buff, Lin Xiong felt exhausted. But she didn't dare to disobey Liang Mufeng's request at all. She behaved very well during the whole try-on process, and even had a hint of flattery. Liang Mufeng, who noticed Lin Xiong's transformation, couldn't help frowning again. Compared to well-behaved and sensible girls, he appreciated independent women more. What Liang Mufeng wanted was not a timid little wife, but a partner who could walk hand in hand. He wanted to marry Lin Xiong for the reason of humiliating Lin Xiong, but more because this girl showed some personality that moved him. He did not intend to erase Lin Xiong's personality, but hoped to bring out Lin Xiong's personality. Liang Mufeng began to think about how to cultivate Lin Xiong. He planned to use 2 years to cultivate Lin Xiong into an elegant, calm, generous, smart and wise modern woman. The whole big purchase was finally over at around 6 o'clock. Liang Mufeng mercifully ended the torture of Lin Xiong and took her to dinner. As for the things bought, Liang Mufeng directly sent 2 assistants to take them home because there were too many. After dinner, Liang Mufeng personally drove Lin Xiong to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory of Qianhai University. This time, when I returned to the dormitory, my mood was no longer as heavy as yesterday, but I still felt as if I was in another world. She stood at the door for a while, then pulled up the suitcase that had been packed yesterday, took her cell phone, and carried her small purse, and went downstairs. Seeing Lin Xiong coming downstairs, Liang Mufeng stepped forward and took the suitcase from her. Lin Xiong was surprised and opened her mouth, but in the end she said nothing. After Liang Mufeng put the suitcase in the trunk, he turned around and asked, "What do you want to say?" "Oh." Lin Xiong hesitated for a moment before saying, "I mean I can do it myself, no need to bother you." Liang Mufeng smiled, "Don't think your fiancé is so cold. In a few days, you will be my wife, and my wife is my family. It is right to care for my family." Lin Xiong nodded silently. On their way to Liang Mufeng's house, Lin Xiong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but get nervous again. Her two little hands grabbed the seat belt, and her expression was terrified and confused, like a lamb to be slaughtered. Liang Mufeng noticed that something was wrong with Lin Xiong through the rearview mirror, and guessed what she was thinking. But he didn't explain, but asked, "Have you taken the driver's license test?" Lin Xiong came back to her senses and nodded repeatedly, "I got my driver's license at the beginning of this year." "What brand of car do you like?" Porsche 911 and Maserati President, Acura NSX is also very popular. At this point, Lin Xiong reacted and asked in surprise, "You want to buy me a car? As my wife, you should have your own car." Liang Mufeng replied, "I can buy you 911 and President, but NSX has been discontinued and should not be available." I don't need." Liang Mufeng interrupted her, "It's just two cars, I'm not so stingy that I can't bear to buy two cars." Lin Xiong was silent for a long time before she said softly, "Thank you." Liang Mufeng smiled slightly and didn't speak. Lin Xiong looked at Liang Mufeng's profile and was slightly lost in thought. Is this the domineering president mentioned in the book? But it feels like he's not that overbearing. When Lin Xiong arrived at Liang Mufeng's house in his car, it was already completely dark. Liang Mufeng lived in a well-known villa area in the suburbs of Tianhai City. In the land-scarce Tianhai City, there are a total of 12 villas in this large villa area, and each villa, including the courtyard, covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters. The villa where Liang Mufeng lives is undoubtedly the largest among them, with an area of more than 5,000 square meters, which can be called a small manor. All those who can live here are the top rich people in Tianhai City. Lin Xiong is also from a wealthy family, but her father Lin Xiong can only sigh at the villas here. If it was just their high price, it would be fine, and he could always get it together by gritting his teeth. The problem is that living here is not just as simple as having money, but also requires a certain social status. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lin Xiong is naturally a rich man who can't afford it, but in the eyes of Liang Mufeng's level of rich people, he is just a shallow upstart. In the upper-class society, there are always many unwritten rules, and the grade of residence is one of them. You live in a house of the grade you live in. If you don't have that grade and still try to squeeze in, you will only be despised by the neighbors around you. High-end residences not only mean a more comfortable living environment and a safer security system, but also potential network resources. Between upward socializing and downward compatibility, upper-class people always prefer the former. So if you force your way into a circle beyond your own grade, you will easily be isolated. Liang Mufeng's villa, which is obviously more luxurious and spacious than the surrounding ones, is like a low-key king, silently showing his social status. Liang Mufeng drove the car to the door, and the intelligent system recognized it and automatically opened the iron door. Liang Mufeng drove the car all the way into the underground garage, then opened the door and got out of the car. Lin Xiong got out of the car nervously, and saw that there were nearly 30 luxury cars densely placed in the huge garage, almost every one of which was at the collection level, and there were many limited editions. However, Lin Xiong didn't know much about luxury cars, and could only tell that these luxury cars were extremely expensive. At this time, Lin Xiong suddenly saw Liang Mufeng take down the suitcase on his own initiative, and hurriedly said, "I can do it myself." Liang Mufeng shook his head, "As your fiancé, it's my duty to take care of you." After that, Liang Mufeng took Lin Xiong's hand with one hand, pulled the suitcase with the other hand, and walked into the elevator. Feeling Liang Mufeng's warm big hand, Lin Xiong's heart beat violently again. The elevator went up to the first floor of the villa, and the housekeeper was already waiting at the elevator entrance. The housekeeper had already received Liang Mufeng's notice, and first respectfully saluted the two, and then said, "Master, the lady's room has been cleaned up." Hearing the housekeeper's address, Lin Xiong's face couldn't help but blush. Liang Mufeng nodded, handed the suitcase to him, and introduced to Lin Xiong, "This is my housekeeper, Uncle Luo." Lin Xiong said politely, "Hello, Uncle Luo." The housekeeper Uncle Luo smiled and said, "Madam, you are too polite." The housekeeper took the suitcase and said, Master Dai is waiting for you in the living room." "Xiaolu? What is he doing here?" Liang Mufeng asked. The housekeeper replied, "It seems that he was commissioned by the aunt to ask you about your marriage." "I know, you go and get busy." After sending the housekeeper away, Liang Mufeng took her to the living room of the villa. Lin Luoxue subconsciously asked, "Who is the Master Dai that Uncle Luo is talking about?" "My nephew Dailu, just graduated from college 2 years ago, he sometimes comes to my place." Liang Mufeng smiled at her, "It's a good opportunity to introduce you to him." Chapter 9: The First Overnight Stay. The two came to the living room, which was a bit exaggeratedly wide, and saw a young man who looked about 24 or 25 lying on the sofa, playing mobile games. He didn't look up when he heard the noise, but just casually said, "Uncle, you are back." Liang Mufeng frowned, stepped forward and slapped him on the butt, making him jump up with a "wow" and yelled inexplicably, "Uncle, why did you hit me?" Liang Mufeng glared at him, "You are already 25 years old, and you still stand and sit like this. It's okay if I don't care about you at ordinary times, but your future aunt is here and you are so rude." Future aunt. Dailu subconsciously looked at the man standing in front of Liang Mufeng. Behind phone, Lin Luoxue was looking at this side at a loss. "This little girl is my future aunt." Liang Mufeng slapped her again, "How can you talk like that? Go say hello." Lin Luoxue looked at the young man who was obviously a few years older than her, and greeted him nervously, "Hello, hello." She thought Dailu might be reluctant to treat a girl younger than her as an elder, but unexpectedly Dailu shouted unequivocally, "Hello, aunt." Liang Mufeng took Lin Luoxue sat on the sofa, then looked at Dailu and said, "Why did you think of coming to my place today?" Dailu waved her hand, "It's because of the announcement you suddenly sent last night that scared my mother. She called me in the middle of the night and asked me to come to your place to see what's going on. Do you really want to start a family, or is it just a false alarm?" Here, he glanced at Lin Luoxue again and continued, "But from what you said, I think I know how to tell my mother." At this point, Dailu took out a car key from her pocket and handed it to Lin Luoxue. "Aunt, this is a meeting gift, please don't despise it." Lin Luoxue looked at Liang Mufeng at a loss, only to see Liang Mufeng took the car key from Dailu's hand very unceremoniously, and then stuffed it into Lin Luoxue's hand. "It's just a car, just accept it if I give it to you." Lin Luoxue had to nod to Dailu and said, "Thank you for your gift. The purple BMW Z4 in the garage is a gift for your aunt, right?" Liang Mufeng asked casually. After Liang Mufeng said this, Lin Luoxue also remembered the purple convertible BMW in the garage that was obviously out of tune with other luxury cars. The car was small in size, colorful, and its design was obviously more suitable for women. Lin Luoxue was still wondering if there was another woman living in Liang Mufeng's house, but now she can breathe a sigh of relief. Wait, why should I breathe a sigh of relief? Is it because it is confirmed that he has no other woman? At this time, Lin Luoxue has not yet realized that her thoughts are quietly changing. Dailu shrugged, "I heard that Z4 is a sports car that is more suitable for women, and the price is also acceptable. With my wealth, I can only afford a BMW Z4 at present, please don't say I am stingy." "You can afford a BMW Z4, it seems that the company you and your friends created together is doing well. It's okay, the game we made was just launched last month, and the number of registered users is about 500,000. The market response is pretty good, so we plan to develop a new game. So you want to ask me for some investment? Hee, my uncle really knows me." Lin Luoxue sat next to Liang Mufeng, watching the two discuss investment, but she was a little surprised. "I didn't expect that this young man in front of me could earn money to buy a BMW just 2 years after graduation. If it were me, I really didn't have the confidence to do it, even with the investment of my family." After talking for a while, Dailu suddenly changed the topic and said, "By the way, uncle, what does my aunt do for a living?" "She's still in college and doesn't have a job," Liang Mufeng said lightly. Dailu couldn't help but widen her eyes. "Still in college? Uncle, you're..." Liang Mufeng smiled slightly and crossed his arms. "Ask all you want to ask at once, otherwise you won't be able to report to your mother." Dailu laughed dryly and whispered, "Uncle, are you serious? Are you really going to get married? You're not trying to fool us, are you?" Liang Mufeng said, "Will I fool you with this kind of thing? The wedding is scheduled for the 28th, and the venue is Carolina Manor. The invitations are not ready yet, but they will be soon. By then you will know whether it is true or not when you find out. Then my aunt is. Her name is Lin Xiong, the daughter of Lin Xiong, the chairman and president of Haolin Group. She is 20 years old this year and a sophomore at Qianhai University. I will not tell you more detailed personal information. This should be enough for you to report to your mother, right? Yeah, that's enough. Dailu nodded repeatedly. Then I will go back and report to my mother first. Goodbye, uncle and aunt. After seeing Dailu off, Lin Xiong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For some reason, she felt particularly nervous when facing Liang Mufeng's relatives. Liang Mufeng reminded her, "My eldest sister may come to see you in a few days. Be decent at that time." Okay. What about my aunt? Will she? Liang Mufeng shook his head. My mother's legs are not good. It's not convenient for her to go out, so she won't come. Lin Xiong nodded obediently, but Liang Mufeng saw a hint of loss in her eyes. Liang Mufeng's eyes became a little playful. Lin Xiong is now at a major turning point in her life. She needs to accept the change from a single girl to a wealthy wife in the shortest possible time. Everyone is always a little uncomfortable when their identity changes suddenly, and they will subconsciously look for support. And Lin Xiong's support can obviously only be Liang Mufeng. But in order to make this support more stable, she also needs to gain the recognition of people around her, such as Liang Mufeng's relatives and friends. The most important one is undoubtedly Liang Mufeng's mother, her future mother-in-law. But if the future mother-in-law is cold to her, wouldn't her position be in jeopardy? Perhaps even Lin Xiong herself didn't realize that she was accepting this new identity and working hard to get a better status and treatment for her new identity. This is the instinct of people when they are experiencing a turning point in their lives, but Lin Xiong's speed from collapse to acceptance is much faster than that of ordinary people. This means that Lin Xiong has a stronger ability to adapt than ordinary people. It seems that his fiancée has great potential to be developed. That night, Lin Xiong stayed at Liang Mufeng's house. Fortunately, Liang Mufeng did not do anything to her at night, otherwise she really didn't know what to do. After taking a shower and lying on a strange bed, Lin Xiong turned on her fully charged mobile phone. As soon as she turned it on, a series of message notification sounds came from her mobile phone. Some were text messages and some were green bubbles. She took a quick look and found that most of the people who sent messages were asking whether the online marriage contract was true. Another small part thought that the Lin Xiong who married Liang Mufeng just had the same name as her, and teased her about it. They seemed to deliberately ignore the description of Lin Xiong's identity in the announcement, and didn't remember that Lin Xiong was the daughter of Haolin Group. In the class group and dormitory group, it was already a big quarrel at this time. After all, Lin Xiong was a famous campus beauty of Qianhai University, with countless admirers and pursuers. Although most men think they are not qualified and capable of picking this beautiful flower, they never thought that their dream lover would get married so soon. This makes many boys feel disillusioned and feel a little unbalanced. Those with a better mentality, although their tone is inevitably a little upset, can finally accept this reality rationally. Some people with a bad mentality say unpleasant things. Some say that Liang Mufeng is an old cow eating young grass, some say that Lin Xiong is a rich man, some say that the Liang and Lin families are getting married, and some directly curse. Lin Xiong swiped the screen with her slender white fingers, and messages came into her eyes. She had long anticipated that this incident would have a great impact on her university life, but she didn't expect that just announcing the news would cause such a big disturbance in the school. This is what she can see. It's hard to say how classmates and teachers talk about her in places she can't see. Some people in the group also tagged Lin Xiong and asked her to explain. But Lin Xiong really didn't know how to explain, so she just pretended not to see it. Looking at the various comments of her classmates, Lin Xiong inexplicably had some insights. Most of the unsatisfactory feelings in this world are the complaints of people who have nothing to do with it. For example, in this case, it is obviously none of their business whether Lin Xiong marries anyone, but they are discussing it so heatedly, as if they really feel the same way as Lin Xiong. Lin Xiong turned off the screen of her mobile phone, lay flat on the bed, and was in a daze. She suddenly remembered a sentence she had seen on the internet: "Life is like that, if you can't resist, then enjoy it." Now she finally has a personal experience of this sentence. So she decided that starting from tomorrow, she would try her best to forget the humiliation of being forced to marry and enjoy the superior life of a rich wife in the future. What's more, Liang Mufeng is 25 years older than her, and maybe he will die early one day. By then, as a widow, Lin Xiong will be a young and rich widow, which is also a good taste. After figuring this out, Lin Xiong suddenly felt that everything was not a big deal. Chapter 10 Wedding Photos. That night, Lin Xiong slept very soundly. When she woke up the next morning, she felt refreshed. Sure enough, once you think about things in this world, life will become beautiful. She glanced at the time and found that it was only 7 o'clock in the morning. After lying in bed for a while, she got up, washed up, and went downstairs. At this time, Liang Mufeng was already sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast slowly while sliding the tablet on the table. Hearing the footsteps coming from upstairs, Liang Mufeng looked up and said, "Breakfast is ready, come down and eat it quickly." Lin Xiong responded, sat down at the dining table obediently, and ate breakfast. Breakfast was toast, fried eggs and milk, a very ordinary combination. It seems that even super rich people don't eat delicacies every day. Thinking of this, Lin Xiong subconsciously looked up at Liang Mufeng, and her cheeks flushed the next moment. The summer solstice had just passed, and the weather was already very hot. Liang Mufeng casually wore a short-sleeved shirt, but did not button it up. Under the open collar, his strong muscles were exposed, and it seemed that 8 abdominal muscles could be seen faintly. Lin Xiong lowered her head, and her ears, which were originally white and tender as jade, were already stained with a layer of red. When Liang Mufeng was wearing clothes, she just thought he was tall and thin, but now she found that he was actually the kind of handsome guy who looked thin when dressed and had muscular bodies when undressed. He is already 45 years old. Is his body management still so good? Just like men like to look at beautiful women, women also like to look at handsome men. Although Lin Xiong was a little shy, she couldn't help but look up and take a few more glances. She suddenly found that, in fact, putting aside preconceived prejudices, Liang Mufeng was really handsome. Liang Mufeng's skin color was a healthy bronze color, slightly dark. Sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, a high nose bridge, slightly thin lips. The whole face has a three-dimensional and clear outline, and the short stubble on the chin adds a mature charm to him. Especially his careless eyes, which makes people blush and heartbeat inexplicably. It's really a ghost. How can this old man be so handsome? Compared with him, my father is simply a greasy middle-aged man. Lin Xiong couldn't help but feel sorry for her mother. Obviously, Liang Mufeng is much better than my father in terms of family background and appearance. Why did my mother choose my father in the end? Not to mention that Liang Mufeng has never had any scandals for so many years, while my father even has an illegitimate child. In terms of loyalty to feelings, my father is simply unmatched. No, my mother should have regretted it a long time ago, otherwise she wouldn't have shouted such words to my father. Have you finished eating? Liang Mufeng suddenly spoke, scaring Lin Xiong. She thought she was discovered by Liang Mufeng when she was peeking at him, so she lowered her head and said, "Hurry. I'm almost done eating." She didn't realize that her voice was soft and sticky, as if she was acting like a spoiled child. In fact, Liang Mufeng had already discovered that Lin Xiong was peeking at him. But he was considerate and didn't expose her, but said calmly, "You look good today, so let's take wedding photos today." Men are all narcissistic and like to be appreciated by girls, especially beautiful girls, and Liang Mufeng is no exception. Lin Xiong responded hesitantly and subconsciously sped up her eating. For some reason, she suddenly looked forward to taking wedding photos today. After dinner, Liang Mufeng took Lin Xiong out and came to the wedding shop. The wedding shop was decorated warmly and romantically, with wedding photos of various styles displayed on the walls. Looking at the couple smiling at each other in the wedding photos, Lin Xiong was full of longing and helplessness. They all looked so happy. If only I could be like them. Learning Lin Xiong's envious eyes, Liang Mufeng patted her shoulder and said, "Don't be envious, you will be more beautiful than them." Lin Xiong was very surprised by Liang Mufeng's sudden praise. Do you really think so?" "Of course." Liang Mufeng stroked her little face. "I have always been very confident in my vision." Feeling the touch of Liang Mufeng's big hand, Lin Xiong's little face suddenly blushed with shame, and she stuttered, I'm going to change clothes." Without waiting for Liang Mufeng to speak, she followed the makeup artist and went into the dressing room. In the dressing room, Lin Xiong felt her heart pounding. She suddenly found that she seemed to be moved, and she was moved by a man who was 25 years older than her. Is this what others say, the charm of a mature man? The process of taking wedding photos was generally smooth. Perhaps because she had figured it out, Lin Xiong was able to show her smile naturally in front of the camera. Although she was still a little stiff, Liang Mufeng was very satisfied compared to her lifeless look at this time yesterday. Lin Xiong, who was originally beautiful as if she had her own filter and beauty, became even more extraordinary after the makeup artist's grooming, like a fairy who had descended to the earth. In the process of taking wedding photos, there will inevitably be some intimate interactions. During this period, Liang Mufeng actually had a very strong heartbeat. Especially when he looked at Lin Xiong at close range, looking at her shy eyes and pink lips, Liang Mufeng even had a shameful reaction. But Lin Xiong knew nothing about this, because all her mind was focused on suppressing the shyness in her heart. Not long after, the process of taking wedding photos gradually came to an end. At this time, the shot to be taken was the man holding the woman's waist, the woman leaning back, and the two sides looking at each other affectionately. Because this action was too ambiguous, Lin Xiong couldn't help but feel a little flustered and her legs were a little weak. After finishing the photo shoot, she immediately wanted to stand up and distance herself from Liang Mufeng. But she forgot that she was wearing high heels and used the wrong force in a panic. A sharp pain came from the ankle. Oops! I sprained my ankle. Lin Xiong fell backwards involuntarily. Fortunately, Liang Mufeng reacted quickly and grabbed her slender waist, so she didn't fall to the ground. Liang Mufeng held Lin Xiong horizontally, put her on the sofa, then lifted her ankle and looked down to observe carefully. Fortunately, the ankle was not bruised or swollen. It should be just a local soft tissue contusion, which would be fine after a day or two of rest. Liang Mufeng was relieved and raised his head to comfort her, but he saw tears in Lin Xiong's eyes, as if she was crying in pain. She is indeed a spoiled little girl. Seeing Liang Mufeng raised his head, she choked and asked, "How, what's wrong?" Liang Mufeng comforted, "Don't worry, there is no bruise, which means the sprain is very mild and will be fine in a day or two." The girl asked pitifully, "Really? You didn't lie to me, did you?" Listening to Lin Xiong's tone that was obviously a little more coquettish, Liang Mufeng couldn't help but feel distressed. So he said softly, "Don't worry, I didn't lie to you." Lin Xiong felt much more at ease. But then, she found that her little feet were still held in Liang Mufeng's hands. Her face suddenly blushed and she whispered, You still don't let go." Liang Mufeng smiled slightly and was about to speak when he heard a click. The two looked in the direction of the sound at the same time, and so the photographer gave them a thumbs up and praised them. "That scene just now was so romantic. Both of you performed very well." Near noon, the two finished the wedding photo shoot. Liang Mufeng originally planned to take Lin Xiong to their wedding venue for inspection, but in view of Lin Xiong's sprained ankle, he decided to take Lin Xiong home directly after dinner. Lin Xiong was carried by Liang Mufeng from the entrance of the wedding dress shop to the car for dozens of meters. Lin Xiong didn't want Liang Mufeng to carry her, but she couldn't find an excuse to refuse, so she had to lie on Liang Mufeng's back with a red face. But just after walking out of the wedding dress shop, the two of them accidentally ran into an acquaintance. To be more precise, it was an acquaintance for Liang Mufeng, but a relative for Lin Xiong. Zhou Yuwei was standing less than 5 meters in front of the two of them, looking at them with a complicated expression. Lin Xiong suddenly felt very embarrassed, and felt like she wanted to explain something but didn't know what to explain, so she had to say hesitantly, "Mom, why are you here?" Zhou Yuwei pursed her lips and didn't know what to say for a while. Zhou Yuwei and Liang Mufeng are of the same age. As a wealthy lady, she looks much younger than other women of the same age due to her pampered and careful maintenance. She looks like she is in her 30s. But in Liang Mufeng's opinion, she has changed a lot compared to 22 years ago. The original immaturity has completely disappeared, replaced by a mature charm. Liang Mufeng was the most indifferent among the three. He just looked at Zhou Yuwei calmly and asked lightly, "What's the matter?" There was no tone in his words, as calm as if he was talking to a stranger. Zhou Yuwei couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. She had never heard such a cold tone from Liang Mufeng. She looked at Liang Mufeng, took a deep breath, and said, I have something to talk to you about. Chapter 11 Childhood Sweethearts. Go ahead. Zhou Yuwei glanced at Lin Xiong, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Although Zhou Yuwei didn't say anything, Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong understood what she meant. Lin Xiong immediately said, "Why don't I go back to the car first?" Liang Mufeng said, "No need. You are my fiancé, and you are not an outsider." When they heard the word fiancé, Zhou Yuwei and Lin Xiong looked a little unnatural. Lin Xiong need not be mentioned, and Zhou Yuwei was once Liang Mufeng's fiancé. Seeing that Liang Mufeng had no intention of letting Lin Xiong avoid it, Zhou Yuwei had to say, "Afeng, don't marry Xiexue, okay?" Liang Mufeng still said calmly, "No." Zhou Yuwei begged, "But you are 25 years older than Xiexue. I know you hate me and Lin Xiong, but you can't retaliate against us in this way." Does Liang Mufeng hate them? If it was 22 years ago, Liang Mufeng would definitely say, hate. But now, he is a little unsure. Whether it is the bankruptcy of Haolin Group or the breakdown of the relationship between Lin Xiong and his wife, he feels like listening to a story after listening to it. There will be some feelings, but that's all. As for revenge? If it is really revenge, will he give Lin Xiong several breathing opportunities? Even if he really wants to marry Lin Xiong, can't he first destroy the Lin family and raise Lin Xiong into a canary by keeping her? Isn't this way of revenge more satisfying? No, he has no idea of revenge at all, because he is just playing with Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei for fun. As for why he chose them instead of others, it is mainly because choosing them will not cause Liang Mufeng psychological burden. If this is also considered revenge, then just treat it as his revenge. Thinking of this, Liang Mufeng smiled at Zhou Yuwei for the first time. Then he said, "I'm not marrying Lin Xiong to take revenge on you." Zhou Yuwei was stunned, and then she thought of a possibility, and her face suddenly became a little complicated. She said hesitantly, I know what you think, but in fact, it's not impossible." Seeing Zhou Yuwei suddenly showing a shy look, Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong showed puzzled expressions at the same time. What does she mean by this? Then, the two heard Zhou Yuwei seem to have made up her mind and said, "I'll go back and divorce Lin Xiong, and then I'll marry you." Liang Mufeng, Lin Xiong. Can you explain how you suddenly jumped to this topic from the previous communication? After Zhou Yuwei said this, she felt a lot more relaxed in her heart, as if the huge stone that had been pressing on her heart for more than 10 years suddenly disappeared, so that she unconsciously showed a hint of expectation on her face. Abandoning Liang Mufeng and joining Lin Xiong's arms was perhaps the most wrong decision she had made in her 45 years of life. Fortunately, this mistake still has a chance to be corrected. But Liang Mufeng doesn't think so. He looked at Zhou Yuwei with a strange expression and asked inexplicably, "Why should I marry you?" Zhou Yuwei's originally expectant eyes suddenly turned into astonishment. You. Don't you want to marry Xiexue because she looks like me?" Zhou Yuwei asked in astonishment. Lin Xiong was also stunned when she heard this, and buried her head under Liang Mufeng's shoulder with a complicated expression, and the slender arms around his neck unconsciously tightened. Is that the case? Liang Mufeng noticed the change in Lin Xiong, but he had no time to think about it for a while, and said to Zhou Yuwei, "You think too much. I married Lin Xiong because this is our agreement. She married me, and I helped her solve the family crisis. It is fair and reasonable, and both parties are willing." Zhou Yuwei was very surprised and said in a lost voice, "Don't you have any feelings for me at all?" "Why should I have feelings for you?" Liang Mufeng asked back. Zhou Yuwei said anxiously, "We grew up together. After so many years of love, is there really nothing left?" Liang Mufeng felt amused. "Didn't you abandon our feelings first?" Zhou Yuwei said incoherently, "That's because I was deceived by Lin Xiong." "You also said that who hasn't met a few scumbags when they were young? I just made the same mistake that every woman would make." "Oh." Liang Mufeng nodded, and then asked, "So what? What does it have to do with me?" "But you haven't married for so many years, isn't it because of me?" Liang Mufeng shook his head, "That's not the case. I don't get married because it's not time yet, it has nothing to do with you. In fact, in my original plan, I would get married after the age of 40. Why? Because only at this age can I really see through some people and whether they are worth my efforts." Zhou Yuwei was stunned as if struck by lightning. She always knew that Liang Mufeng was a very rational person. In the first 23 years of their lives, Liang Mufeng would only show a little bit of sensibility to her. After the two broke up completely, even this little bit of sensibility disappeared. So he would never marry any woman because of feelings, it could only be because of suitability, need, benefit, and promise. Even in this, there is very little desire, let alone feelings. And what about her? From any angle, she is no longer a suitable choice for Liang Mufeng. Even if it comes to feelings, this object cannot be her. Before coming here, she considered many possibilities, but she didn't expect to get such an answer. It was not until now that she realized that she had never understood Liang Mufeng. Zhou Yuwei smiled bitterly and shook her head, muttering in a low voice, So this is the real you. What are you thinking about? After dinner, Liang Mufeng suddenly asked on their way home. After Zhou Yuwei left in a daze, Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong had lunch together as if nothing had happened. However, during the meal, Lin Xiong was very silent and didn't say a word from beginning to end. Only when Liang Mufeng spoke did she show a slightly deliberate, well-behaved. It seems that the person who was most affected by Zhou Yuwei's visit to him was Lin Xiong. Lin Xiong, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, trembled when she heard the words. After a long time, she whispered, I'm wondering why my mother left you back then. Maybe it's because of the novelty, or maybe it's because Lin Xiong is more pleasing to women. But I think the answer to this question is not important, because you are not thinking about this question. Lin Xiong was shocked. Is this man so sharp? If you have any questions, just ask directly. I will try my best to answer you if I can. Lin Xiong was silent for a long time before she said, Are you marrying me to get revenge on my parents? Liang Mufeng shook his head. You clearly know the answer, don't you? Lin Xiong looked at Liang Mufeng with a puzzled look. I married you because you agreed to my conditions. Lin Xiong asked back, You put forward such conditions, aren't you to get revenge on my parents? No, I want you to give up. So from the beginning, I never thought you would agree to my conditions. Lin Xiong was stunned. But since I have made a promise and you have agreed to my conditions, I will not breach the contract. It's that simple. Lin Xiong looked at the side of Liang Mufeng who was driving, thinking. So it was for this reason. Glorious building in the city center, 33rd floor. Boss Lin, this is the contract we offer you. Sign it and you won't have to worry about the debt. Yang Zhen sat behind the table and pushed a stack of contracts to Lin Xiong, who was sitting opposite him, and then pushed his glasses with his middle finger. Lin Xiong didn't look at Yang Zhen, but looked down at the clauses on the contract, his hands shaking uncontrollably. After a long while, seeing that Lin Xiong still hadn't signed, Yang Zhen couldn't help but urge him, Boss Lin, it's time to sign. Lin Xiong then raised his head, staring at Yang Zhen with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth and saying, What kind of contract is this? If I sign this contract, the entire Haolin Group will become your Yongxin's property. Yang Zhen crossed his arms and looked calm. Does Boss Lin have any objection to this? Objection? Of course I have an objection. I'm Liang Mufeng's father-in-law, and he'll call me dad in a few days. Is this how you treat your president's father-in-law? Lin Xiong roared. Yang Zhen looked at Lin Xiong coldly and said, Mr. Lin, do you take yourself too seriously? Your daughter's marriage to our Mr. Liang only means that your daughter will bear children for our Mr. Liang, and it has nothing to do with you, Lin Xiong. We have helped you to forgive your debts for your daughter's sake, and you actually want to cling to our Mr. Liang? Lin Xiong, do you think you are worthy? Lin Xiong was furious. What do you mean by this? Yang Zhen sneered. It means that you'd better not regard yourself as Mr. Liang's relative in the future. Mr. Liang pities you and throws you a bone to eat. But if you don't know what's good for you, don't even want the bone. Lin Xiong's face suddenly turned pale. His face was livid, veins on his forehead were bulging, his teeth were clattering, and he stared at Yang Zhen with eyes that seemed to be able to spit out flames. Is this what Liang Mufeng meant? Yang Zhen smiled and said, What do you think, Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin doesn't think that by marrying his daughter to our Mr. Liang, your feud with our Mr. Liang will disappear forever, right? Lin Xiong panted heavily, and after a long while he slowly said, Okay. Liang Mufeng is really good at calculating. Yang Zhen smiled and said, Mr. Lin, you are too kind. I wonder if Mr. Lin wants to sign this contract. If not, I will take it away. As he said that, Yang Zhen reached out to take the contract back. But Lin Xiong slapped the contract with a slap and pressed it under his palm. He gritted his teeth and said, Sign. I'll sign it now. After that, he picked up the neutral pen next to the contract and hastily signed his name on the contract. After signing the contract, he sat down on the chair dejectedly, and the whole person looked like he had aged by 10 years. Yang Zhen put away the contract and said, "Mr. Lin is indeed a hero among men, who can take it and let it go. In addition, congratulations to Mr. Lin for becoming a member of our Haolin Group from now on." As he said this, Yang Zhen also extended his right hand to Lin Xiong, as if he wanted to shake hands. Lin Xiong turned his head away, pretending that he didn't see it. He considered Liang Mufeng's funding to him as a great humiliation, not to mention Yang Zhen's undisguised rubbing of salt on his wounds. Yang Zhen shrugged indifferently, took out a 1 yuan coin from his pocket and put it on the table, and then left the office with the contract. Chapter 12: Lin Xiong's Plan. After Yang Zhen walked out of the office, Lin Xiong, who was getting more and more angry, finally couldn't stand it anymore and threw the things on the desk to the ground. There was a crackling sound, and the office was in a mess. "Liang Mufeng, you humiliated me like this. I will kill you sooner or later. I will kill you." Lin Xiong's hoarse roar came from the office, and the employees sitting in the big workplace couldn't help but look at each other and keep silent. The company's equity transaction level is too far away for these employees. They only know that the company has changed its owner from today, and their jobs are saved. And what they really care about is only the latter. They are even a little happy because they have become employees of the world's top 500 companies from now on. As for the feelings of the company's boss Lin Xiong, who care? After venting in the office, Lin Xiong finally relieved his anger. He sat in the boss chair with a gloomy look and began to think about the next plan. Originally, Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei owned 62% of the shares of Haolin Group, but today's contract means that Haolin Group directly bought 52% of the shares at a price of 1 yuan, and he and Zhou Yuwei were only symbolically left with 10% of the shares. Moreover, this 10% of the shares only have the right to dividends, not the right to make decisions. In other words, Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei have now completely fallen from the original bosses to workers. People outside the industry call him working emperors, but even if he is a working immortal emperor, he is still a worker. Lin Xiong, who has always been very self-righteous, naturally finds it difficult to accept this change. However, Lin Xiong has experienced ups and downs under the suppression of Liang Mufeng. Even though there is a factor of Liang Mufeng's deliberate release, Lin Xiong's own ability cannot be ignored. After a pros and cons analysis, Lin Xiong suddenly felt that today's incident might not be a completely bad thing. First of all, Haolin Group is heavily in debt and is about to go bankrupt. If it had not been acquired by Haolin Group today, then in a few days, Haolin Group would have been removed from the business circle, and Lin Xiong would have been in debt. At present, the debts of Haolin Group have been completely taken over by Haolin Group, and the bankruptcy crisis has been resolved. At least the worst situation has been avoided. It was just that he lost control of the company, which made him unwilling. Although Lin Xiong felt humiliated that his daughter married his mortal enemy, he was still grateful for the opportunity to breathe. This contradictory feeling reminded him of the financial support he received from Liang Mufeng during college, and his face became even gloomier. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Xiong thought of the key to turning the tables. He had achieved his counterattack by seducing Liang Mufeng's fiancée, and Liang Mufeng's current fiancée was his daughter, which was easier for him to operate. Lin Xiong's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, and he began to calculate what benefits he could get through his daughter. No matter what Liang Mufeng's attitude was, Lin Xiong was his father-in-law, and he had an advantage in terms of seniority. Liang Mufeng may not acknowledge this relationship, but his daughter will definitely acknowledge it. Lin Xiong is still very confident about his daughter's beauty. As long as Lin Xiong can make good use of her beauty, it will be easy to control Liang Mufeng. By that time, let alone Haolin Group, even the entire Haolin Group can be their master. Thinking of this, Lin Xiong's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Liang Mufeng, no matter how smart you are, you will inevitably fall on women frequently. However, to achieve this, it depends on the ability of his daughter. But when he thought of his daughter's innocent and well-behaved appearance, Lin Xiong couldn't help frowning again. So he picked up his mobile phone and called his daughter. When Lin Xiong's call came, Lin Xiong was sitting in the living room of the villa, watching TV. Seeing her father's call light up on her mobile phone, she subconsciously glanced at Liang Mufeng, who was sitting next to her and holding a video conference on the computer. After hesitating for a while, she picked up the phone, gestured to Liang Mufeng, and then walked into the kitchen to answer the call. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Xiong's voice came from inside. "Xiaoxue, have you been living with Liang Mufeng these days?" Lin Luoshue's face flushed immediately. Although her father was telling the truth, she always felt ashamed for some reason. She didn't answer directly, but asked, "Dad, what's the matter?" Lin Xiong said, "Did he do anything to you these days?" Lin Luoshue felt her ears burning. "Why are you asking this? I just ask if you did." Lin Luoshue felt a little annoyed. She married her enemy at the cost of her life so that her family would not live on the streets. It would be fine if her father didn't comfort her a few words, but he talked about such a revealing topic right away. After all, she was an innocent girl, how could she say such a thing? She said in a somewhat stiff tone, "If you have nothing else to say, then I'll hang up." As she said that, she was about to hang up the phone. Lin Xiong said quickly, "Don't hang up yet. I have something important to tell you." "Then you tell me." Lin Xiong patiently said in a gentle voice, "Xiaoxue, you are a good child, and your parents have seen your sacrifice. But now that things have come to this, it will not do you any good to resist reality. Dad means that since you are going to marry him, you should make full use of your advantages and fight for your right to speak." Lin Luoshue was stunned. Although Lin Luoshue was a little naive, she was very smart. Many things were hard to understand at first, but they would be clear after a while. She also planned to fight for her right to speak, but what her father said seemed to be different from what she thought. She couldn't help asking, "What do you mean by this?" Lin Xiong said, "Xiaoxue, you are very beautiful, and no man can ignore this. No matter how smart Liang Mufeng is, he is still a man in the end. As long as you make good use of this, you will be able to easily control Liang Mufeng." Lin Luoshue's face suddenly became a little gloomy. Lin Luoshue discovered for the first time that her father was so hateful. Although Lin Xiong did not say it explicitly, who could not hear the meaning of his words? Where in the world is there a father who instigates his daughter to seduce a man? Lin Xiong, who had not noticed Lin Luoshue's resistance, said to himself, "Men care about nothing more than money, power, women, and children. After you marry him, you will be the legitimate mistress of the Liang family. If you hurry up and give him a child, you can gain the greatest say in the Liang family by virtue of your son. By then, if Liang Mufeng has any accident, you will have the final say in the entire Liang family." Lin Xiong's plan was very good, but Lin Luoshue felt cold all over when she heard it. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have never understood her father. He could calmly instigate his naive daughter to seduce a man and give birth to a man's child, and even talked about the plan of getting rid of the father and keeping the son without any hesitation. Shouldn't normal parents give priority to the happiness of their children? She couldn't help but ask, "So you want me to get pregnant with his child as soon as possible, and then find a way to get rid of him, and take over the entire Yongxin group as the mistress of the Liang family?" Lin Xiong was pleased with his daughter's keen understanding. "I'm glad you understand what I mean. You know how much property Liang Mufeng has. If he's gone, isn't it you who has the final say in inheriting it all?" Lin Luoshue felt that her father's idea was naive and almost ridiculous, but it's a crime to do this. "Aren't you afraid that I'll be arrested by the police?" Lin Xiong said nonchalantly, "As long as you are clean, it will be fine, right? Xiaoxue, you are a smart child, and it's very simple to do this kind of thing. If you can't do it, Dad can do it for you." Lin Xiong didn't think there was anything wrong with his plan, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with telling Lin Luoshue about his plan. Doesn't he know his daughter? She must not be willing to marry Liang Mufeng. And in the hatred between the two sides, she is the most innocent, but she is also the victim of the hatred between the two sides. I'm afraid her hatred for Liang Mufeng is not less than mine. In other words, Liang Mufeng is the common enemy of the father and daughter, so it is natural for them to plan together. But Lin Luoshue felt colder and colder after hearing this. She did think about being a young and rich widow, but that was just self-consolation. After all, Liang Mufeng is 25 years older than her, and there is a high probability that he will die before her in the future. But if she really wants to kill someone, she would never dare to do it. Not to mention killing someone with her own hands or hiring a killer, even if she knows about it but does not report it, it is enough to make her panic all day long. And what scares her the most is her father Lin Xiong. She has long known that her father Lin Xiong is an uneasy person, but she never thought that her father would do anything illegal. But today's phone call made her realize that her father is far from being as kind as she imagined. He not only planned to kill people, but also instigated her to conspire with him. Listening to Lin Xiong's endless instructions from the phone, Lin Luoshue subconsciously cast her eyes on Liang Mufeng in the living room, with a dazed look. She suddenly realized that the person who was the most gentle and understanding to her in this world was actually this man. Chapter 13 Self-PUA. Time is like the wind, it passes by without you noticing. Now it was June 26th, 2 days before their wedding. And Lin Xiong had already lived in Liang Mufeng's house for 4 days. Lin Xiong gradually got used to it from her initial trepidation and resistance. She went to bed on time every day and got up on time the next morning. Life became more and more regular, and she became more and more accustomed to the existence of another man. Lin Xiong had mixed feelings about Liang Mufeng, her unexpected fiancé. On the one hand, she felt that Liang Mufeng was a bit overbearing and ruthless, but on the other hand, she felt that he was gentle and considerate. Sometimes she found him to be swift and resolute, but sometimes she found him to be meticulous and patient. Although 4 days of getting along did not make her fall in love with this middle-aged man who changed her life, at least in their daily interactions she was no longer as fearful and disgusted as she was at the beginning. What also surprised her was that no matter what time she got up, when she went downstairs, she would always see Liang Mufeng sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast while swiping on his tablet. He gave people the feeling of an NPC in a game, always appearing at a fixed place at a fixed time, doing the same thing. Lin Xiong walked downstairs, came to the dining table, sat down, and started eating breakfast. This time, she was finally not so nervous anymore. She could even take the initiative to ask, "What are your plans for today?" Liang Mufeng looked up at her and said, "It seems that you have a good ability to adapt." Lin Xiong asked back, "What will happen if you don't adapt?" Liang Mufeng thought for a moment and replied, "Maybe he's in a bad mood." Lin Xiong said in a depressed tone, "But I don't think I'm in a good mood right now. At least it's not as bad as the last few days." Lin Xiong rolled her eyes silently. "You haven't told me what your plans are for today." Liang Mufeng swiped his tablet computer and said without looking up, "Come out for lunch with me today at noon." Lin Xiong raised her eyebrows. "If it's just a simple meal, there doesn't seem to be any need for special arrangements." Sure enough, she then heard Liang Mufeng say, "It's a family dinner. My sister and her family will be there." Lin Xiong suddenly felt as if her heart skipped a beat. Your sister?" Liang Mufeng looked up at her and chuckled, "You should have heard of her name too." "Of course I have heard of it. Liang Muyu, the wife of Dai Hongder, chairman of Qingping Group, is one of the pioneers in the domestic new energy field. Her company Nebular Energy Company, Limited is a leader in the industry, and its high-quality batteries are widely used in digital products and new energy vehicles." For Lin Xiong, this name and its owner were usually only seen in the news, but she didn't expect to meet the person in person today. Thinking of this, Lin Xiong couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But she then thought, she already lived under the same roof with the more famous Liang Mufeng, so why should she be nervous about meeting Liang Muyu? Thinking of this, I suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. After dinner, Liang Mufeng got up and went to the company, while Lin Xiong returned to her room. During the few days she lived here, Liang Mufeng generally treated her with great respect. Not only did he not force her to do anything, he gave her full freedom and bought her a lot of clothes and jewelry. As a top domestic tycoon, the clothes and jewelry Liang Mufeng bought were either custom-made or limited edition. In short, they were expensive. Lin Xiong didn't know how much money Liang Mufeng had spent on her, but after a rough calculation, it must have been in the 9 figures. "I don't know if selling myself is worth 9 figures. Lin Xiong once tentatively asked the housekeeper Luo Shu to let her go out for a walk. She thought Liang Mufeng would treat her like a canary in a cage and would not allow her to go out for a walk at will, but unexpectedly, Luo Shu did not intend to stop her at all. Instead, he asked Lin Xiong if she wanted to arrange a driver and suggested that she bring a bodyguard. It is naturally a good thing that one's freedom is not restricted, but this makes Lin Xiong even more confused, because she has no idea what Liang Mufeng's plans for her are. She once carefully raised her questions to Liang Mufeng during dinner. Liang Mufeng said nonchalantly, "You are the wife I am about to marry, not my mistress. Although I am not magnanimous, I will not put my wife under house arrest." Lin Xiong asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will run away?" Liang Mufeng smiled back, "I don't think you are such a stupid person." Indeed, the reason why Lin Xiong married Liang Mufeng was somewhat like walking into a trap. Moreover, the monk can run away but the temple cannot. It would be easy for her to just leave, but what about the Lin family? But Lin Xiong couldn't help but ask, "If I just risk it all and want to run away at the critical moment, aren't you afraid of losing face in front of the whole country? Liang Mufeng was silent for a while before he said, "It's not the first time I've been embarrassed. You'll get used to it the second time." Lin Xiong couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that someone really ran away from Liang Mufeng's wedding? Who was that person? Could it be his mother? Many film and television dramas use the plot of the male protagonist snatching the bride at the wedding to highlight the romance and nobility of the love between the male and female protagonists, but it seems that no screenwriter or director would consider how the groom would feel in the middle of it. But this was undoubtedly a great humiliation for the groom. Thinking of this, Lin Xiong couldn't help but look at Liang Mufeng with sympathy. But soon, she came to her senses. He is a billionaire, what right do I have to sympathize with him? I am the one who should be sympathized with, right? But seeing Liang Mufeng's nonchalant look, she doubted whether running away from marriage was a humiliation for him. However, the hatred of having his wife stolen was as great as the hatred of having his father killed, so it was no wonder that Liang Mufeng was so cruel to his father. Lin Xiong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Without her parents' union, she wouldn't exist, so her existence could be considered an extension of the hatred between the two sides. His marrying her could be considered a different form of revenge. But when she thought that she would be caught in the middle of hatred from now on, Lin Xiong felt a little sad. The two of them got together because of hatred rather than love. How was her current situation different from that of the white-haired girl? After returning to the room, Lin Xiong took out the e-book and started reading The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. She thought the characters created by Jin Yong were really interesting, especially Yang Buhui. At 10:30, Liang Mufeng's driver had not come to pick her up yet, but the wedding photos from the wedding photography studio were delivered. Generally speaking, it takes at least a month to get the finished wedding photos. If it is a peak season, it is not unusual to take 2 or 3 months. However, with the help of Liang Mufeng's money, the wedding photography studio shortened this time to 4 days. This is actually thanks to Lin Xiong's natural beauty. Wedding photos taken by ordinary people always have to be carefully retouched before they can be developed and shown to the public. But Lin Xiong's beauty seems to have come with beauty and filters, which greatly reduces the workload of retouching. After a day and night of crazy overtime, the photo retoucher finally finished retouching the entire set of negatives. Afterwards, the photo retouchers said that although they were very tired after working overtime for a whole day and night, they would still be willing to accept such high overtime pay next time. After the retouching was completed, Liang Mufeng, who was not short of money, skipped the photo selection process and sent all the selected photos to multiple photography studios across the city. He queued up overnight to develop the photos and produce the finished products. I have to say that the power of money is indeed infinite. Seeing the movers moving more than 50 wedding photos of all sizes into the villa, Lin Xiong's mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was not until now that she realized that more than 50 wedding photos piled together could fill up an entire room. These wedding photos range from the smallest one being as big as B5 paper to the largest one being more than a person's height. If it were another bride, she would have been eager to unpack all the wedding photos and feel the romance of love. But Lin Xiong looked at the tightly wrapped foam boxes and felt indescribably irritated. When Lin Xiong thought about the fact that these photos would soon be hung in all the conspicuous places in this villa, she felt an indescribable sense of shame. This feeling was like showing her most shameful side in the most public way, which was the ultimate social death. Lin Xiong felt so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. She quickly closed her eyes and began to take deep breaths. It's just a marriage, something everyone has to go through. It's not shameful, but I'm not mature enough to face it. These wedding photos at least prove that he is serious about marrying me, and not using me as a tool to humiliate my parents. He cares about me very much, and I didn't understand his intentions at the time. After some self-PUA, Lin Xiong finally relieved the shame in her heart. Not only that, she also encouraged herself in her heart. My future husband is a rare and high-quality man. What's wrong with being old? Older people are more compassionate. It would be even better if he died early, so that I can be a rich young widow. Women all over the country will envy me, so I have nothing to feel wronged. It doesn't matter if there is no love. Even those who get married through blind dates don't have love, and they can still love each other all their lives. After the inflating, Lin Xiong felt much better and decided to read a romance novel with the tags Marriage First, Love Later, and Domineering President after finishing The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Chapter 14 Family Dinner. At noon, Lin Luoxue took a Bentley Mulsanne and arrived at the Veronica 5-star hotel in the city center. Of course, the driver drives. For this meeting, Lin Luoxue had done her best to dress herself up gorgeously yet elegantly, well-behaved yet respectable. From a distance, she looked like a lotus flower emerging from the water, pure and beautiful, with a variety of manners. When she got out of the car, many passers-by almost thought she was a new movie star. Although she was very reluctant, Lin Luoxue had to do everything she could to make a good impression in front of Liang Mufeng's family to ensure that she could marry into the Liang family smoothly. If this marriage failed, then what awaited her was the destruction of her family. Liang Mufeng had been waiting at the hotel entrance. The moment he saw Lin Luoxue, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his usually calm eyes. Lin Luoxue caught the surprise in his eyes, and couldn't help feeling a little proud, and felt more confident. She walked up to Liang Mufeng in small steps and asked calmly, "How do you think I look like?" He first glanced at Lin Luoxue's off-the-shoulder dress that was white with a hint of light green, the heart-shaped diamond earrings on her earlobes, the platinum sapphire pendant necklace on her neck, the simple platinum bracelet on her wrist, the silver-gray high heels on her feet, and then at her innocent and charming face and her waist-length hair that was as soft as silk. Liang Mufeng nodded with satisfaction and said, "It can be seen that you really put a lot of effort into dressing up this time." Hearing Liang Mufeng's praise, Lin Luoxue felt a surge of joy in her heart. She herself was not even aware of this change in her mentality for a while. Seeing Liang Mufeng offering his arm to her, Lin Luoxue hesitated for a moment, then reached out and held Liang Mufeng's arm. At this moment, a blush unconsciously appeared on Lin Luoxue's little face. After entering the hotel, Liang Mufeng suddenly said, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that my mother is here too." Lin Luoxue's heart skipped a beat. "Aunt? Didn't you say that her legs are not in good condition?" "Yeah, but she came anyway. She probably wanted to see you." Lin Luoxue couldn't help feeling a little nervous, especially when she remembered that Liang Mufeng's last fiancée was her mother. Lin Luoxue became even more nervous. It's no wonder that Zhou Yuwei, who ran away from her marriage, must have left a bad impression on Liang Mufeng's mother. So as her daughter, would she be made difficult for? After all, the marriage was decided unilaterally by Liang Mufeng, without considering family factors at all. Lin Luoxue had even begun to simulate such a scene in her mind. An elegant old lady slapped a check on the table and said coldly, "I'll give you 10 million, and leave my son." How should I answer then? We are in true love. Dejia. Oh, and there is no love between them. That's okay. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but tighten her arm around Liang Mufeng. Soon, the two walked to the box and pushed the door open. In the box, there were already 4 people sitting at the dining table. Among them was the nephew Dailu, whom Lin Luoxue had just met a few days ago, and also a couple, Dai Hongde and Liang Muyu. Lin Luoxue had seen their photos on the news. The last one was an old lady who looked to be in her 70s with a kind face. Thank God, it was not as cold and hostile as I had imagined. As soon as she saw the two of them enter the box, Dailu stood up first and said with a smile, "Uncle, Aunt." The other 3 sat on the chairs, smiling and nodding at the two. Seeing this, Lin Luoxue's heart was relieved. At least on the surface, Liang Mufeng's family had no intention of making things difficult for her, so it seemed that today's meal would go smoothly. Although he expected Lin Luoxue to be able to guess the identities of these 4 people, Liang Mufeng still introduced them to Lin Luoxue. "This is my mother, my sister, my brother-in-law, and my nephew who I just met a few days ago." Lin Luoxue greeted them quickly, "Hello, auntie, hello, sister and brother-in-law, hello, nephew. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Liang's mother said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, kid. We are all family. Today we are just getting together to have a meal. Sit down quickly. Don't stand." Lin Luoxue nodded obediently and sat on the chair. She put her legs together, put her hands on her knees, and had a nervous smile on her face, as if the person sitting in front of her was the dean. No, she has always been excellent in both character and academics, and she has never been so nervous when meeting the dean. Under Liang Mufeng's deliberate arrangement, Lin Luoxue sat next to Liang's mother. Liang's mother took Lin Luoxue's hand and asked with a smile, "Good child, how old are you this year?" Lin Luoxue answered obediently, "I'm 20 years old." "You're only 20 years old. Are you still in school?" "Well, I'll be a junior when school starts." "Which school do you go to?" Tianhai University. Tianhai University is the best university in Tianhai. It seems that you have good grades. What major are you studying? Liang's mother was indeed a person of the older generation. She easily started a conversation, which made Lin Xiong relax unconsciously during the conversation. But Liang's mother was obviously aware of Lin Xiong's family situation. She never asked any questions about Lin Xiong's family from beginning to end. All the questions revolved around Lin Xiong herself. During the conversation between Liang's mother and Lin Xiong, Liang Muyu would occasionally interrupt. Women seemed to have endless topics to talk about, and as they chatted, they left the three men in the box aside. Liang Mufeng didn't care and chatted with Dai Hongder and Dai Lu. The three men's topics mainly revolved around work and career, which was completely different from the three women's chat style. As the atmosphere became more and more lively, the waiter began to deliver the food to the table. The family gathered around the table, eating and chatting, and they were very happy. Although Liang's mother and Liang Muyu both looked amiable, they had other plans in mind. To be honest, if possible, they were unwilling to accept Lin Xiong marrying Liang Mufeng from the bottom of their hearts. After all, the last person who dealt a heavy blow to Liang Mufeng emotionally was none other than Lin Xiong's mother Zhou Yuwei. But Liang Mufeng has been single for 22 years since that incident. He is about to turn 50, but his marriage is still unresolved. The mother and daughter don't say it, but they are very anxious. The huge Yongxing group will always have someone to inherit in the future, but Liang Mufeng will have no heirs if he doesn't get married, and no heirs will have no heirs. Just as after the emperor ascends the throne, his ministers will urge him to have children, and the reason is uniformly believed to be to consolidate the foundation of the country. The same principle applies to running a business. But Liang Mufeng didn't know if he was hurt too badly. Although he had had a few scandals in the past 22 years, he never had a formal girlfriend, let alone a fiancée. Liang's mother and Liang Muyu tried to introduce a suitable partner to Liang Mufeng, but Liang Mufeng refused for various reasons. Whenever they saw Liang Mufeng's pure and unselfish appearance, the mother and daughter would get angry. For a while, Liang Muyu even suspected that her brother had a problem with his sexual orientation. After all, Liang Mufeng even used men as his secretaries. So when Liang Mufeng proposed to get married, the mother and daughter both agreed that as long as Liang Mufeng married a normal woman, they would support her no matter who she was. Therefore, even though they had a lot of complaints about Lin Xiong's mother, the mother and daughter decided to accept Lin Xiong. They even secretly planned that on their wedding day, they would hire at least 200 bodyguards to surround the wedding venue. Whether there were blind people who came to steal the bride or the bride took the initiative to escape the marriage, they would strangle it in the cradle. Overall, the family dinner went very smoothly. At least on the surface, Lin Xiong did not notice any difficulties or resistance, and her future mother-in-law was also very kind and loving to her, which gave her some confidence in her future marriage life. Mother Liang patted Lin Xiong's little hand and said with emotion, "Xiaofeng's lifelong affairs have always been a concern of mine. I thought this kid was going to live alone until the end of his life, but I didn't expect that a good child like you would be willing to marry him." Lin Xiong couldn't help but blush. Is this what she wants to marry? She doesn't believe that Liang's mother really doesn't know the situation at all. But since Liang's mother didn't say it, it meant that she recognized Lin Xiong as her future daughter-in-law and had no intention of treating her as an outsider. According to tradition, Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei, as in-laws, should also be present at the dinner. However, for reasons known to all, Liang Mufeng's family did not invite them. This small move also seems to reflect the Liang family's attitude towards this marriage. Liang Mufeng marrying Lin Xiong is only related to her personally, and her parents can forget about getting any benefits from it. After finishing the meal, Liang Mufeng took Lin Xiong away. Before leaving, Liang's mother gave Lin Xiong the white jade bracelet she was wearing. Lin Xiong couldn't refuse, so she accepted it. After Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong left, Liang Muyu said, "Mom, judging from Xiaofeng's expression, he should be serious about getting married." Liang's mother also nodded, "No matter who the bride is, it's better than being single forever. This girl looks different from her father and mother, so she probably won't cause any trouble." Liang Muyu's face darkened. "No matter what her plan is, I will not let any accidents happen in this wedding." As they were chatting, Dai Lu suddenly interrupted and said, "Mom, Grandma, I have some opinions about my uncle's marriage." Several people turned their eyes to Dai Lu. Dai Lu said seriously, I remember there should be a part of changing the words at the wedding, right? I don't think my uncle would be willing to change the words to Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei. After Dailu's reminder, several people couldn't help but imagine such a scene, and suddenly they felt unwell. Liang Mufeng said with a gloomy face, "Want to be my brother's elder? That pair of dogs is really beautiful." Dai Hongder said, "But Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei have to be present, right? After all, Xiaofeng is a public figure, and his every word and action will be interpreted by others. It is not in accordance with etiquette to marry a wife without letting the Yu family come forward, and it will be easy for others to catch him. For businessmen of their level, and CEOs of listed companies, any carelessness in their words and deeds could easily cause huge losses to the company, and then be criticized by shareholders and the board of directors. So no matter how reluctant they were, Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei had to show up. Liang's mother made the decision and said, "This is easy. Just skip the part of changing your words. Also, to prevent those two from causing any trouble, send a few more people to watch over them. Xiaoyu, I'll leave this to you. This is your brother's wedding, you have to pay attention to it." Liang Mufeng nodded, "Don't worry, Mom, I will never give that couple any chance to do anything wrong." Chapter 15 Love Rival. While Liang's mother and others were discussing the details of the wedding, Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong met an unexpected person at the hotel entrance. It was a woman wearing a simple off-shoulder t-shirt and denim shorts, a cap on her head, and a pair of large sunglasses covering most of her face. But just from her cute nose and cherry mouth, as well as her delicate skin like white jade, it was clear that she must be a beautiful lady. Lin Xiong looked at the woman and felt that her facial features looked familiar, but she couldn't remember who she was. Before she could think about it carefully, she heard Liang Mufeng say, "Shanshan, long time no see, when did you return to Qianhai?" Shanshan? As soon as she heard the name, Lin Xiong immediately guessed the other party's identity. Well-known singer and movie star Hua Shanshan. Lin Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Lin Xiong is not a fan of celebrities, she likes to listen to Hua Shanshan's songs very much and often orders her famous songs when she goes to KTV. Now that she has seen the real person, Lin Xiong can't help but feel a little excited. But unlike Lin Xiong, Hua Shanshan's expression seemed a little gloomy. Hua Shanshan was staring at Liang Mufeng with her eyes wide open, and she seemed about to cry, as if she had been abandoned by someone. It was heartbreaking to see. Lin Xiong noticed that something seemed to be wrong. Hua Shanshan glared at Liang Mufeng and said angrily, "It arrived yesterday." Liang Mufeng noticed that Hua Shanshan's tone was a little strange, and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? Who made you angry?" Hua Shanshan said angrily, "Who else could it be? Isn't it you?" Liang Mufeng felt puzzled. Lin Xiong is a girl after all, and her mind is more sharp. She couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. Seeing that many people were looking over here, Liang Mufeng said, "Shanshan, if you have nothing to do, would you like to come to my house and sit for a while?" Hua Shanshan did not answer directly, but glanced at Lin Xiong before saying, "Visiting your home? Wouldn't that be inconvenient?" In just a few words, a strong vinegary smell was revealed. Lin Xiong couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What was this? A love rival came out of nowhere? If it were another woman, she might have started a fight with Liang Mufeng. But after Lin Xiong took a look at Liang Mufeng, she obediently turned herself into a background. "I don't have the courage." Finally, at Liang Mufeng's invitation, Hua Shanshan got into Liang Mufeng's car. Lin Xiong and Hua Shanshan sat in the back seat together. The Bentley Mulsanne's originally comfortable leather seats made Lin Xiong feel uncomfortable. Hua Shanshan took off her sunglasses after getting in the car, revealing a pair of unusually large phoenix eyes. She kept looking at Lin Xiong with a scrutinizing gaze, making Lin Xiong feel uneasy. The excitement and joy of meeting a star for the first time had disappeared without a trace. Seeing Lin Xiong looking nervous, Hua Shanshan chuckled and said, "Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Lin Xiong laughed dryly, "No. I'm not nervous. It's just that it's my first time meeting a big star, so I'm a little excited." "Oh." Hua Shanshan showed a playful look, "Are you my fan?" "I guess so." "What do you mean by, sort of?" "Oh. I'm not a fan of celebrities, but among all the celebrities, you're the one I like more." Lin Xiong explained hesitantly. Hua Shanshan raised her eyebrows. Judging from Lin Xiong's performance, she won the first round. No, perhaps this cannot be considered a confrontation at all, because Lin Luoshua doesn't even have the courage to fight. So Hua Shanshan felt even more dissatisfied. Although this yellow-haired girl was indeed very beautiful, how could he be inferior to her? He was also young and beautiful, and because of work, he often went to various high-end occasions and talked and laughed with all kinds of upper-class people. His temperament was far better than Lin Luoshua. Could it be the body shape? Hua Shanshan looked at her again. Lin Luoshua did have a good figure, but he was not inferior to her. In terms of height, Lin Luoshua looked no more than 1.65 meters, while he was 1.73 meters tall, which completely crushed her. The only thing that is inferior to Lin Luoshua is probably the cleavage. But there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, when girls are in puberty, they either grow vertically or horizontally. If you are tall, you will inevitably be thin, and if you are majestic, you will inevitably be petite. It cannot be said that there are no tall and majestic people, it can only be said that they are gifted. When Hua Shanshan was criticizing Lin Luoshua was completely puzzled. Hua Shanshan is a big star, the dream lover of countless men. Why does she only fall in love with Liang Mufeng, an uncle? Hua Shanshan is 25 or 26 years old this year. She is about 20 years younger than Liang Mufeng, right? How can she be so depressed at such a beautiful age? Is it just because Liang Mufeng is rich? When she thought of this possibility, Lin Luoshua's filter for Hua Shanshan was immediately shattered. While the two women were thinking about their own things, the car drove to Liang Mufeng's door. As soon as she got off the car, Hua Shanshan pretended to be intimate and hugged Liang Mufeng's arm, and said coquettishly, "Brother Liang, I haven't been to your house for a long time. There haven't been any major changes inside, right?" Lin Luoshua looked at this scene and the corner of her eye twitched unconsciously. Liang Mufeng pulled his arm out of Hua Shanshan's arms and said, "Don't hug people's arms all the time. After all, you are a grown-up girl, you should know how to avoid suspicion." Hua Shanshan pouted her pretty lips in dissatisfaction. "Why do you have to avoid suspicion? Does Brother Liang dislike me?" Liang Mufeng held his forehead and asked, "Can you talk properly?" Hua Shanshan snorted and turned her head away, looking like she was saying, "I'm angry, come and comfort me." "Okay, let's go inside first. We can talk about anything later." After that, Liang Mufeng took Lin Luoshua's hand and walked straight into the villa. Hua Shanshan looked at their holding hands, with a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. Lin Luoshua remained silent from beginning to end, without even a single expression, as quiet as a robot the entire time. After entering the living room, Hua Shanshan sat down on the sofa as if she was back home, picked up the pillow next to her, and swayed her body back and forth. "Oh, although I haven't been here for a long time, it still feels the same as before." Liang Mufeng didn't understand what she said at first, but Lin Luoshua immediately understood the meaning of her words. Claim sovereignty. Women are always narrow-minded in relationships. If women have the ability to strategize, then a considerable number of women will only trigger this ability when they are in a relationship crisis. And Lin Luoshua seemed to have awakened at this moment. So she put on a proper smile and asked, "What would you like to drink?" The smile on Hua Shanshan's face suddenly froze. Oops! I met my match. The next moment, a burning fighting spirit burned in Hua Shanshan's heart. "I, Hua Shanshan, will never admit defeat to a young girl like you who is still in school, with the future glory of the movie queen in the entertainment industry at stake." She turned her head and said to Liang Mufeng with a smile, "Brother Liang must still remember what I like to drink, right?" Liang Mufeng swiped the tablet in his hand and said without looking up, "Xiaoxue, get her a bottle of orange juice." Recently, Liang Mufeng has put most of his energy into preparing for the wedding, which has delayed many group affairs. Although Yang Jin is very capable, some things still need to be decided by him as the group president. Therefore, whenever he has free time, Liang Mufeng will take out his tablet and review various emails sent by his secretary and department heads. Hua Shanshan looked at Lin Luoshua walking into the kitchen, and for a moment she couldn't figure out whether she won or lost this second round of confrontation. Liang Mufeng still remembered her preferences, which showed that she had a certain status in his heart. But Lin Luoshua's behavior was completely like that of a hostess. "Damn it! I didn't expect that. I underestimated you." Hua Shanshan slapped the sofa angrily. Liang Mufeng heard Hua Shanshan's movements and couldn't help but look up and asked, "What's wrong?" Hua Shanshan immediately said aggrievedly, "Brother Liang, seeing that you are about to get married, I am happy for you. Liang Mufeng looked skeptical. Do you look like you're happy for me? Liang Mufeng asked uncertainly, have you changed your performance style recently? The corner of Hua Shanshan's mouth twitched. If the steely straight man can be quantified, then Liang Mufeng is simply a railway track that goes straight from Tianhai to the Magic City. At this time, Lin Luoxue held a bottle of orange juice with a smile on her face and placed it on the coffee table in front of Hua Shanshan. I apologize for the poor hospitality. Excellent. Are you claiming your sovereignty over me? Hua Shanshan responded with a bright smile, thank you, little sister. Little sister, don't stand there, sit down quickly. Next, Liang Mufeng saw Lin Luoxue and Hua Shanshan happily chatting. They talked about age, food, travel, history, clothes, poetry, studies, and experiences. In short, the topic jumped from one topic to another, and the range of the topic was jaw-dropping. What's even more incredible is that even though the topic was so jumpy, the two of them were still able to chat, and they had a great time talking, as if they had met each other too late. Liang Mufeng smiled and nodded, then continued with the work at hand. After some friendly exchanges, the two exchanged ideas about the wedding 2 days later. In short, their attitudes were friendly and the atmosphere was warm. The relationship between the two was as good as that between Zhenhuan and Lingrong, or Dou Yifang and Naishina. Anyway, Liang Mufeng felt that the situation was very harmonious, but he could inexplicably smell a tinge of gunpowder. It must be an illusion, right? Chapter 16. It's great that you are still at the age of believing in love. Lin Luoxue and Hua Shanshan chatted until the evening, so Hua Shanshan took the opportunity to have dinner. It was not until night fell that Hua Shanshan said goodbye and left. When leaving, Hua Shanshan kindly said to Lin Luoxue a very fashionable phrase at the time, the world is still undecided, you and I are both dark horses. Lin Luoxue. After Hua Shanshan left, Lin Luoxue couldn't help but ask Liang Mufeng indirectly, you and Hua Shanshan have a good relationship, right? Liang Mufeng did not doubt him and answered casually, she is one of the students sponsored by my charity foundation, and she is also the most promising one. I was the one who arranged for her to sign a contract with Xinhua Entertainment. So, what do you think of her? Liang Mufeng looked at her strangely, why do you suddenly ask this question? This. Lin Luoxue was at a loss, I'm just simply curious. Liang Mufeng waved his hand, no matter what you think, I just treat her as a junior. Lin Luoxue was stunned. It turns out that he knew everything. But she still couldn't figure it out, why don't you marry her but marry me? Because of the promise. Just because of the promise. There's not even a hint of emotion involved. Lin Luoxue asked unwillingly. Liang Mufeng did not answer directly, but looked directly into her eyes and sighed, it's great that you are still at the age of believing in love. Lin Luoxue couldn't help but stand there in a daze. That night, Lin Luoxue lay in bed, repeatedly pondering the meaning of Liang Mufeng's words. Perhaps because of the age difference between the two, there was a huge gap between them in their understanding of the same thing. The only thing she was sure of was that Liang Mufeng marrying her really had nothing to do with love. Because he no longer believed in love. After understanding this, Lin Luoxue's mentality, which had slightly changed in the past few days, took a sharp turn for the worse again. She sadly discovered that the so-called marriage first, love later, in novels really only existed in novels. Perhaps to Liang Mufeng, she was just a wife, and there was no additional label on top of this title. She curled up in bed, hugging herself tightly with her arms. Even at the end of June, when the summer heat was about to begin, she still felt a lingering chill all over her body. Perhaps, I should wake up from my naive belief in love as soon as possible. The next day, which was the day before the wedding, Lin Luoxue was finally able to return home. In fact, Liang Mufeng did not restrict her personal freedom, and he would not stop her from going home if she wanted to. It was just that for reasons that Lin Luoxue herself could not explain, she did not want to go home these days. But today I had to come back. Because she had two things to do when she got home. The first thing was to explain the details of the wedding to the parents. After all, tomorrow, as the parents of the bride, they would also have to show up. The second thing is to get the household registration book and then register for marriage with Liang Mufeng. That's right, today is the day they register their marriage. Probably after a night of thinking, Lin Luoxue figured out some things and finally no longer resisted marrying Liang Mufeng. But there is no expectation anymore. Now, she feels like she is treating marriage as an extracurricular activity. She just needs to follow the steps and complete everything on time. Thinking about it this way, Lin Xiong suddenly realized that there was really nothing to worry about when it came to marriage. She just completed a stage of life earlier, and the person she married was a high-quality man. Apart from being a little older, there was really nothing wrong with him. From a completely objective point of view, she had made a big profit. Lin Xiong seemed to have grown up overnight. Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei were already waiting in the living room after not returning home for many days. Seeing Lin Xiong coming in, Zhou Yuwei stood up subconsciously, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. After a while, she stammered, "Xiaoxue, you're back." Lin Xiong nodded, "Well, I'll come back to get the household registration book." Lin Xiong, who was sitting on the sofa, said, "I've put your household registration book on the coffee table. After you finish registering, stay for dinner together. After all, you'll be a family from now on." Lin Xiong spoke in a very calm tone, and there was nothing unusual on the surface. But when she thought of the plan her father had mentioned to her on the phone a few days ago, Lin Xiong couldn't help but feel cold all over. Looking at her mother again, Lin Xiong couldn't help but think of the conversation between Zhou Yuwei and Liang Mufeng that day. A family. I'm afraid Liang Mufeng never regarded them as a family, and they seemed to just regard Liang Mufeng as a stepping stone. A family of three different thoughts. Lin Xiong put aside the distracting thoughts in her mind and said to Lin Xiong, "Mufeng has an appointment tonight, so we won't stay for dinner." Zhou Yuwei couldn't help but ask, What did you call him just now?" "Mufeng." Lin Xiong said naturally, "Is there anything wrong with this name?" "What's the problem?" "It's a big problem. The change of address means a change of mentality, and the change of mentality means the recognition of identity." Lin Xiong can use the nickname to Liang Mufeng so naturally, which means that she has completely accepted the reality that she will become his wife. Although she knew that this change was inevitable, Zhou Yuwei couldn't help but feel pain in her heart. She couldn't even tell whether the pain in her heart was because of her daughter or because of her former lover. Lin Xiong didn't notice this, he just frowned and said, "Don't you even have time to sit down and have a meal together?" Lin Xiong sighed inwardly. Did she have to make it so clear? She asked back, "Is this necessary?" Lin Xiong was stunned. He suddenly felt that his daughter was a little strange today. He couldn't help but say, "Xiaoxue, you are going to marry him soon. Shouldn't it be right for the whole family to sit down and have a meal together? Dad is doing this for your own good. At least we have to let Liang Mufeng know that you have the support of your family. Otherwise, when you marry him, who knows how the Liang family will bully you?" Lin Xiong found it a little funny. "If I am bullied, how are you going to support me? I heard that most of the shares under your and mother's names were acquired by Haolin Group, and Haolin has become a subsidiary of Yongsheng. You are now working for Mufeng, and you are the boss of Mufeng. Can you go against your boss for me?" Lin Xiong was immediately furious. He slammed the coffee table and said angrily, "How did you talk to your dad? How come you don't understand your dad's painstaking efforts at all?" "I understand your painstaking efforts very well." Lin Xiong took a deep breath and said slowly, "Dad, if you still want to continue fighting with Mufeng, that's your own business. Please don't drag me into it, okay? I have chosen to marry Mufeng for the sake of our family. If something like this happens again, do you still have your second daughter to help you save the relationship at that time?" Lin Xiong was so angry that his face turned blue. "Xiaoxue, do you not want your biological father anymore now that you have a husband?" Lin Xiong said bluntly, "What about you? Do you treat me as your own daughter? How come I didn't treat you as my own daughter? Ever since you were born, have I starved you or made you thirsty? I have served you with fine clothes and delicious food every day, and in the end you say I didn't treat you as my own daughter. But what father would encourage his daughter to kill her son-in-law?" After hearing these words, Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei were both shocked. Lin Xiong didn't expect that Lin Xiong would suddenly reveal her plan, while Zhou Yuwei didn't expect that Lin Xiong was still planning this. Zhou Yuwei looked at Lin Xiong in disbelief. Xiaoxue said, You want to kill Afan?" Lin Xiong was so angry that he was panting heavily. He looked at Zhou Yuwei and said coldly, "He almost ruined my family. Isn't it reasonable for me to want his life? But it's clear that you were the one who provoked him every time." "Har!" Lin Xiong sneered, "So what if I provoke him? Liang Mufeng has been a superior person since birth, enjoying endless wealth and splendor. What he eats, drinks, the people he meets, and the places he goes are all things that people like us who come from ordinary backgrounds can't even imagine. But why does he have all this? All this should have belonged to those who really paid with blood and sweat. I sanctioned him, and that was to enforce justice. All the poor people in the world will be grateful to me. Lin Xiong was extremely disappointed with Lin Xiong. When she heard Liang Mufeng mention that her father had turned a blind eye to kindness, she was still skeptical. But after hearing these words that did not distinguish between right and wrong, Lin Xiong finally gave up completely. It turns out that my father really is that kind of person. Zhou Yuwei asked Lin Xiong sadly, so, in your eyes, I am also someone who should be sanctioned. You took me away from Afeng not only to avenge him, but also to sanction me. Zhou Yuwei, like Liang Mufeng, was born into a wealthy family. So Lin Xiong's words undoubtedly included her as well. Lin Xiong sneered, until now, you still keep calling me our phone and our phone. What? Do you regret marrying me? But it's too late for you to regret. From the moment you decided to run away from the marriage, you can't turn back. If you hadn't snatched the marriage away, how could I have escaped? Don't make yourself sound so innocent. Your legs are on your body. If you don't want to run away from the marriage, can I still kidnap you? Lin Xiong. You are truly the most shameless person in the world. Same here. You have to blame others for your own actions. You are not much nobler than me. Looking at the quarreling couple, Lin Xiong finally understood why she didn't want to return to this home. Because this place no longer feels like home. She silently picked up the household registration book, ignored the couple who were arguing more and more fiercely, and walked out of the house. Chapter 17: Getting a Marriage Certificate. The entire process of obtaining a marriage certificate will not be described in detail here. In short, Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong obtained the marriage certificate quietly through a fast channel without disturbing anyone. Looking at the little red book in her hand, Lin Xiong suddenly felt something was very unreal. I just got married, when I was just 20 years old and hadn't even graduated from college. Just a week ago, all she had to worry about was the final exam. But she didn't expect that just a week later, her life would change so drastically. What are you thinking about? Liang Mufeng's question suddenly rang in her ears. Lin Xiong put away the marriage certificate and whispered, nothing, I just feel it's very sudden and incredible, just like. It's like suddenly my life doesn't feel like my own anymore, is that right? Lin Xiong looked surprised, how do you know? Liang Mufeng smiled and said, after all, I am older than you and have experienced more than you. In fact, everyone will have similar feelings at a certain stage in their life, but this is not a bad thing because it means growth. Growing up. Lin Xiong chewed on these words, feeling mixed emotions for a moment. Liang Mufeng took a photo of their marriage certificate and sent it to Yangjin. Yangjin immediately understood what Liang Mufeng meant and asked, are you going to make it official right away? Right. A few minutes later, Liang Mufeng's official Weibo account posted a new message. Our story begins with our first meeting and ends with our old age. On June 27, 20XX, we officially became each other's partners. Please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. At the same time, another Weibo account named also posted a message. We will stand together through thick and thin, and never leave each other. In the name of love, we will spend the rest of our lives together. On June 27, 20XX, we will accompany each other hand in hand. Please give us your guidance for the rest of our lives. At that moment, two seemingly ordinary but powerful messages were sent to the online world almost at the same time. These two messages were like two heavy bombs, which quickly set off a storm in the ocean of the virtual world and caused a huge uproar. This entry seemed to have magical power and spread like wildfire on the internet. In just a very short time, it soared like a rocket and rushed straight to the top of the hot search list. Then he kicked down the hot search list for a singer named Wang who had topped the list because of his love life, and the singer disappeared without a trace in an instant. Partners of Haolin Group have expressed their blessings to Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong through their official accounts. Many of them are well aware of the real situation behind this marriage, but this does not prevent them from doing some superficial work. The reactions of netizens were varied. Wow, my idol is getting married. I lost my chance to marry into a wealthy family. Is this the real-life version of Prince and Cinderella? The fairy tale has come true. Are you stupid, upstairs? Lin Xiong also comes from a wealthy family. What does she have to do with Cinderella? So this is a marriage between Yongxin Group and Haolin Group? Rather than a marriage, it's more like the reconciliation of the century, right? I'm so envious of Lin Xiong. She married a top-notch man at such a young age. There are also those who are not optimistic about this marriage. Another typical example of an old cow eating young grass. Sure enough, the good cabbage is eaten by the pig. It turns out that beautiful schoolgirls are only for rich people. Poor people like us should just live with the ACG world. I'm also going to start working hard to marry a super beautiful woman when I'm 40. Liang Mufeng is getting more valuable as he gets older, but you're getting greasy as you get older, so just go to bed. Men are really loyal. No matter what age they are, they all like 20-year-old girls. The one upstairs, I'm different from you. I can accept it at the age of 18. Some also took the opportunity to be clever. Mr. Liang, don't be so rigid about gender. As the saying goes, there is gain and loss. Although Lin Xiong has gained endless wealth and glory, she has lost her worries from then on. Sure enough, beautiful women and high-quality men will not enter the market. Excuse me, what sleeping position should I use to dream about marrying a wealthy man like Liang Mufeng? I sat on the toilet and smoked a whole pack of cigarettes, but I couldn't figure it out. I'm 45 years old, why can't I marry the campus beauty? It's really interesting that a group of people who would hesitate for a long time before eating instant noodles would actually care about the lives of rich people. Upstairs, please stop swearing. Thanks for the reminder. I've already started crying. Although Liang Mufeng's official announcement of marriage was suspected of showing off his affection, it was also a special way to show his attitude towards Lin Xiong. The official announcement meant that Lin Xiong did have a position in Liang Mufeng's mind, and it was not low, which clarified some rumors about support and protected Lin Xiong's reputation from the side. In addition, amidst all the various discussions, some sharp-minded people discovered the blind spot. Am I the only one who noticed the two words micro-dust before Lin Xiong's name? I remember that Wei Chen is a charity foundation under Liang Mufeng's name. It has been officially verified. Does that mean Lin Xiong will be the head of Wei Chen from now on? In fact, although is nominally Lin Xiong's Weibo account, she herself doesn't know the existence of this account. She looked at Liang Mufeng in surprise, with a questioning look in her eyes. Liang Mufeng explained, "This is the Weibo account I asked my subordinates to create for you. There is a special team responsible for its operation." Lin Xiong couldn't help but ask, "Don't I need to run it myself?" "You can run it yourself, but I don't recommend it. After you marry me, you will be a public figure. Netizens will always exaggerate the words and deeds of public figures. If you don't know the ins and outs of this, you can easily be caught by others. Therefore, the Weibo accounts of public figures are usually run by a dedicated team. After all, they are more experienced and know what can and cannot be said." What Liang Mufeng said is an unwritten rule among public figures. Whether it is the CEO of a group or a singer or movie star, their official accounts are basically not operated by themselves, but handed over to the public relations team. Many netizens think that they can communicate with their idols through their Weibo channel, but they don't know that the account is just a cover. However, in order to make the public believe that the Weibo account is really used by the person himself, public figures sometimes post Weibo in person when the IP address has changed significantly. For example, if they go abroad, they will use a foreign IP to post a message. In this way, many people will firmly believe that the account is really the person himself. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are really people who operate their own accounts, but such people are still relatively rare, or they are not famous enough to hire a professional team. However, there are occasional failures, such as when the operation team forgets to switch to a secondary account after sending a message and directly replies, resulting in a funny scene of praising themselves. An action star who is already in his 70s once encountered such a thing and was ridiculed by many people because of it. "Then what is this dust?" Liang Mufeng replied, "As netizens have speculated, I plan to hand over the Micro Dust Foundation to you." Wei Chen. That charity foundation. Lin Xiong was at a loss, but I have no experience in running a foundation. Liang Mufeng waved his hand, the Wei Chen Charity Foundation does not accept external donations. All funds come from my personal grant. So no matter how well you manage it, you only need to be responsible to me. Other than that, you don't need to consider anything else. Then, what if I don't manage it well? Then accumulate experience, summarize lessons, and learn from work. Over time, you will naturally learn it. Although Liang Mufeng said it lightly, Lin Luoxue knew in her heart that the Wei Chen Charity Foundation was actually given to her by Liang Mufeng for her to practice, and it was also an assessment of her ability. What kind of position she would gain in Liang Mufeng's business empire in the future depended entirely on how well she managed the charity foundation. After figuring this out, Lin Luoxue nodded solemnly to Liang Mufeng, "Don't worry, I will do my best to manage the foundation. Not for anyone else, but just for herself, she also wants to manage this foundation well." Next, Liang Mufeng took Lin Luoxue to the police station again to transfer Lin Luoxue's household registration to his own. Since it was a household registration transfer in the same city, the process was very fast and it was completed in just half a day. After completing the two tasks of getting a marriage certificate and moving household registration, Lin Luoxue successfully moved out of the Lin family and officially became a member of Liang Mufeng's family. This also means that her future life will be closely related to the Liang family. 1/8 Wedding Part 1. On June 28, 20XX, the year is Shinchou, and the 19th day of the 5th month is a good day for getting married, traveling, breaking ground, and praying for blessings. It is an unfavorable day for funerals, cutting wood, and building beams. The darkness before dawn still enveloped the earth, and the whole world was immersed in silence. However, for Lin Luoxue, who was about to enter the marriage hall, this day came exceptionally early. Although the night had not yet faded, she had to endure the sleepiness and climb out of the warm bed with difficulty before the dawn. Lin Luoxue was wearing a white nightgown at the moment, looking as fresh and refined as a lily bud. She walked to the dressing table lightly and sat down, with a trace of fatigue on her exquisite little face, but more of a sense of confusion about the upcoming married life. The professional makeup team specially invited by Liang Mufeng filed in. These experienced and skilled makeup artists quickly started working. The brushes and powder puffs in their hands were like magic wands, gently dancing on Lin Luoxue's cheeks and between her eyebrows. The foundation was delicately covered on her skin, making her originally white skin look more crystal clear. The color of the eyeshadow was cleverly matched, outlining her deep and charming eyes. The blush was just right to embellish her cheeks, adding a bit of shyness and charm. As time went by, Lin Luoxue's originally stunning appearance became even more charming. She narrowed her eyes slightly and stared quietly at the gradually clear outline of the girl in the mirror in front of her. For a moment, she was a little absent-minded. The girl in the mirror had eyebrows like distant black, lips like cherries, and long black and shiny hair that fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance. At this moment, she seemed no longer a mortal in real life, but a fairy who walked out of a painting, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. However, at this moment, Lin Luoxue was as motionless as a sculpture, and her thoughts had already drifted far away. Wow! The bride is so beautiful. After finishing the makeup artist was very satisfied with her work and couldn't help but blurt out, "Wow, even without makeup, this bride is still as beautiful as a fairy." Hearing the compliment from the makeup artist, Lin Luoxue pulled the corners of her mouth and forced a smile, "Thank you." After putting on her wedding dress, Lin Luoxue looked at herself in the huge floor-length mirror and felt that it was unreal. She subconsciously turned her body, and the angle of the stunning girl in the mirror also changed. "Is this me?" Lin Luoxue murmured to herself. "You look really beautiful today." Liang Mufeng's voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Luoxue was startled and quickly turned her head to look behind her. She saw Liang Mufeng wearing a royal blue suit, looking at her with a smile on his face, not hiding the surprise in his eyes. Lin Luoxue's face turned red. If it were another couple, the woman would definitely ask back, "Am I not beautiful at other times?" However, thinking of their unequal status, Lin Luoxue could only smile shyly and said, "Thank you." Although Lin Luoxue smiled, Liang Mufeng did not detect any joy in her smile, and he knew that she was still resistant to this marriage. So he stroked Lin Luoxue's little face and said with a smile, "Today is our big day, aren't you happy?" Lin Luoxue subconsciously wanted to hide back, but her reason finally took precedence over her instinct, and she stopped hiding back. Feeling Liang Mufeng's slightly rough hands caressing her face, Lin Luoxue swallowed her saliva, pulled the corners of her mouth, and whispered, "I am happy." The two of them had been together for 5 or 6 days, but Lin Luoxue's behavior was always sometimes relaxed and sometimes reserved, and would change according to the surrounding environment, people, and events. Liang Mufeng was a little confused about the reason at first, but looking at the tense girl in front of him, Liang Mufeng roughly understood it. She is afraid of herself. Although Lin Luoxue reacted quickly, Liang Mufeng still noticed what she was about to do. But Liang Mufeng could also clearly feel that she wanted to hide not because of disgust or shyness, but because of fear. But there was not enough time for her to adjust her mindset. Seeing that it was getting late, Liang Mufeng bent down and picked up Lin Luoxue. Lin Luoxue couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, and subconsciously hugged Liang Mufeng's neck, and said in horror, what are you going to do? The wedding car has arrived. Of course I will carry you in my arms. Lin Luoxue said quickly, I can walk by myself. Liang Mufeng shook his head. According to tradition, I should hold you. Be good, hold me tight, don't fall off. Lin Luoxue could only hug his neck tightly. For a moment, the strong masculine scent of Liang Mufeng filled her nose, making her heart pounding, and she felt very nervous. Looking at Lin Luoxue, whose eyes were closed in his arms and whose cheeks were flushed, Liang Mufeng chuckled and carried her downstairs. In the lobby on the first floor of the villa, the Liang family's relatives and friends had already crowded in. When seeing Liang Mufeng carrying the bride down, Dailu was the first to laugh and make fun of her, which made the atmosphere of the whole villa become cheerful. When Lin Luoxue heard the laughter, her face turned even redder. Bang, bang, bang. As Liang Mufeng walked down the stairs, relatives and friends fired the fireworks in their hands. Colorful ribbons and pieces of paper flew in the air and fell on the newlyweds, accompanied by laughter. Lin Luoxue buried her head in Liang Mufeng's arms like a frightened deer, her body trembling slightly unconsciously. At this moment, she couldn't tell whether she felt shy or scared. In short, everything around her made her feel helpless and at a loss, so she could only escape reality in an ostrich way. Liang Mufeng considerately hugged the girl in his arms tighter, giving her a temporary safe haven. Surrounded by relatives and friends, Liang Mufeng held Lin Luoxue and walked towards their wedding car. After getting on the wedding car, Lin Luoxue quickly broke away from Liang Mufeng's arms. She was messily fixing the train of her wedding dress, her little face was as red as a ripe apple, and she looked extremely cute. Liang Mufeng sat beside her, looking at her with a smile on his face. Lin Luoxue nervously sat in the back seat of the wedding car, legs together, two small hands wearing white arm gloves clenched into two small fists, nervously pressed on her knees. She lowered her head, not daring to look at the man next to her, even though this man had become her legal husband. Liang Mufeng reached out and held Lin Luoxue's hand, which scared her again. In her shy eyes, Liang Mufeng gently patted her hand and said softly, "Don't be nervous, I'm here." After hearing what Liang Mufeng said, Lin Luoxue finally relaxed a little. She whispered, I have never experienced this kind of situation, so I am a little nervous. You, don't be angry. Liang Mufeng was startled, then sighed, I won't get angry over such a small matter. More than 30 wedding cars lined up in a long line and drove towards the wedding venue. The wedding venue chosen by Liang Mufeng is a luxurious and spacious manor next to the sea. Although Qianhai City is close to the sea, the urban area is very far away from the sea. The wedding car drove for nearly 2 hours, and Lin Luoxue also spent 2 extremely tormenting hours in the wedding car. During these 2 hours, Liang Mufeng would speak from time to time, trying to start a conversation. But Lin Luoxue's nervousness seemed to be engraved in her bones. She would only reply to most of Liang Mufeng's words with monosyllables or disyllabic words. In a few cases, she would say a few more words, but no more than 6 words at most. This made the atmosphere in the wedding car very awkward for a while. Even though Liang Mufeng was very good at dealing with people, he didn't know what to do at this time. He could only gently hold Lin Luoxue's hand, trying to ease Lin Luoxue's nervousness in this way. Lin Luoxue's tightly clenched fist loosened unconsciously. While Liang Mufeng and Lin Luoxue were still sitting in the wedding car, many guests had already arrived at the wedding venue. As the saying goes, if you are poor in a busy city, no one will care about you. If you are rich in a remote mountain area, you will have distant relatives. As the richest man in the city and even one of the richest people in the country, Liang Mufeng has many relatives and friends, including many self-proclaimed relatives and friends. On the day of Liang Mufeng's wedding, guests who can get a wedding invitation are equivalent to getting a ticket to enter the top upper-class society, which makes many people feel proud. Many people who failed to get the invitation tried their best to squeeze into their wedding venue. Because many of the people gathered here were the hottest bigwigs in the business circle, and even Qianhai City Mayor Gao Zhiqian was present. If you can get in touch with one or even several of these famous people, it means that your life will take off. Among these guests, there were two people with special identities. They were Lin Xiong's parents, Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei. As the parents of the bride, Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei naturally had to attend the wedding. However, most of the guests present were aware of the grudge between the Lin family and the Liang family, so they had a more amusing view of the wedding. Now Haolin Group has been acquired by Yongxin Group, and insiders revealed that Yongxin Group is preparing to incorporate Haolin Group into Yongxin Group, making it a subsidiary of Yongxin Group. In other words, the groom Liang Mufeng's mortal enemy and father-in-law Lin Xiong is about to become Liang Mufeng's subordinate. Since you are already a subordinate, there is naturally no need to curry favor with him. Therefore, the area around Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei was very deserted. Looking at the guests coming and going, Zhou Yuwei was a little dazed for a moment. She vaguely remembered that when she and Liang Mufeng had their wedding, the wedding scene was lively, but not as lively as it is now. But for some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Unlike Zhou Yuwei, who looked dazed, Lin Xiong was looking around, his eyes rolling around as if he was thinking about something. Lin Xiong has always had high aspirations. Even though he was defeated by Liang Mufeng again, Lin Xiong is still trying his best to find an opportunity to take off again. And right now, the wedding scene that brought together the top wealthy people in Qianhai and even the whole country is undoubtedly what he needs. But the person he wants to meet must be carefully chosen, at least he must be able to compete with Liang Mufeng. He carefully selected for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He pulled Zhou Yuwei's sleeve and whispered, "Get up, come with me to meet someone." Zhou Yuwei looked at Lin Xiong blankly. "Who are you meeting? Stop asking so many questions and get up." Lin Xiong urged impatiently in a low voice, his eyes always looking at the noble man he had chosen. Zhou Yuwei had no choice but to stand up, take Lin Xiong's arm, and follow Lin Xiong into the crowd. Chapter 19 Wedding Part 2. The nobleman was talking to another company boss at this time. The future will definitely be the era of AI, because AI can replace a lot of programmed work, which can save us a lot of manpower costs. With the deepening of population aging, unmanned factories are inevitable, and the government will inevitably provide a certain degree of support for GDP. At this time, a voice came from beside him. "I also deeply agree with what Mr. Dou said." Everyone looked towards the person who was speaking, and saw a short middle-aged man with a decent smile on his face, nodding and greeting everyone. Next to him was a tall and beautiful lady. The lady also had a smile on her face, but it looked a little forced. Looking at the identity tags hanging on the two men's chests, everyone showed a playful smile on their faces. Mr. Dou smiled in a cryptic way. "Oh. Then I wonder what your opinion is." Lin Xiong puffed out his chest confidently and began to talk about the prospects of AI. Objectively speaking, there is nothing wrong with what Lin Xiong said about the future of AI. The problem is that what he said is all old stuff. You don't need to have a high perspective to say these things. Even ordinary netizens who often surf the internet can say them more incisively than him. Several big men looked at each other, and the same thought came to their minds at the same time. This person is here to attract investment. Lin Xiong's performance was like a new employee being interviewed, but as the general manager of Haolin Group, Lin Xiong did not need an interview even if he lost most of his shares. However, his performance in soliciting investment was very similar to an interview. Since it was not an interview, it could only be about soliciting investment. But the people he attracts for investment are very interesting. After Lin Xiong finished speaking, Mr. Dou applauded. "I didn't expect Mr. Lin to have such a thorough understanding of AI. It seems that your company is also preparing to get involved in the field of AI." Lin Xiong acted as if he was embarrassed and said, "I am new to the field of AI and I still have a lot to learn. In terms of my understanding of AI, I am definitely not as good as those CEOs." Mr. Dou said meaningfully, "Then I wonder what Mr. Lin's intention is in saying this to me." Lin Xiong took a deep breath and said, "I heard that Mr. Dou is a well-known investor in the industry and is very interested in the field of AI. Although I am not talented, I would like to cooperate with Mr. Dou to jointly develop this field." Lin Xiong was very confident in himself and in persuading Mr. Dou. He did not solicit investment casually, but carefully screened it in advance. This, Mr. Dou, is Dou Huafeng, a well-known angel investor. However, the investment targets he chooses are usually those who have entrepreneurial experience and are re-entrepreneurs, which is the so-called comeback venture capital. He believes that people with entrepreneurial experience will be more mature in business operations and have lower risks than first-time entrepreneurs. And Lin Xiong undoubtedly meets his investment standards. But the more important reason why Lin Xiong chose him was that Zhou Yuwei had a grudge against Liang Mufeng. Lin Xiong didn't know the specific situation, but he knew that wherever Liang Mufeng laid out his plan, Zhou Yuwei would follow suit and invest in that field. He usually didn't do it himself, but let the companies he invested in compete with Liang Mufeng. Now that Liang Mufeng was entering the field of AI, Lin Xiong wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to pull Zhou Yuwei on board and fight Liang Mufeng again. I believe Zhou Yuwei will not refuse. Zhou Yuwei smiled and said, Mr. Lin's suggestion is very exciting. Lin Xiong was overjoyed, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. As expected, my bet won. But I refuse. Zhou Yuwei said again. Lin Xiong's smile suddenly froze on his face. Lin Xiong asked quickly, why is that? Mr. Zhou doubts my ability. Oh, I don't doubt your ability. After all, Mr. Lin must have some extraordinary qualities to have been able to fight against Liang Mufeng for so long without ending up on the streets. I have always believed in this. That's why. Because I don't want to humiliate you. Zhou Yuwei said meaningfully. Lin Xiong was shocked. Shame, humiliation. Yes. Zhou Yuwei pretended to sigh. I heard that Mr. Lin has a strong sense of self-esteem, so strong that you would regard it as an insult when others give you money. And what I admire most is people with self-esteem, so I can't humiliate you. Lin Xiong's mouth twitched a few times, but for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Zhou Yuwei, who was standing behind Lin Xiong and had been maintaining a decent smile, was also stunned. Lin Xiong would naturally not expose his scandal of repaying kindness with enmity, and Liang Mufeng was even more disdainful of spreading such things. Moreover, the truth told by one family might not be believed by the world, and it would give people the impression that they were looking for excuses to discredit their opponents, which was disgraceful. Therefore, people only know that Lin Xiong snatched away the bride at Liang Mufeng's wedding, but they don't know the root cause of the grudge between the two. But Zhou Yuwei revealed it in one sentence, which made Lin Xiong doubt the rumors about the feud between Zhou Yuwei and Liang Mufeng. He laughed dryly a few times and said, Mr. Zhou may have heard some rumors about me. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Yuwei waved his hand and said, maybe it's just a rumor, but I don't want to take the risk. So Mr. Lin, you should find someone else for this investment. After saying that, Zhou Yuwei ignored him and continued talking to others. In fact, the rumors were not wrong. Zhou Yuwei and Liang Mufeng did have a grudge, but he did admire Liang Mufeng. After all, he was qualified to be his opponent. In order to get a deeper understanding of this opponent, Zhou Yuwei once spent a lot of effort to conduct a comprehensive investigation on Liang Mufeng, and only then did he understand the root cause of the grudge between Liang and Lin. Liang Mufeng really didn't want to spread the news, but he wouldn't deliberately hide it, so it wasn't difficult to find out. In his opinion, Lin Xiong was a despicable and shameless person who couldn't tell right from wrong. If he invested in such a person, who knows what kind of return he would get? After hitting a snag with Zhou Yuwei, Lin Xiong was still unwilling to give up and kept looking for suitable investors or partners. After accompanying him to deal with several people, Zhou Yuwei felt exhausted and found an opportunity to separate from Lin Xiong. Looking at the guests who were either rich or noble coming and going in the banquet hall, Zhou Yuwei felt like an outsider. She was clearly an important role in this wedding, but why did she become a marginal person? It was in this state of confusion that Zhou Yuwei waited for the arrival of the wedding car. From a distance, Zhou Yuwei's eyes passed through the crowd and finally fixed on a striking scene. Liang Mufeng was holding the boneless Lin Xiong horizontally and walking slowly towards the banquet hall. The banquet hall was filled with laughter and joy. The guests started to make noises as if they were set off by firecrackers. They cheered and clapped, and the noises rose and fell, as if they were going to blow the roof off. At the same time, the reporters with keen sense of smell were not to be outdone. Their cameras and cannons kept flashing, vying to record this eye-catching moment. Looking at Lin Xiong, who was held in his arms, she was like a frightened little bird, curled up tightly in Liang Mufeng's warm embrace. Her beautiful face turned red because of shyness, and she didn't even have the courage to raise her head. She just buried her head deep in Liang Mufeng's chest, trying to avoid everyone's hot gaze. However, in sharp contrast to Lin Xiong's shyness, Liang Mufeng's performance was extremely calm and confident. His handsome face always had a decent smile, as warm as the spring sun. Facing the cheers of the guests and the flashlights of the reporters, he nodded slightly and smiled at everyone with gentle eyes, showing his gentlemanly demeanor in every gesture. Zhou Yuwei suddenly discovered that Liang Mufeng seemed to be no different from 22 years ago. Time did not seem to have left too many traces on him, and he still looked young and vigorous. Same wedding, same groom, same excitement, the only difference is the bride. Zhou Yuwei couldn't help but recall carefully how she performed at the wedding 22 years ago. Was she the same as her daughter today, shyly carried into the banquet hall by Liang Mufeng? She couldn't remember. She even forgot what color the suit Liang Mufeng was wearing at that time, and what kind of wedding dress she was wearing. She only remembered how Lin Xiong, who was originally the best man, confessed to her in front of everyone when they took the oath. Robbery, what a romantic scene! It has been played in many movies and TV series, and then the hero and heroine will live happily together forever. So at that time, Zhou Yuwei also thought that she was the real heroine and would have real happiness. Zhou Yuwei just sat there in a daze until the two figures disappeared from her sight. Chapter 20. I will kick her out of your heart and take her place. In the lounge of the banquet hall, Lin Xiong finally landed on the ground with both feet. However, the moment her feet touched the ground, she suddenly felt weak under her feet. Fortunately, Liang Mufeng was quick to support her, thus avoiding the embarrassment of her falling to the ground. Lin Xiong blushed and whispered thank you. Liang Mufeng gave her a few instructions and then went out to deal with the guests. Unlike the bustling banquet hall outside, the lounge was quiet and I was the only one there. Lin Xiong was wearing a wedding dress as white as snow, sitting upright on a soft and comfortable sofa. Her long and slender hands were gently folded on her knees, like a flower bud waiting to bloom. At this moment, there was not much expression on her beautiful face, but her slightly trembling eyelashes revealed her inner tension and anxiety. Everything around seemed so peaceful and tranquil, with only the slight ticking sound of the clock on the wall reminding her that time was passing by. However, for Lin Xiong, the time she had to wait for the wedding process to begin seemed to be infinitely prolonged, and every moment became extremely long and difficult. Time seemed to pass very slowly, so slowly that this period was particularly hard to endure, but it also seemed to pass very quickly, so quickly that she felt she was still not ready. It was during this silent wait that the door of the lounge was opened. Lin Xiong subconsciously looked towards the door, and the next moment she couldn't help but blurt out, "Mom!" The person who came was Zhou Yuwei. Zhou Yuwei looked at Lin Xiong with a complicated expression, while Lin Xiong looked at Zhou Yuwei with a blank expression. After a long while, Zhou Yuwei finally said, "Are you really going to marry him?" Lin Xiong looked confused, as if she didn't understand what her mother meant. Zhou Yuwei seemed to be struggling, but in the end, she seemed to have made up her mind and said to Lin Xiong, "Xue, while there is still time, you hurry up and leave." Lin Xiong was surprised. "Leave? Where can I go?" "Anywhere is fine." Zhou Yuwei said anxiously, "The world is so big, where can't we go? Anyway, don't marry him." As she spoke, Zhou Yuwei took Lin Xiong's hand and was about to walk out. Lin Xiong shook off Zhou Yuwei's hand and said in disbelief, "Mom, what are you talking about? You want me to leave at this time? Do you know what will happen after I leave? Whatever happens has nothing to do with you. I'm your mother, and I can't just watch you jump into the fire." Looking at Zhou Yuwei's grief-stricken expression, Lin Xiong inexplicably felt that her mother was very ridiculous at this time. "You want me to leave now? There was a whole week before the wedding, why didn't you tell me to leave? When I went home to get my household registration book yesterday, why didn't you tell me to leave? Now that I have the marriage certificate and my household registration has been transferred, and the wedding is approaching, you want me to leave? What were you doing before?" Lin Xiong slowly shook her head. "Mom, I can't listen to you. If I run away from marriage, our family will be destroyed." Zhou Yuwei lost her voice and said, "But you don't love him at all." Lin Xiong asked back, "Is this important?" Zhou Yuwei couldn't help but be stunned. "We got the marriage certificate yesterday. You and Dad should have known this a long time ago. Whether I love him or not, I am already his wife." But he doesn't love you either." Lin Xiong smiled self-deprecatingly, "I know, but I will try my best to be a wife that he respects." "Yes, it has nothing to do with love." Zhou Yuwei looked at Lin Xiong incomprehensibly, "But don't you want to pursue your own happiness?" "Pursue your own happiness? Just like you and Dad back then? But are you happy?" Zhou Yuwei was speechless. Seeing this, Lin Xiong sighed. Mom, I will assume that you are doing this for my own good, but I really can't leave at this time. If I leave, not only will our family suffer, but Mufeng will also lose face. I don't want him to suffer the same humiliation as before. Mufeng. It's Mufeng again. You've only been together for a few days, and you're already using such an intimate name. For some reason, Zhou Yuwei felt a strong sense of jealousy. She looked at her daughter in her wedding dress and suddenly realized that she really looked like herself back then. Suddenly, a strange idea popped up in her mind. So she said, Xiexue, have you never thought about why he wanted to marry you? Lin Xiong shook her head. I don't know, and I don't want to know. That's because you look a lot like me. He mistook you for me, that's why he married you. Lin Xiong's face suddenly lost all color. You are lying. I don't believe it. She never thought that Liang Mufeng married her because he liked her, nor did she think that Liang Mufeng would fall in love with her in the future. From the beginning, she knew that this marriage was mixed with many factors such as interests, revenge, and she had accepted it calmly and was ready to work hard to gain the respect and status she deserved in her future marriage life. But if it is really as my mother said, then what is the point of my hope? She would rather believe that Liang Mufeng was attracted by her beauty, or even believe that he was doing it for revenge. She also didn't want to believe that she was being treated as a substitute, and a substitute for her mother. Zhou Yuwei said earnestly, Xiexue, you are indeed very beautiful, but this is not the reason why Liang Mufeng chose you. Do you know how many beauties have wanted to offer themselves to Liang Mufeng in the past 20 years? He has never been a person who values desire, but he will have a morbid obsession with things that he cannot get. And now, he is using you as a means to realize his obsession. Lin Xiong covered her ears, tears welling up in her eyes. I don't believe it. I don't believe anything you said. Xiexue, why don't you understand? If he didn't have an obsession with me, how could he have remained single for 22 years without getting married? Xiexue, just listen to your mother. Before she could finish her words, Lin Xiong grabbed her arm and pushed her out, crying, I don't want to follow your old path. I want to marry him. Don't try to stop me. After pushing her mother out of the door, Lin Xiong leaned against the door and slowly slid down until she sat on the ground. She covered her face and sobbed softly. Mom lied to me, she must have lied to me. In her mind, the look in Liang Mufeng's eyes when he looked at her emerged unconsciously. There was seriousness, consideration, appreciation, disappointment, but never infatuation. Why did he look like that? What was he thinking when he looked at me? Was it my mother? Lin Xiong raised her head in confusion and looked at the ceiling, her mind going blank. Lin Xiong had never expected that so many things would happen in just 7 days. Her life had undergone tremendous changes in these 7 days, like the ups and downs of the vast ocean. She felt that she was like an innocent child 7 days ago, but 7 days later, she had to start thinking about how to plan her future life. Maybe this is what growth is. Lin Xiong felt as if she had been sublimated, but she also felt as if she was struggling with her past self. This strange and contradictory feeling made her feel confused, until she was sent to her father, and then to Liang Mufeng by her father himself, and then to the oath, the exchange of rings, and the kiss. This feeling always accompanied her, making her feel strangely like, I am the one who is experiencing all this, but I feel like an outsider. Until all the guests left, she returned to the villa, put on her wedding dress, and sat silently on the bed, looking at Liang Mufeng, who had become her husband, standing in front of the bed, looking at her with concern. Is he caring about me? Why are you so distracted? After thinking for a while, Lin Xiong asked calmly, is it time for the wedding night? Liang Mufeng felt that Lin Xiong looked very strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong with her. It seemed that she had been acting strange since the wedding. And now, when she asked about the bridal chamber in a very calm tone, the strange feeling became even more obvious. What's going on? Liang Mufeng sat on the bed and held her in his arms. Lin Xiong leaned on his shoulder obediently without any resistance. But this reaction was too calm. That won't do. He wants to marry a wife, not a silicone doll. Even if it's a silicone doll that can breathe and talk, it's still a silicone doll. So Liang Mufeng asked, are you worried about something? Lin Xiong didn't answer, but didn't deny it either. Liang Mufeng nodded secretly, it seems that I guessed right. If you have something on your mind, you can tell me. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xiong asked, is it okay? Why not? You are my wife now, and we are married in a formal ceremony, recognized by the law. Then will you be nice to me? Of course. Lin Xiong raised her head and looked directly into Liang Mufeng's eyes. He didn't evade her gaze, and it seemed that he was telling the truth. Will you love me then? Liang Mufeng did not answer directly, but asked back, is this the question you have been struggling with all day? Lin Xiong fiddled with the hem of her wedding dress. After all, I am also a girl who just turned 20. She admitted that she was a little greedy. She not only wanted the respect and status of a wife, but also wanted her husband's love. Then do you love me? Liang Mufeng asked. After thinking carefully for a while, Lin Xiong shook her head and said, no. After a pause, she added, I will try to love you. Liang Mufeng took her little hand and said, let's try it together. Looking at Liang Mufeng's serious expression, Lin Xiong unconsciously curled the corners of her mouth. If mom is really the obsession in your heart, then I will kick mom out of your heart and occupy your heart. This is the declaration made by me, Lin Xiong, as Liang Mufeng's wife. She hugged Liang Mufeng's neck, raised her head, put her pink little mouth forward, and kissed Liang Mufeng on the lips. Her kiss was unfamiliar and immature, but with an indomitable momentum, like a knight charging into a rain of arrows. After the initial surprise, Liang Mufeng hugged Lin Xiong and responded to her fiercely. The watery moonlight quietly sprinkled into the room through the window, as if covering the entire space with a layer of silver gauze. A gentle breeze blew quietly, gently brushing the thin curtains, and along with the breeze came wisps of cool air. However, the two people in the room felt that the temperature in the room seemed to be rising and getting hotter and hotter. It was as if a blazing flame was jumping between them, baking the surrounding air to be extremely hot. Their shadows were reflected on the curtains, separating and reuniting, coming together and separating again. Sometimes they were in perfect harmony, sometimes they were still connected, until dawn, when they finally stopped. Chapter 21 Newly Married. As the sun rose to noon, the girl slowly woke up from her sleep. Her black hair was casually spread on the pillow, adding a sense of laziness. There was still a blush on her cheeks, as if the passion of last night had not faded. There was a hint of shyness in her confused eyes, as if she was a beautiful flower that had just bloomed. Lin Xiong moved slightly, and the thin silk blanket on her body suddenly slipped off, revealing her skin as white as mutton fat jade and her exquisite figure, which was intoxicating. But this small movement made her couldn't help but let out a hiss and gasp. Several days ago, she had a feeling that yesterday would be her first time, but she didn't expect it would also be her second, third and fourth time. Holy shit! Is this man really over 40? The madness of last night made her still feel sore all over, especially her legs, which seemed not her own. She frowned and tried to get up, but found that her whole body was like being run over by a truck. When she moved, it felt like all the parts of her body were falling apart. After trying in vain, she just lay back down and sighed softly. Judging from the position of the sun, the time was at least past 10 o'clock. The bedroom was quiet. Liang Mufeng had disappeared long ago, and no one knew when this man left. Thinking back to what happened last night, she couldn't help but blush. Liang Mufeng didn't know if he had been holding back for too long, and he wanted her again and again last night. She didn't want to admit defeat at first, and tried to defeat him with her youth advantage. This was like the first battle between the two sides, and the side that won the first battle would gain greater strategic space in future battles. It has always been said that only cows that die of exhaustion can plough the land. What's more, it is an old cow, so in this battle, the advantage is mine. But it was obvious that Lin Xiong had misjudged the enemy's situation. Her land had almost been ploughed to the rock layer, but the old cow was still not satisfied, as if it had never ploughed the land in its 8 lifetimes. By the 4th time, she was really scared. No matter if there was room for strategy in the future, she should just focus on the present. Amidst Lin Xiong's begging for mercy, Liang Mufeng finally gave up the idea of doing it again. After being ploughed 4 times in a row, Lin Xiong was limp as mud, sweating profusely, and was finally carried into the bathroom by Liang Mufeng. She leaned softly on Liang Mufeng's body, not even having the strength to move her fingers, and could only let Liang Mufeng wash her whole body with his own hands. Afterwards, the exhausted Lin Xiong curled up softly in Liang Mufeng's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xiong, who was lying on the bed, gathered her strength for a while before finally sitting up. She endured the pain all over her body, gritted her teeth, picked up her cell phone from the bedside table, and called Liang Mufeng. After only 3 rings, the phone was answered. Before Liang Mufeng could speak, Lin Xiong started to complain to him in a crying voice, "You unrestrained animal. Do you know how badly you've tortured me? How long has it been since you last touched a woman? You just wait. When you get home, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Then Lin Xiong hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Liang Mufeng looked at the darkened phone screen, then glanced at the group executives who were looking over here with curiosity and inquiry in their eyes, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. They probably didn't hear clearly what Lin Xiong said just now, right? Liang Mufeng put down his phone, coughed lightly, and said, "The meeting continues." After saying this, he subconsciously straightened his waist to relieve the pain in his waist. "I wanted to let her go tonight, but now it seems I'd better forget it." On the other hand, Lin Xiong is unexpectedly cute when she is angry. The group's executives could only suppress their curiosity and focus on the meeting again. However, during the meeting, they couldn't help but ponder the hidden meaning behind the words said by the new boss lady of the group on the other end of the phone. Sure enough, there is no man in this world who is not interested in women. This man just can't hold it in for too long, otherwise he will really go crazy. On the other side, Lin Xiong put down the phone, and the depression in her heart was slightly relieved. She put on her clothes and got out of bed. Although she was still a little uncomfortable, she was able to walk with all her strength, which was a blessing in disguise. Just feeling the pain coming from certain parts of her body, Lin Xiong's mood was not really good. "I hope this man is just a little crazy because he held it in for too long yesterday, and he must not be like this every day. Even if his kidneys can bear it, her delicate body may not be able to bear it." After leaving the room and going downstairs, Lin Xiong saw a middle-aged woman in an apron busying around. When the middle-aged woman saw Lin Xiong, she immediately smiled and said, "Madam, you are awake. Do you need anything to eat?" Lin Xiong asked in surprise, "Excuse me, who are you?" "Oh, I'm the nanny here, my last name is Zhong. Some time ago, something happened at home, so I was away for a few days." The nanny said, with a sigh in her tone, "I didn't expect that after just a few days away, the master would marry such a beautiful bride. Girl, you are so lucky to marry such a good man like the master." Lin Xiong curled the corners of her mouth. "Blessing? Do you know what I've been through?" But after touching her hungry belly, Lin Xiong decided to skip this question for the time being and asked instead, "Auntie Zhong, I'm hungry, is there anything to eat at home?" Nanny Zhong asked quickly, "What would you like to eat, madam?" When she was at the Lin family, the nanny always called her Miss. It was the first time in her life that she was called Madam, which made Lin Xiong feel very special. "Just ordinary home-cooked food. I'm not picky. Does the lady have any dietary restrictions?" "I don't eat coriander, celery, eggplant, wood ear, kelp and fatty meat, but everything else is fine." "Can you eat spicy food?" "It's okay if it's slightly spicy." "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go cook." While waiting for the meal, Lin Xiong took out her cell phone and looked through today's messages. The first thing that caught her eye was the 99+ messages on Green Bubble. She opened it and saw that most of the people who sent messages were classmates. They still couldn't believe that Lin Xiong had suddenly married a super rich man 25 years older than her. Although old men and young wives were very common in the upper class, it still made people feel very uncomfortable when it happened to them. Especially since the heroine is his classmate, a stunning campus beauty admired by countless boys, this is even more unacceptable. When they thought of the white moonlight they had been longing for, the dream lover who kept them tossing and turning at night, and the pure and beautiful girl being pinned down by a man in his 40s, they couldn't help but put on masks of pain and scream like Van Hoss, the Scream. "No. I can't accept this. This is not true." So they all sent messages to Lin Xiong to verify the marriage. They hoped to get a negative answer from Lin Xiong, otherwise they would not be able to sleep well at night. However, after reading these messages, Lin Xiong felt bored and didn't even have the interest to reply. Even if she didn't marry Liang Mufeng, she probably wouldn't marry these naive male classmates. Her marriage had nothing to do with these people, but they were more excited than she was. But what are they so excited about? After scanning through the messages from boys who were screaming like groundhogs, Lin Xiong noticed someone she didn't expect. "Proud Orange, Xiong, I heard you were getting married? Why didn't you tell me about it?" Proud orange, is what is said on the internet true? Are you really going to marry Liang Mufeng? Proud orange, Shue, do you not love me anymore? Didn't we agree that when one of us gets married, the other will be the bridesmaid? But why didn't you even say a word? Proud orange, Shue? Proud orange, okay, you want tea talk, right? Then we'll break up. I want to tell you even when I get married in the future. Proud orange, no, you really don't plan to pay attention to me? Proud orange, why? Why? Shue, have you been abducted? If you have been abducted, just tell me and I will save you. Proud orange, wow, Shue, you died so tragically. I didn't even get to see you for the last time. Lin Xiong. Oh no, I didn't check my phone yesterday because I was getting married. I didn't expect this guy to choose this time to send me a message. Their proud orange is named Meng Lin, a good friend who grew up with Lin Xiong. Because she loved eating oranges since she was a child, she gave herself this online name. The two are like sisters, and they once agreed that if they get married in the future, the other one will be the bridesmaid of the other. But because the marriage came too suddenly, Lin Xiong forgot about the agreement and even forgot to inform the other party of the marriage news. To be more precise, she forgot to inform all her relatives and friends. Because she did not regard this wedding as a happy event to be shared, but rather as an unspeakable shame. With such a mentality, how could she be in the mood to announce the wedding? But Meng Lin didn't know this, she only knew that her best friend got married but didn't inform her. It's easy to imagine how much resentment Meng Lin had towards her at this time. Lin Xiong couldn't help but hold her forehead. It seems that she has to comfort the other party first. Chapter 22 Meng Lin. Meng Lin was very angry. Lin Xiong is her good friend, and they have known each other since junior high school. Every time the school organizes an activity, Lin Xiong and Meng Lin always choose each other as partners without hesitation. In class, if the teacher asks a question and one of them can't answer it, the other will quietly pass a note to remind them. They are often criticized by the teacher for this, but they still do it the next time. During the break, they share the same cup of milk tea, with straws inserted in the same cup, taking a sip each other sip, and they joke that this is called indirect kissing. On rainy days, when there is only one umbrella, the two of them hug each other tightly and hide under the umbrella, preferring to get half of their bodies soaked to ensure that the other is not wet. On weekends, they go shopping together and give each other advice when trying on clothes. Meng Lin always praises Lin Xiong for looking good in anything, and Lin Xiong will also naughtily say that Meng Lin is the most suitable model for this dress. They know all of each other's secrets, even the most embarrassing things that are difficult to talk about. They can tell each other precious memories without reservation. They agreed that if one of them falls in love, she must bring her significant other to see the other. If they get married in the future, the other person must come back to be her bridesmaid no matter where she is. Meng Lin thought they would be good sisters for life, but she didn't expect Lin Xiong to get married without any notice. Before that, Meng Lin never knew that Lin Xiong was in a relationship, and she only saw the news of her marriage on the internet. Although I have less contact with my good sisters because of studying abroad, our relationship should not be so distant. She felt abandoned by her best sisters. Meng Lin sent messages and called Lin Xiong as soon as she learned that Lin Xiong was married, but to no avail, she received no response at all. She was very sad and decided to ignore Lin Xiong ever again. Meng Lin was so sad about being abandoned by her good sister that she finally fell asleep in the middle of the night. In her dream, Meng Lin saw Lin Xiong nestled in a man's arms, with a face full of happiness and sweetness. Deeply shocked, Meng Lin couldn't help but grab Lin Xiong's hand and ask sadly, "Don't you remember our friendship for so many years?" Unexpectedly, Lin Xiong shook her hand away and replied, "I already have my husband, and I don't need you anymore." No. Meng Lin fell to her knees, stretched out her desperate hands to the sky, and made a strong accusation against fate. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling, the world is vast and desolate. How come this music is so appropriate? Wait, where's the music? Meng Lin suddenly woke up from her dream and found that the source of the music was her mobile phone. She picked up the phone and saw the words "Shue Big Baby" on it. Meng Lin. This cell phone ringtone needs to be changed. She answered the phone in a rage, and before the other party could speak, she yelled, "Go with your dead man. I want to find a man too." Lin Xiong. Why are you so angry? Lin Luoxue asked cautiously. Dear, what's wrong with you? Dear? You still call me dear? Meng Linlin was furious. You already have your new dear, why do you still need me, the old one? Our friendship ends here. From now on, I will walk my Yangguan road, and you will walk your Naihar bridge. We are separated by yin and yang, and we should not interfere with each other. Lin Luoxue. No, is it really that big of a blow to her to get married? But after all, the two have known each other for so many years, and their relationship is so good that they can even wear the same pair of stockings. Lin Luoxue knows very well how to control this good sister. So she sobbed and said, after all, we are estranged. You don't understand my feelings at all, and you are shouting that you want to break up. Forget it, if that's the case, then just let you go. I don't need to force anything anymore. But, who can know the pain in my heart? I want to be sincere, but I can't get your understanding and tolerance. The troubles in this world are so unpredictable after all. Forget it, I just hope that you can understand my feelings in the future and don't be so heartless. Meng Linlin. Here it comes. Long lost Dayu figure. What a good girl Lin Dayu is. Meng Linlin took a deep breath and laughed through gritted teeth. Then I want to hear what you are going to say to me when you call me at around 4 in the morning. Huh? 4 in the morning. Lin Luoxue subconsciously looked out the window and saw the bright sun. The next moment she remembered that there was a full 7 hours time difference between there and here. No wonder he's so angry. Lin Luoxue said guiltily, how about, you continue to sleep? I will explain it to you in detail when you wake up. Meng Linlin. How is this any different than waking me up and putting me back to sleep? Okay, what are you talking about? Tell me the truth, why did you get married without telling me? Lin Luoxue muttered quietly, it's not like he kept silent, right? I saw that the situation on the internet was quite fierce. I'm talking about me. About me? Meng Linlin roared, to me, you just keep silent. Lin Luoxue quickly apologized with a smile, okay, dear Linlin, don't be angry. I didn't mean it. It's just that there were too many things going on these days, and I was busy for a while and forgot. I really didn't mean to not tell you. Meng Linlin sneered, you forgot about it in a moment. I think you don't take our agreement back then to heart at all. I assure you, I really didn't hide it from you on purpose. Meng Linlin didn't believe it at all. Then how do you explain that you kept your relationship secret from me? In love? What in love? Playing dumb with me, huh? Believe it or not, I'll book a plane ticket right now and go over to beat you up. No. Lin Luoxue begged for mercy, I'm really not in a relationship. I didn't lie to you. You got married without dating. Are you kidding me? At this point, Meng Linlin suddenly had an idea and asked in a lost voice, could it be that you are marrying for an arranged marriage? Lin Luoxue hesitated and said, I don't know if my situation can be considered a marriage alliance. Then tell me everything from beginning to end in detail, don't leave out any details. Well, here's what happened. Lin Luoxue told the story slowly on the phone, while Meng Linlin frowned and was secretly shocked. She had only been abroad for 2 years, and such a big thing had happened to her best friend. You're saying that you married him in exchange for your parents' safety? And your parents had a grudge against Liang Mufeng, so he married you to get revenge on your parents? Meng Linlin asked. Lin Luoxue thought for a moment and said uncertainly, he does have a grudge against my parents, but I don't know if he married me for revenge. Of course it is. Meng Linlin slapped her thigh, think about it. Your father stole Liang Mufeng's bride at his wedding, so he asked your father to give him a bride in person more than 20 years later. This is obviously revenge. Lin Luoxue felt a little disappointed. She also thought Liang Mufeng was seeking revenge at first, but Liang Mufeng had been quite gentle to her these past few days, and there was no trace of revenge in his words or deeds, which made Lin Luoxue overturn her previous guess. But now after listening to Meng Linlin's analysis, she became a little uncertain again. Originally, Meng Linlin had a deep grudge against Lin Luoxue, but now it all turned into heartache for her best friend, so you sacrificed your whole life by marrying a man who is old enough to be your father. What else can we do? This result is better than the destruction of the family, right? Meng Linlin didn't know how to comfort him for a moment, and could only curse angrily. I used to admire Liang Mufeng very much, but now it seems that he is just a stinky man who is attracted by beauty. Lin Luoxue said quickly, okay, my dear Linlin, I know you feel sorry for me. But now that things have come to this, scolding him will not help. It is better to learn to accept the reality in front of you. Meng Linlin sighed and said sadly, Xiao Shue, what are you going to do in the future? What else can I do? I've already obtained the certificate and the wedding has already been held. Do I have any other choice except being a good Mrs. Liang? That's true. There's no point in complaining about the world at this time. It's better to think about something practical. Then, did you do this yesterday? Meng Linlin asked. Lin Luoshue's face flushed red, and she stammered, What did you do? You, how can you be so? Okay, it seems that baby Shue has been eaten up by that stinky man. Meng Linlin gritted her teeth and said, So will he ask you to give birth to his child next? He didn't say that. Humph. You can imagine what a man who takes a woman as a means of revenge will do. But don't be afraid, Shue. At worst, we can run away with the ball and let him chase his wife to the crematorium. I don't have any other skills, but I do have the ability to hide you so well that no one can find you. Although Lin Luoshue couldn't see it over there, Meng Linlin still patted her chest loudly. There's no need for that, right? He's actually pretty good to me, so I can't find a reason to run away. And Linlin, can we read less abusive romance novels? You woman. What did he do to make you feel that he is nice to you? Could it be because he made you feel very comfortable last night? Lin Luoshue blushed again. If you say that again, we won't be able to continue chatting today. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Tell me first, what are your plans? Do you really plan to be Mrs. Liang wholeheartedly? Yes. Lin Luoshue said firmly, Not only do I want to be a good Mrs. Liang, I also want to gain the most important position in the Liang family. Sooner or later, I will make everyone in the Liang family do things according to my wishes. Great. Very spirited. Meng Linlin was also enthusiastic. Men conquer the world, and women conquer men. As long as we sisters stand up, won't those stinky men bow down to us? I thought so too. So I decided that I would keep a firm hold on my husband. If I tell him to go east, he wouldn't dare to go west. If I tell him to touch a dog, he wouldn't dare to steal a chicken. I want him to listen to me and obey me in everything. I also want him to understand that I am the mistress of this house who has the final say, and even if he wants to go out and cheat, he has to hold it back. Lin Luoshue was full of momentum. Meng Linlin. Why do I always feel like something is not right? Besides, have you become so comfortable calling me husband? Meng Linlin deeply suspected that her sisters might be controlled before they could control Liang Mufeng. Chapter 23 Drain him. Shue, let me ask you, what is the greatest advantage of us women? Beauty. Wrong. If you use your beauty to serve a man, love will fade when your beauty fades. Women won't always be young and beautiful, but there will always be young and beautiful women. If you want to control a man, beauty alone is not enough, you have to make him want to leave you. So what should we do? It's easy. Drain him. Squeeze dry. Yes. Just squeeze him dry. I've read in at least 5 books that men have 2 heads. If you can control the upper head, you can't control the lower head, and if you can control the lower head, you can't control the upper head. And in many cases, the lower head is more likely to dominate the upper head. So, you have to find a way to control his lower head first. Your description is so strange. And it feels a bit bitter. That's not important. What's important is to control his head. Okay, I get it. What's next? What's next is, of course, pillow talk. A man who is dominated by his lower brain will have his IQ drop dramatically. If you ask him for something at this time, 9 out of 10 times he will get it. I've seen this in at least 8 books. Think about what Mo Shi, Dag, and Bao Sai did. Can't we find a better role model? What's wrong with these 3 role models? They are all famous beauties in history. Shue, you are also an outstanding beauty. If you were in ancient times, they might not have been the ones to bring disaster to the country and the people. Are you praising me? Why do I feel like your wording is a little weird? Of course I'm praising you. Men all say they are a disaster for the country and the people, but they all want to possess them. What do you call this? This is called saying one thing and doing another. Oh, it seems to make sense when you put it that way. Of course it makes sense. Let's not talk about that for now, let's get on with business. By the way, where was I just now? Pillow talk. That's right, blowing pillow talk. Liang Mufeng is the CEO of a trillion-dollar group. In ancient times, he would be considered a local lord. He has money, food, people, and power. Slurp. You have to find a way to get his money, food, people, and power into your own hands. Were you drooling just now? No. Don't talk nonsense. Am I the kind of woman who would drool over my best friend's man? You are drooling indeed. Can you please listen to the main point? I'm telling you how to control Liang Mufeng, can you stop nagging me about the details? Okay, keep talking, keep talking. You interrupted my train of thought again. Let me think. Oh, yes, take his money, food, people, and power, and become the de facto ruler. You mean to ask me to sideline him? Yes. Just like how Wu Ziqian sidelined Li Ji. This is a bit difficult. That's because you're not good at using your own advantages. Although we can't always rely on our beauty, we still have to use it when necessary. Oh, go on. You will be the one who controls the entire Liang family. You will be the one who has the final say in the entire Liang family. If you ask him to go east, he won't dare to go west. If you ask him to touch a dog, he won't dare to steal a chicken. Even if you turn Yongxin Group into the Wuxia Group, this may not be impossible. I understand the logic, but I just don't have the confidence to hold my husband hostage. Who asked you to hold him hostage? Then who should I hold hostage? Hold his son. What? Stupid. Don't you know that in a family, children have the highest status? Moreover, Liang Mufeng is already in his 40s, I don't believe he doesn't want a child. When he has a child, he will definitely spoil the child like the apple of his eye. By then, with your son in hand, the world will be mine. Then you can wake up and rule the world, sleep drunk with a beauty, oh no, on the lap of a handsome man, that kind of life, wow, how beautiful it would be. So you want me to give birth to a child for him? But I haven't even graduated from college yet. Oh, that's right. How about, you find a surrogate? That's illegal, right? You can't let him go out and find a mistress, right? There is no cat in this world that doesn't cheat, and there is no man who doesn't cheat. In order to secure your position, you must keep an eye on your man and never let him go out and find a mistress. But I think he is quite self-disciplined in this regard. After all, I have never heard of him having any scandals with anyone. My dear sister Lin. You are already married, but you are still so naive. Being naive is no longer in fashion these days. If you continue to be so naive, you will be sold out sooner or later and you will be counted for money. So what do you think I should do? Easy. Drain him. Again, drained again. Yes. As long as you drain him dry, he won't have the energy to look for another woman. So you've been analyzing this for so long just so I can drain him dry. Draining him is a means, not an end. In short, remember this, before you gain control of the Liang family, you must not expose your ambitions. At this stage, you must portray yourself as a harmless, pitiful little wife who can arouse his strong desire to protect you. Okay, I understand. But I have a question for you. What's the problem? Where do you get these theories and analyses from? Of course it's in the book. Serious? I don't know if it's serious or not, but I think it's very popular on tomatoes. You should look less at the evil and crazy ones. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiong still felt a buzzing in her head, as if her whole body and mind had been baptized. Although her bestie's analysis was exaggerated, it was not without reason. Lin Xiong's foundation was not stable after marrying into the Liang family, and judging from the feud between the Lin and Liang families, her family was not reliable. If she wanted to gain a firm foothold in the Liang family, the only person she could rely on was Liang Mufeng. So she had to hold Liang Mufeng firmly in her hand to avoid being abandoned. Do we really have to squeeze him dry, as Meng Linlin said? Thinking of this, Lin Xiong couldn't help but think of the madness of last night. Her originally fair and tender face immediately turned red, looking shy and cute. In the afternoon, guests came to the villa. Looking at the young woman in front of her who was dressed neatly in a suit, Lin Xiong asked hesitantly, "Excuse me, who are you?" The woman smiled and said, "Mrs. Liang, let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Ying, and I am the Secretary General of the Wei Chen Charity Foundation. You can just call me Secretary Wu. I came here to discuss with you some issues regarding the management of the foundation. So fast. Lin Xiong quickly invited Wu Ying into her home and asked her to sit down. Wu Ying was polite for a while before sitting down. After sitting down, Wu Ying took out a stack of documents and placed them on the coffee table, then said to Lin Xiong, Mrs. Liang, I believe you should know that your husband, Mr. Liang Mufeng, is the founder and only donor of our Wei Chen Charity Foundation, and is also the chairman of the foundation. Mr. Liang intends to hand over the foundation to you. I believe you have already made some preparations for this, right? Lin Xiong nodded quickly. Yes, my husband, Mufeng mentioned it to me a few days ago. Wu Ying continued, Mr. Liang has considered that you have no experience in managing similar organizations, so he has entrusted me to assist you in managing the foundation. These documents contain some specific information about the foundation, including the personnel structure and financial revenue and expenditure. Please take a look first. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Okay. Lin Xiong picked up the document and began to read it. Wu Ying took this opportunity to quietly look at the girl in front of her. In Wu Ying's eyes, Lin Xiong was still young, with a girl's youth and innocence still on her face. Yang Jin said that their boss lady was only 20 years old this year and was still a college student who had not yet graduated. Is it really appropriate to let such an inexperienced person manage a charity foundation with an annual expenditure of more than 1 billion? But this was the boss's decision after all, and as an employee, she could only complete the tasks assigned by the boss as much as possible. If nothing unexpected happened, the girl in front of her would be her direct supervisor for a long time in the future. So at this time, it was more important to have a good relationship with her. While Wu Ying was looking at Lin Xiong had a preliminary understanding of the Wei Chen Charity Foundation. The overall structure of the Wei Chen Charity Foundation is roughly divided into 5 parts, namely the board of directors, the administration department, the project department, the finance department and the publicity department. The board of directors is responsible for the decision-making and management of the foundation. The administration department is responsible for administrative affairs, personnel recruitment and logistical support. The project department is responsible for planning, organizing and implementing charity projects. The finance department is responsible for financial management and auditing, and the publicity department is responsible for the publicity and promotion of the foundation. In addition to her as the chairman, the board of directors also includes direct secretaries, experts and scholars in related fields, social celebrities, and representatives of relevant official departments. The chairman is responsible for making decisions, the secretary is responsible for implementation, experts and scholars are responsible for providing professional opinions and suggestions, social celebrities are responsible for providing social support for the foundation through their own reputation, and official representatives are responsible for policy support and resource coordination. As soon as she saw this, Lin Xiong felt a headache, because she found that the operation and development of the foundation were completely different from what she had imagined before, and it was even more different from the company's operating model. Simply put, a company is a profit-making organization that considers how to make money, while a charitable foundation is a public welfare organization that considers how to spend money. Money is not easy to earn, but it is also not easy to spend. Every expenditure of a charity foundation must be fully considered, including the review of the recipients, the strength and direction of the assistance, and the subsequent social impact. If you are not careful, you may spend the money and fail to leave a good reputation, but instead suffer from public criticism. That is really asking for trouble. But it is not necessarily true that a foundation is not easy to operate. Chapter 24: The Continuation of Greed. After reading the materials, Lin Xiong asked Wu Ying, Secretary Wu, what specific work does my husband do in the foundation? Wu Ying replied, Mr. Liang is the current chairman of the foundation, but apart from checking the accounts every few months, he basically does not participate in the operation of the foundation. Lin Xiong thought for a moment, that is to say, the foundation has always been operating independently, and it can carry out its work even without a chairman. Wu Ying smiled and said, that's right. In fact, the overall structure of the Wei Chen Charity Foundation is very complete. The implementation of various relief work and charity projects has its own rules and procedures, and there is no need for the chairman to participate too much. The significance of the chairman to the foundation is more of a symbolic role, just like the Queen of the Sunset Empire to the empire. After all, the charity foundation does not have the need to make a profit, and it is still quite Buddhist in its development. However, as the sole funder of the foundation, the chairman still has great power. When he does not want to do anything, he can delegate power to the board of directors. When he wants to do something, he can also directly lead the work of the foundation. It must be said that this Wei Chen Charity Foundation is indeed very suitable for Lin Xiong to practice. As long as she doesn't make trouble or commit suicide, it won't be easy to shut down the foundation. Lin Xiong stood up and held out her hand to Wu Ying. Then please take good care of me in the future. Wu Ying reached out and held Lin Xiong's hand. It's my honor. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the center of Qianhai City, Samson Private Club. When Lin Xiong walked into the reception room, he immediately saw a middle-aged man with a high nose and deep eyes, who was holding a goblet and sipping red wine leisurely. The man saw Lin Xiong, raised his glass to greet him from a distance, and then continued to taste the wine. Lin Xiong came to him with a gloomy face, sat down, and said coldly, "Mr. Levi, I hope you can give me an explanation." The middle-aged man put the wine glass on the table, leaned back on the chair, looked at Lin Xiong and smiled. "Mr. Lin, why are you so anxious? Such a good red wine, don't you want to taste it?" Lin Xiong slapped the table and said angrily, "Do you think I'm here to drink with you? Let me ask you, why didn't you implement the encirclement and suppression strategy you agreed on? Could it be that you really treat me as cannon fodder?" The middle-aged man in front of him was named Emil Levi. He was the head of Squid Capital, who had previously colluded with Lin Xiong and was ready to invest a large amount of hot money to drive up the stock price of Haolin Group and take the opportunity to cash out and make a profit. The plan of both parties was to enter the market first with Lin Xiong as a cover. After the first round of confrontation, Liang Mufeng's vigilance was paralyzed, and then Squid Capital took the opportunity to enter the market, raise the stock price, and then sell off at a predetermined high price to cash out and run away. This plan is simple to say and easy to implement, but it is very troublesome to deal with. If Liang Mufeng wants to pull the stock price back, he must sell the stock. Then, Squid Capital will take the opportunity to buy a large number of stocks and become the major shareholder of Haolin Group. If Liang Mufeng allows Squid Capital to push up the stock market, then when it is time to cash out and leave, the stock price will plummet, causing a huge blow to Haolin Group. Of course, it is not impossible for Liang Mufeng to turn the tables, but there are two prerequisites. First, sufficient cash flow to compete with Yutai Capital. Second, insight into the other party's cash-out price to create an information gap. Both are indispensable, but Liang Mufeng has done both. In this stock market battle, Liang Mufeng not only did not fall into the opponent's trap, but took the opportunity to make a lot of money. A large amount of cash of Yutai Capital was locked up, and finally he had to sell at a loss. Lin Xiong was even worse. He didn't even have a chance to sell at a loss, because he increased the leverage too much, which led to forced liquidation and lost all his money. In fact, if Lin Xiong could get the time when Squid Capital left the market, he would have a chance to get out of it unscathed, and maybe even make a small profit. The annoying thing is that Squid Capital did not notify Lin Xiong when it left the market, and the speed of its withdrawal was beyond Lin Xiong's expectations. When he reacted, Liang Mufeng had already forced him to close his position with a limit down. When he saw this scene, Lin Xiong was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood on the spot. Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time, otherwise his life would not have been saved. Lin Xiong felt so upset when he thought about all the hard work he had put in wasted. He finally understood why all the partners with international trade experience reminded him to avoid working with Squid Capital. He thought those people were just being patriotic, but now he realized it was because Squid Capital had no integrity. However, facing Lin Xiong's anger, Emil didn't care. He swirled the red wine in his glass and said leisurely, "When you Chinese people talk about red wine, you only know that 1982 Lafite is the best red wine, but you don't know that 1986 Latu is also a rare and fine product. There are so many 1982 Lafites on the market now that even I can't tell which ones are real. I can only taste the slightly inferior 1986 Latu. No matter what, at least it can be guaranteed to be authentic." Lin Xiong said coldly, "If you want to drink red wine, go to France. You are a bunch of pretentious people, no wonder you have been hated by the whole world for thousands of years." Emir's face darkened. "Mr. Lin, you'd better be careful with your words. We are God's only chosen people, how can you humiliate us?" Lin Xiong sneered, "It seems that your God is not a good person either. He prefers a group of people with no bottom line." Emil closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly opened his eyes. But this time, his elegant temperament had disappeared, replaced by a chilling chill. Mr. Lin, it must be uncomfortable to be a dog for your enemy, right? Lin Xiong angrily said, isn't this all your fault? If you hadn't withdrawn the funds without my permission, how could I have lost everything? Emil sneered, if you are greedy, don't blame others for being cunning. Lin Xiong retorted, I'll say the same thing to you. If you are hated by all mankind, don't call yourself God's chosen one. Emil narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that Mr. Lin is here to quarrel with me, not to cooperate with me. Lin Xiong gritted his teeth and said, cooperate with you? Is it not enough that I was sold out by you once? I want you to sell it out a second time. Emil sneered, don't say that. If Mr. Lin is not so greedy next time, maybe we can still benefit from each other. After Lin Xiong cursed inwardly for a few times, he said coldly, tell me, what do you want from me? Emil smiled and said, two things. First, congratulations to Mr. Lin's daughter on her marriage to Liang Mufeng. Lin Xiong's face suddenly darkened. Emir ignored him and continued, second thing, let's talk about our future cooperation. Lin Xiong snorted coldly and said, thanks to your scam, I have almost nothing now. Where can I get the capital to continue cooperating with you? Emil shook his head and smiled, how can Mr. Lin not have the capital to cooperate? Isn't your good son-in-law one? You all know the grudge between Liang Mufeng and me, so how can I use him as capital for cooperation? Emil pointed at Lin Xiong and said, you don't have it, but your daughter does. Your daughter married Liang Mufeng, so is she worried about not being able to enter the management of Haolin Group? Lin Xiong sneered, I thought you could fart with any smell, but this is it. Do you really think Liang Mufeng will let my daughter join the management of Haolin Group? If it were you, would you do this? Why not? After all, a good talent should be placed where she belongs. Lin Xiong said impatiently, if you came to me just to talk about this, then it seems that there is nothing more to talk about between us. Having said that, Lin Xiong stood up and prepared to leave. Emil sat as steady as a rock, and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, you don't know yet. Liang Mufeng is preparing to hand over the Wei Chen Charity Foundation to your daughter. So what if you know? Lin Xiong said coldly. The day before yesterday, when the Weibo account became famous, Lin Xiong had a premonition of this. But what's the point of managing a mere charity foundation? Charity foundations are used to build a good reputation for oneself, and no matter how well Lin Luoshua does, the reputation belongs to Liang Mufeng. What does it have to do with him, Lin Xiong? Emil continued, it seems that Mr. Lin didn't see through Liang Mufeng's intention. Do you think a charity foundation is worth letting his wife run it personally? Liang Mufeng has been the chairman of the foundation for so many years. Have you seen any problems with the operation of the charity foundation? Lin Xiong frowned slightly, what do you mean by that? Emil sighed, Mr. Lin, this is where you are not as good as Liang Mufeng. Liang Mufeng is obviously training Lin Luoshua by doing this. After all, no matter how well the charity foundation is managed, what problems can there be? But if you use a foundation to train your wife into something useful, isn't this a very cost-effective deal? After hearing what the other party said, Lin Xiong finally came to his senses. After thinking for a while, he looked at Emil with suspicion, even if my daughter becomes a senior executive of Haolin Group, what does it have to do with you? Mr. Lin, have you forgotten the relationship between your daughter and Liang Mufeng again? Lin Xiong was no fool, and he quickly realized, you want my daughter to take charge of Haolin Group. Yes, that's right. Your daughter is the boss lady of Haolin Group. If something happens to Liang Mufeng, wouldn't it be natural for your daughter to control Haolin Group? Lin Xiong couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he heard this. I thought you had some good ideas, but it turns out I was the one who planned the rest. However, with an additional partner, some things can be done more smoothly. Apart from anything else, how to make Liang Mufeng reasonably have an accident can be left to the squid capital behind Emil. Thinking of this, Lin Xiong said, it's not impossible to cooperate, but how can you show me your sincerity? After all, I've been cheated by you once. Emil smiled and said, please rest assured, Mr. Lin, this time, we will deliver the goods first and collect the money later. Chapter 25 Liang Mufeng's Business Theory Part 1. In the evening, when Liang Mufeng returned home, Lin Luoshua was sitting on the sofa, carefully studying the detailed information about the foundation. When she heard Liang Mufeng open the door, she just looked up and then lowered her head to continue studying. It was as if he didn't take Liang Mufeng seriously at all. Liang Mufeng. Which wife is so cold to her husband on the second day after marriage? Liang Mufeng felt somewhat dissatisfied. He walked forward and picked up Lin Xiong, who was devoting herself to the research foundation. Lin Xiong suddenly felt her body floating in the air. She couldn't help but screamed, and subconsciously hugged Liang Mufeng's neck. Feeling her heart pounding, Lin Xiong couldn't help but pat Liang Mufeng's shoulder and said angrily, "You, what are you doing?" Liang Mufeng grinned and said, "Who told you to be so cold to your husband? Of course I'm going to punish you." In Liang Mufeng's arms, Lin Xiong fluttered her long and beautiful legs like a live fish coming ashore. But Liang Mufeng held her tightly in his arms and refused to let go. You, put me down." Lin Xiong had no choice but to plead to Liang Mufeng pitifully. It has to be said that Lin Xiong's pitiful expression was really lethal, making Liang Mufeng feel a raging fire rising in his lower abdomen, and he didn't want to put Lin Xiong down even more. He simply hugged Lin Xiong and sat on the sofa, holding her thin shoulders with one hand, letting her stick close to him. The distance between the two of them was instantly shortened to almost no gap, and each could clearly feel the other's body temperature and heartbeat. At this moment, Lin Xiong felt something pressing against her buttocks. After the initial confusion, she immediately remembered what happened last night. Her face turned pale and she begged for mercy. "Is it okay if I am wrong? I really didn't mean to be cold to you. I really can't stand it anymore, please don't." Seeing Lin Xiong in a panic, Liang Mufeng kissed her forehead and said softly, "Am I that scary?" Lin Xiong quickly apologized with a smile, "No. It's not scary, you are not scary at all. You are my husband. Why should I be afraid of you? I am the meat and I am the butcher. It is not shameful to show weakness to your husband. Then kiss me." Seeing Lin Xiong's hesitation, Liang Mufeng pretended to sigh and said, "It seems that our relationship is still not close enough. But it doesn't matter, we can go to the room and have a good chat." Communication. Even if Lin Xiong used her big toe to think, she knew what he meant by communication. She doubted whether her delicate body could go through another confrontation like last night. For the sake of her health, Lin Xiong no longer hesitated, hugged Liang Mufeng's neck, and pressed her tender lips against Liang Mufeng's mouth. At this moment, Liang Mufeng felt as if time had stopped. Lin Xiong's soft lips seemed to be carrying an electric current, trembling slightly, and the numbness spread from her lips to her whole body. His nose was filled with the faint fragrance of Lin Xiong, like the most seductive incense, which made him intoxicated. Liang Mufeng subconsciously reached out to hold Lin Xiong's slender waist, feeling her delicate skin through the thin fabric, and his mood became more excited, so he couldn't help but deepen the kiss. After a long while, the two slowly separated. Looking at Lin Xiong in his arms, whose face was blushing and who dared not look at him, Liang Mufeng felt that she was so adorable at this moment that he could not stop wanting her. No, if this continues, the two of them will probably have to go to bed to communicate. Liang Mufeng barely suppressed the lust in his heart and said calmly, "Okay, I'll let you off this time." Lin Xiong couldn't help but cover her face with her slender hands, not daring to look at him, and muttered softly, "He's just like an animal, he only knows how to get in heat." Liang Mufeng narrowed his eyes slightly and made a threatening sound. Lin Xiong quickly apologized with a smile, "It's okay, I was just talking to myself. Seeing Lin Xiong looking frightened by his torment, Liang Mufeng couldn't help but laugh. He hugged Lin Xiong and asked with a smile, "By the way, what did you mean by that phone call this morning?" Lin Xiong blinked and tried to act innocent. "Phone call? What phone call?" "Oh, yes, that phone call. Actually, I wasn't awake at that time, so I might have been a little confused." "So you can't take it seriously. He. Liang Mufeng lifted her chin frivolously and said with a smile, "I'm not angry, you don't have to pretend to please me. Besides, you are quite cute when you act like a spoiled child, I don't hate it." Lin Xiong's dry laugh suddenly froze on her face. "You said I was just being coquettish. You dead man, don't you understand good and bad words? Huh? You say his straight. That's okay." Lin Xiong asked cautiously, "Then can you put me down?" Liang Mufeng ignored her, turned his eyes to the documents on the coffee table, and said casually, "Are you looking at the foundation's information? Have you found anything?" Seeing that Liang Mufeng had no intention of letting go of himself, Lin Xiong had to temporarily give up the idea and whispered, "I haven't even been the student union president, what can I see? If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me directly, don't be shy." Lin Xiong asked tentatively, "If what I said is wrong, will you be angry with me?" Liang Mufeng laughed and said, "What do you think of me? Would I be mean to you for such a small matter? Did I really say that? Go ahead and tell me." Liang Mufeng said helplessly. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiong asked, "Did you create this foundation just to buy fame?" Liang Mufeng didn't expect that Lin Xiong's first question would be so oblique, which made him unable to react for a while. Seeing this, Lin Xiong waved her hand quickly, "It's okay if you don't want to say it." Liang Mufeng held her little hand and said, "Is this what you think of the charity foundation?" Lin Xiong asked back, "Isn't it? My father once said that charity is the most cost-effective form of advertising, and the effect is long-term. If the publicity is good, $1 of charity can produce $10 of advertising effect." Liang Mufeng nodded and said, "This is indeed Lin Xiong's usual style of doing things. What about you? Aren't you?" Lin Xiong said, unconvinced. Liang Mufeng did not answer directly, but asked, "You have been reading the information for the whole afternoon, let me ask you a few questions." Lin Xiong nodded, "Okay, ask." First question, what was the total financial expenditure of the foundation last year? Lin Xiong thought for a moment and replied, "Last year's total fiscal expenditure was 1.54 billion, of which nearly 30 million was for the salaries and benefits of the foundation's employees, as well as the foundation's operating expenses, and the rest was charitable expenditure." The second question is, who are the recipients of the foundation's assistance? Disabled people, out-of-school children, children of martyrs, and post-disaster reconstruction. The third question is, what was the biggest expense last year used for? It's flood relief. The total expenditure is 180 million. Lin Xiong felt a little proud because she answered all the questions raised by Liang Mufeng. But Liang Mufeng asked again, "Before you saw these materials, where did you know about this? Or this?" Lin Xiong was speechless. After Liang Mufeng's reminder, she realized that the foundation's donation was silent. If you want to exchange charity for fame, you must use publicity. But in fact, the foundation did not do any publicity, even though we are the largest donor. Lin Xiong asked in confusion, "Why do you want to do this? If you can promote it a little bit, won't it have a good advertising effect? It will also be of great help to Yongxin Group's profits, right?" Liang Mufeng laughed, "You see, this is your blind spot. Do you know what are the characteristics of companies that gain exposure through charity activities?" After thinking carefully for a while, Lin Xiong shook her head helplessly, "I don't know. All their products are fast-moving consumer goods," Liang Mufeng explained. Whether it's herbal tea, instant noodles, juice or sports shoes, they are essentially fast-moving consumer goods. Fast-moving consumer goods are characterized by fast consumption, high purchase frequency, relatively low prices, low technical content, and most importantly, low brand loyalty. These 5 characteristics mean that the sales of fast-moving consumer goods are highly dependent on publicity, so charity is a good publicity strategy for them. Seeing that Lin Xiong still had only a vague understanding, Liang Mufeng explained in detail, "It is difficult for fast-moving consumer goods to differentiate their products. No matter how good the advertising is, it may not impress consumers. So at this time, it is more important to establish a corporate image than a product image. For fast-moving consumer goods, due to their high consumption frequency and short usage cycle, consumers usually do not spend too much time to deeply study the subtle differences between products when choosing. Instead, they tend to make snap judgments based on their impressions of the brand or company as a whole. If a company can successfully create a positive, trustworthy and attractive image, then even if a fast-moving consumer product under the company is not much different from that of its competitors in terms of functions or features, consumers may still choose its products first because of their good impression of the company. In addition, by establishing a strong corporate image, companies can also build a long-term and stable customer base in the market and enhance customer loyalty. When consumers recognize the values and ideas represented by a company, they will not only be willing to continue to buy the company's existing products, but also be likely to try its new series or new products. This trust and emotional bond based on corporate image can effectively reduce marketing costs and increase sales conversion rates and profit levels. Chapter 26 Liang Mufeng's Business Theory Part 2. Liang Mufeng's explanation opened the door to a new world for Lin Xiong. She had always thought that the advertising effect of charity was universal for all companies, but she ignored the more subtle differences. In fact, for high-tech enterprises like Haolin Group, carrying out charity activities does help shape the corporate image and thus create an advertising effect. However, from a cost perspective, this type of publicity method is not cost-effective. Whether it is selling mobile phones, smart homes, or providing network services, consumers are more concerned about our products and services. As long as our products are of high quality, consumers will still be happy to buy our products and services even if we do not carry out any charity activities. The most representative examples are the two major mobile phone companies, Nokia and Apple. The former invested a lot in charity, but eventually went bankrupt due to its outdated products. The latter almost never did charity, and even made profits in the name of charity many times, but its market value continued to rise, unaffected at all. Lin Xiong couldn't help but raise her own objection. Aren't there also high-tech companies that rely on sentiment to attract users? Why doesn't Haolin Group do this? Because sentiment is a double-edged sword. Some are willing to pay for sentiment, while others are disgusted by it. Look at the companies on the market that rely on sentiment to build their image. Which one of them is not living on the cusp of the storm? They have been in the whirlpool of public opinion for a long time, which will damage the corporate image. The process of using sentiment is like walking on a tightrope. If you are not careful, you may make mistakes, and the original supporters may become a sharp knife piercing the heart of the company. Such examples can be said to be everywhere, and there are even many companies that have gone bankrupt because of this. Therefore, the first thing many companies do after they develop with the help of sentiment is to eliminate the influence of sentiment. Although doing so seems to be a bit of a bridge-breaking move, for the sake of corporate development, they have to make such a choice. Lin Xiong chewed on Liang Mufeng's words carefully, and finally understood a little. So, you set up a charity foundation just for charity's sake. As a local enterprise, we have grown up with the support of local people, so we should give back to society when we are able. This is the natural social responsibility of entrepreneurs, and I founded Wei Chen for this reason. But you also said that fruit companies don't do charity. Liang Mufeng chuckled and said, different people have different pursuits. Some people like money, some like fame, some like power, but there are also many people who like to realize the value of life. Lin Xiong glanced at him sideways and said with a mischievous smile, I see, you are the kind of person who wants to realize the value of life, right? You are quite good at flattering yourself. Liang Mufeng shook his head and said, for me now, the most important thing is not to realize the value of life, but to have a wife and children and a warm bed. Lin Xiong was startled, and then her pretty face flushed. She patted Liang Mufeng's shoulder and said coquettishly, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by a wife, children, and a warm bed? It's really so vulgar. At this moment, Lin Xiong didn't realize that she had completely lost the nervousness and fear she had when facing Liang Mufeng. At least before today, she had never thought that she could play with Liang Mufeng so recklessly. After dinner, Lin Xiong took the foundation's materials and planned to go into the study to continue her research. But before she took a few steps, she felt her body lifted into the air and was picked up by Liang Mufeng again. With the previous experience, Lin Xiong was not so panicked this time, but she was still a little uncomfortable and couldn't help struggling. What are you doing? Stop touching me. Liang Mufeng leaned close to Lin Xiong's ear and whispered, where are you going in such a hurry? Feeling Liang Mufeng's fiery breath, Lin Xiong's originally white ears immediately turned red. She stammered, I just want to study these materials again. Don't study the information, study me instead. Lin Xiong was stunned at first, then came to her senses, and was immediately embarrassed and angry. I said, do you have anything else in your mind? You are the president of a large group after all, why are you always so frivolous? Being serious is for outsiders to see. Why do you have to be so serious in front of your family? Liang Mufeng said seriously. Family? Lin Xiong chewed on these two words, complicated thoughts welling up in her mind. Am I family to him? Okay, honey, don't forget that today is the first day of our marriage. You can look at the information at any time, there's no need to rush. Liang Mufeng said softly. Feeling that Liang Mufeng's breathing had become a little rapid, the experienced Lin Xiong couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear on her face. Can we forget about it today? I don't feel well. Liang Mufeng smiled evilly and said, this excuse is not very good, reject it. Lin Xiong was so anxious that she started to speak incoherently. I have my period. Liang Mufeng rolled his eyes. Don't give me that. Do you really think I'm a brat? Can I not even tell whether you have your period or not? Lin Xiong wanted to cry but had no tears. But I. Don't say but. Honey, I'm really angry now. Woo woo woo, could you be a little gentler later, you beast? See how you perform later. 3 days later, at 8:30 in the morning, Yongxing Building. Lin Xiong, wearing a custom-made women's suit and hip skirt, followed Liang Mufeng uncomfortably and whispered, "Hubby, I'm a little nervous." Lin Xiong studied Chinese language and literature in school and planned to work in literary creation in the future. She never thought that she would enter the workplace one day and become the chairman of the foundation. She was afraid that she would not do well in some aspects and be looked down upon. Liang Mufeng patted her little hand gently and said, "Don't forget, you are not only the chairman of Wei Chen, but also the boss lady of Yongxin. Be more confident, I will cover everything for you." Well, okay then. Lin Xiong subconsciously adjusted her clothes. Why? Are you not used to wearing this? Lin Xiong said with a bitter face, "I have never worn an OL suit. I always feel something is wrong." Because of Lin Xiong's natural beauty and excellent figure, after putting on an OL suit, her lethality was simply devastating. After getting off the car, she felt that the eyes of the people around her were focused on her, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Oddly enough, Lin Xiong, who had stood out from the crowd with her beauty since she was a child, had always been the target of great attention from those around her, and she had long been accustomed to it. But when she first entered the workplace as an adult, the attention from others gave her a completely different feeling. If there is any difference from before, it is that the gazes directed at her were reserved and introverted, but now there is a hint of aggression in the gazes directed at her. Liang Mufeng also noticed that the eyes around him were not right, and immediately glanced at the people around him with a rather majestic look. After they came into contact with Liang Mufeng's majestic and warning eyes, they couldn't help but tremble, lowered their heads, and dared not look again. Lin Xiong finally felt much more comfortable now. She said to Liang Mufeng gratefully, "Thank you." Liang Mufeng glared at her, "You are my wife, why are you thanking me?" As he said that, he took Lin Xiong's hand and walked into the president's exclusive elevator. Lin Xiong looked confused and had no idea what he was angry about. Yongxing Building has a total of 88 floors, of which Yongxing Group occupies floors 82 to 88, and the Wei Chen Charity Foundation is located on the 81st floor. Wu Ying had been waiting for Lin Xiong at the elevator entrance on the 81st floor. Seeing Lin Xiong getting off the elevator, Wu Ying smiled and said to her, "Chairman, please follow me." Lin Xiong subconsciously looked back at Liang Mufeng in the elevator. For a moment, she really hoped that he would get off the elevator and accompany her to deal with those future subordinates. But Liang Mufeng just gave her a reassured look, as if telling her, "Just do it boldly, I'll take care of everything." Lin Xiong finally gave up. So he turned around, with the tragic spirit of "The wind is whistling and the Yishui river is cold, the hero will never return once he leaves," and followed Wu Ying into the workplace of the foundation. "Chairman, this is the big workplace, this is the meeting room, and this is the project manager's office." Wu Ying introduced the situation in the workplace to Lin Xiong as she walked. Lin Xiong secretly remembered what Wu Ying said, and on the surface, she tried her best to put on an intimidating posture. Every time Wu Ying said something, she nodded slightly to indicate, "I understand." It was not yet time for work, so there were only a few people in the workplace. They were originally chatting, but when they turned around, they saw Wu Ying walking by with a stunning beauty, and they couldn't help but open their eyes wide. Someone whispered, "Who is this beauty? I've never seen her before. Is she a new colleague?" A female colleague rolled her eyes at him, "Don't you watch the news? Isn't this our new chairman, the boss lady of Yongxin, and the daughter of Haolin, Lin Xiong? She is Mr. Liang's new wife. She looks so young. How can she not be young? I heard that she is only 20 years old this year and is still in college. Is this true? Mr. Liang seems to be in his 40s this year. Marrying a 20-year-old. Wow, this is really enviable. What are you envious of? If you were as rich as Mr. Liang, you could also marry someone that young." The staff's whispers did not reach Lin Xiong's ears, but Lin Xiong could feel their eyes looking at her as if she were a giant panda. The uncomfortable feeling from before came back again. Alas, it seems that the job of Chairman Wei Chen is not easy. 27 Become a successful person like you, starting from single to 40. At 9 a.m., the foundation staff started to go to work one after another. Soon after they started work, they received a notice from management. The meeting will start in the conference room in 10 minutes. Everyone must be present. The employees had already heard a lot of gossip 2 days ago, and when they received the notice, they immediately guessed the content of the meeting. The rumors came true. It seems that the foundation is going to change its chairman. Sure enough, at the meeting, the employees met their new chairman. Although they had heard that the new chairman was a stunning beauty, it was just hearsay after all. When Lin Xiong appeared in the meeting room, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. She walked towards me with light steps, like a fairy descending from the earth. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, her eyes sparkled like stars, and under her delicate nose, her lips were red and tender. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a charming luster. The male employees around stared at her, some even swallowed unconsciously. The female employees also showed amazement, secretly admiring that there was such a beautiful person in the world. The originally noisy office area suddenly became silent, with only the crisp sound of Lin Xiong's high heels stepping on the ground echoing in the air. She raised her eyes slightly, glanced at everyone, and a slightly shy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In an instant, it seemed that the whole space was brightened. She said softly, "Hello everyone, I am the new chairman Lin Xiong. I hope we can work well together in the future." Lin Xiong's voice is like an oriole singing on a branch, melodious, pleasant to the ears, like the sound of nature. Looking at the eyes of the audience, Lin Xiong couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Her palms were sweaty and her heart was pounding, almost jumping out of her throat. She swallowed subconsciously, calmed down a little, and then said, "Hello everyone, I am your new chairman, Lin Xiong. From today on, we will work together." Lin Xiong had made a lot of preparations for this appearance, and even wrote a special speech. Now that she had started, the rest of her speech came naturally. She spoke more and more fluently, and her nervousness was gradually thrown behind her. Secretary Wu Ying stood behind her with a smile on her face. Although she was nominally Lin Xiong's secretary, she also had to obey Liang Mufeng's instructions. Before today, Liang Mufeng had specifically instructed her that if Lin Xiong had any accidents during her tenure, she needed to step forward immediately to help save the situation. But it must be said that although Lin Xiong is young, she is very adaptable. Apart from the initial nervousness, she performed very well afterwards. The employees in the audience were concentrating on watching Lin Xiong, as if they were already listening intently. No, maybe it's because the new chairman's beauty is too striking. The short speech of about 2,000 words ended not long after. When Lin Xiong finished speaking, the audience immediately clapped in unison. In order to let Lin Xiong feel their sincerity, their applause was as enthusiastic as it could be. Lin Xiong looked at the scene in front of her and felt relieved. Very good, the debut went smoothly and it was a good start. Just thinking that Liang Mufeng was not at the scene, Lin Xiong couldn't help feeling a little lost. If only he could see his own performance, he would know that he is definitely not just of ours. At the same time, on the 88th floor of Yongxing Building, the president's office. Liang Mufeng sat in the boss chair with a tablet in his hand, and the computer was playing the scene of Lin Xiong's first appearance. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. "Mr. Liang, stop laughing. It's not elegant if you continue laughing." At this time, Yang Zhen's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Liang Mufeng's smile suddenly froze on his face. He glanced at Yang Zhen with dissatisfaction and said, "Secretary Yang, are you quite free?" Yang Zhen said calmly, "Before Mr. Liang gave me the task, I was indeed quite free." Liang Mufeng. He truly deserves to be the #1 king of Yongxing Group, and is privately referred to as 9,000 years old. Liang Mufeng coughed lightly, put down the tablet, and said calmly, "Secretary Yang, do you have any schedule today?" Yang Zhen immediately reported, "Boss Liang, there is a department head meeting at 10 o'clock this morning, a lunch meeting with partners at 12 noon, and an inspection of the new project base at 3 o'clock in the afternoon." Before Yang Zhen finished speaking, Liang Mufeng couldn't help but frown. Why are there so many arrangements? After all, Mr. Liang, you have been busy with your wedding these days, and many things have been delayed until now. Liang Mufeng knocked on the table with his knuckles and said to Yang Zhen seriously, "Secretary Yang, I am very disappointed in you. Yang Zhen's expression remained unchanged. Please ask Mr. Liang for instructions. Liang Mufeng said, look, I'm your boss, and you're my secretary. As a secretary, shouldn't you help your boss solve problems? After saying that, Liang Mufeng picked up the cup and took a sip of coffee. Yang Zhen thought for a moment and said, Mr. Liang wants to be lazy, right? Ahem. Liang Mufeng felt as if the coffee had poured into his trachea, and he couldn't help but cough violently. Yang Zhen hurried forward and helped pat Liang Mufeng's back, making a thumping sound. After a long while, Liang Mufeng finally caught his breath and said, You are quite sensible. Yang Zhen said as a matter of course, after all, the opportunity to beat the boss is not always available. Opportunities are only reserved for those who are prepared. Liang Mufeng. There was a moment when he really wanted to change his secretary. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Liang Mufeng glared at him and turned to business. You should find a way to postpone all the unimportant schedules. I have a banquet to attend tonight. After Yang Zhen carefully recalled for a while, he said, Is Mr. Liang talking about the charity dinner at 7 o'clock in the evening? That's right. Yang Zhen frowned, but you have already resigned as the chairman of Wei Chen. Logically, you don't need to attend this dinner. According to your standards, this is an unimportant trip that can be postponed. Liang Mufeng rolled his eyes at him. Yang Zhen, you are 33 years old this year, right? I'll be 33 in 2 months. Other people are already married and have kids at the age of 33, why are you still single? Haven't you ever thought about finding the reason from yourself? At this point, Liang Mufeng said earnestly, It's not good to be too straight, otherwise you won't even be able to get married. Yang Zhen nodded, Mr. Liang is right. In fact, you have always been my goal. My greatest wish is to become someone like you one day. Although Yang Zhen's words seemed a bit like flattery, Liang Mufeng still felt very comfortable listening to them. He couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile on his face, and his crossed legs swayed slightly. So from the first day I joined the group, I decided to take you as an example and learn from you in all aspects. Learn from your vision, your strategic layout, your way of dealing with people, and your attitude towards marriage and family. The more Liang Mufeng listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Yang Zhen continued, for example, you didn't get married until you were 45, and you always focused on your career. I think this is the attitude a successful man should have towards life. The corner of Liang Mufeng's mouth twitched. There's no need to learn it so carefully. Yang Zhen suddenly became passionate. How can this be possible? As the ancient said, if you can't even clean your own house, how can you clean up the world? To learn from your idol, you should start from every little bit, from the details. Only in this way can you learn the essence of being a human being and become a successful person like you. Liang Mufeng felt his eyes twitching. Excuse me, does this have anything to do with what I just said? Why not? Yang Zhen said seriously, Mr. Liang, you didn't worry about your life when you were in your 40s, so why should I, a man in his 30s, worry about that? Pretty. The real intention is exposed, right? Are you making insinuations here? But Liang Mufeng couldn't find any words to refute, so he could only grit his teeth and smile. Okay, Yang Zhen, you can do it. You may be the first one in the industry who dares to criticize the boss in person. Yang Zhen calmly pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose. Boss Liang, are you planning to send me to the frontier again? Boss Liang, please tell me whether you want me to go to the Middle East or Africa. No matter where we go, I will definitely open up new territories for you. A truly powerful person never complains about the environment. Liang Mufeng took a deep breath and showed a kind smile on his face. Don't rush about this, make me another cup of coffee first, this one is a little cold. Yes. Yang Zhen turned and left. Wait a minute. Liang Mufeng called Yang Zhen, don't forget to arrange the charity dinner tonight. Chapter 28 Job Discomfort. On the other side, Lin Xiong was sitting in her office in a daze. The speech was indeed a success, but what happened after the speech? Lin Xiong thought that she only needed to sit in her office, and naturally, employees would knock on the door and come in, then ask her for instructions and sign important documents. And she only needed to nod modestly, ask about minor issues, and then elegantly sign her name on the document, and say a few words of advice, and the work of the chairman would be completed. Isn't that the case in TV dramas and novels? She even imagined this scene. She sat leisurely in the spacious, bright and beautifully decorated office, drinking coffee quietly. Not long after, a slight and polite knock on the door reached Lin Luoshue's ears. She raised her head slightly, with an elegant and calm smile on her face. After a light cough, she said in a reserved tone, "Come in." The door was slowly pushed open, and a young employee in formal attire walked in cautiously. He quickly walked to Lin Luoshue's desk, gently placed the thick document in his hand on the table, then bowed and said, "Chairman, this document urgently needs your review and signature. Please give your instructions." Lin Luoshue picked up the document slowly and flipped through a few pages. Her eyes seemed careless, but she was actually quickly browsing the key contents. After a moment, she raised her head, looked at the employee expressionlessly, and asked softly, "Have you considered all the details of the plan mentioned here? Is there anything missing?" The employee quickly replied, "President, we have discussed and revised it many times to ensure that all links are foolproof. But if you find anything wrong, please give us your advice." Lin Luoshue nodded in satisfaction, her lips slightly raised, revealing an elegant smile. Then, she pulled out an exquisite fountain pen from the pen holder and signed her name at the end of the document in a flamboyant manner. The handwriting was vigorous and powerful, like flowing water. After signing, she put down the fountain pen, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and said to the employee earnestly, "This mission is very important. You must strictly follow the plan and not make any mistakes. Do you understand?" The employee nodded repeatedly, and then left the room with the signed documents as if he had been pardoned. Lin Luoshue looked at his departing back, and a sense of accomplishment surged in her heart. In this way, she completed a daily job as the chairman of the board easily and elegantly. Everything seemed fine as imagined, but the reality was that for the entire morning, apart from Wu Ying bringing him some foundation information, no one else knocked on his office door. "No, is the work of our foundation usually so idle?" She wanted to go out of the office and see what the employees were doing, but as soon as she put her hand on the door handle, she felt a little timid. In fact, she was the youngest, the least qualified, and the least experienced of all the people on this floor of the office building, but she held the highest position. Her high position and incommensurate abilities made her feel guilty when facing her employees. How could she be qualified to command those experienced staff? Lin Luoshue sat in the boss chair for the whole morning, until around noon. She suddenly heard the sound of the doorknob turning. She subconsciously straightened her sitting posture, took a deep breath, and said in a reserved manner, "What?" The door was opened, and then Lin Luoshue saw Liang Mufeng's handsome face, which clearly had the style of a mature old man. Lin Luoshue. After Liang Mufeng finished his work in the morning, he immediately went to the 81st floor and planned to take Lin Luoshue downstairs for dinner. After these few days of in-depth communication, the relationship between the two has become much closer, and Lin Luoshue would even act coquettishly towards him inadvertently. Liang Mufeng thought that when he came to her office, he would see a pretty face with surprise and coquettishness, but he didn't expect to see disappointment on Lin Luoshue's face. "What? I came at the wrong time." But the next moment, he saw Lin Luoshue walking towards him quickly and then throwing herself into his arms. "Take that back. It seems I arrived at the right time." Although Lin Luoshue's face was buried in his arms, Liang Mufeng could still feel the loss in her heart. He held the warm and soft jade in his arms, patted her back gently, and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Lin Luoshue's muffled voice came from his arms, "Husband, I think I may not be suitable for this job." "It's not even halfway through your first day at work, why do you feel like you're not suitable? I don't think you're such an unconfident person. But this job of chairman is really different from what I imagined. It's been the whole morning and no one has knocked on my office door. I sit there not knowing what to do." Lin Luoshue's voice was filled with grievance. "I'm not afraid of difficult work, I'm just afraid of having nothing to do. It feels like I'm redundant. It seems that my little wife is really hit hard. However, this situation cannot be solved by simply finding her something to do, because it is a typical case of job discomfort. The so-called job discomfort syndrome refers to a series of symptoms that new employees experience when they are unable to adapt to the work status in a short period of time when faced with workplace pressure and changes in work content. Specifically, it manifests itself in difficulty integrating into new social circles, being unable to adapt to competitive pressure environments, and having high expectations but low skills, resulting in a large psychological gap. It all comes down to lack of self-confidence and poor ability to withstand blows. In fact, most new employees will experience this kind of discomfort in the workplace to a certain extent, but they can usually adjust themselves within 1 to 3 months. Colleges and universities require students to do social practice before graduation, to a certain extent, to use this time to provide a buffer for normal work in the future. If it was before, Liang Mufeng would just comfort her casually and tell Lin Xiong that she would be fine after a while of adapting. But after deeply understanding Lin Xiong's grievances, Liang Mufeng felt a little distressed. "Oh, it seems I have to find a way to enlighten her." So he said softly, "Okay, no matter how wronged you are, you still have to eat. Are you hungry?" Liang Mufeng's words seemed to turn on a switch. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiong's stomach made a gurgling sound. Lin Xiong couldn't help but blush, and now she didn't dare to look up at Liang Mufeng. Liang Mufeng was happy. He lifted up the girl in his arms, scratched her nose, and said with a smile, "Hurry up and have dinner with your husband. Don't let my little wife starve." Lin Xiong said angrily, "Who is your little wife? You are so disgusting." Having said that, Lin Xiong still obediently let Liang Mufeng hold her hand and go downstairs. In Liang Mufeng's exclusive elevator for the president, Liang Mufeng said, "Today's lunch was specially prepared for you by your mother-in-law, so you have to behave better later. She is going back to her hometown this afternoon, so she wants to see you before going to the airport." Lin Xiong was shocked. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Come and take a look at my clothes. Is there anything wrong with my outfit? Am I dressed appropriately? Is the clothing I'm wearing appropriate?" Seeing Lin Xiong's nervous face, Liang Mufeng laughed and said, "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with your outfit today. My mother likes you very much, too, so you don't have to be nervous." But Liang Mufeng's consolation was obviously useless. From the moment she got off the elevator until she got in the car and arrived at the hotel, Lin Xiong was always uneasy. This kind of trepidation is different from the last time. Last time, I was trepidatious because it was the first time we met, but this time, I was trepidatious because it was the first time I met him as a daughter-in-law. The identity is different, and the feeling is different. Outside the box, there were already 2 bodyguards in black guarding the door. Seeing Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong coming over, one of the bodyguards respectfully opened the door of the box, and after the 2 entered, he gently closed the door and continued to guard the door. The old lady was already sitting at the dining table. When she saw the 2 people enter the room, a smile immediately appeared on her old and kind face. She waved to Lin Xiong repeatedly, "Good boy, come here and sit next to me." Lin Xiong subconsciously glanced at Liang Mufeng, but before Liang Mufeng could react, the old lady said dissatisfiedly, "Why are you looking at him? Can he not allow you to sit next to me? Ignore him, come and accompany me, an old lady." Liang Mufeng smiled and said, "Mom, you really forgot about your son now that you have a daughter-in-law. If you don't know, you might think she is your daughter." Liang's mother glared at him and said, "You are the only one who can speak, right? If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb." Liang Mufeng smiled and said, "Have you ordered? Your precious daughter-in-law is starving." Lin Xiong quickly said, "Actually, I'm not that hungry. No need to rush to order. That won't do. It doesn't matter if this brat goes hungry for a meal or 2, but you are a girl, you are so delicate, you can't let him starve." Liang's mother ordered, "Hurry up and let them eat." Lin Xiong obediently helped Liang's mother to unpack the dishes, which made Liang's mother nod with satisfaction. She held Lin Xiong's hand and said, "Xiaoxue, you are a good child. I am sorry that you have been wronged by marrying my son." Lin Xiong quickly shook her head, "Auntie, I'm not wronged, my husband, he treats me very well." When the word husband was mentioned, Lin Xiong's face turned red again. Liang's mother was a little dissatisfied, still calling me auntie. Lin Xiong was startled, and then her cheeks flushed. She subconsciously glanced at Liang Mufeng, and then whispered to Liang's mother, "Mom. Hey." Liang's mother responded, smiling so hard that her teeth were showing. She took out a bank card from her pocket and put it into Lin Xiong's hand. "This is the money I gave you to change your name. Use it to buy something you like. The password is Xiaofeng's birthday." Lin Xiong quickly declined, "This is too expensive, I can't accept it." Liang Mufeng suddenly said, "Just accept what Mom gave you. We are all family, no need to be so polite." After hearing this, Lin Xiong accepted the bank card and whispered, "Thank you, Mom." Lin Xiong called her Mom twice in a row, which made Liang's mother very happy. During the meal, she kept picking up food for Lin Xiong and almost completely forgot that there was such a person as her own son in the box. After all, Liang Mufeng was already over 40 years old, so he naturally would not be childishly jealous. Instead, he smiled throughout the whole process, and his mood inexplicably improved a lot. Lin Xiong was a little uncomfortable with Liang's mother's enthusiasm at first, but she soon relaxed and started chatting and laughing with her. At first glance, they didn't look like a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but more like a mother and daughter. Well, it seems that the war between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law will not happen in this family, which is really cause for celebration. Chapter 29. I want to give birth to a baby for you. The meal took a full hour and a half. I have to say, when two women get together, they can really chat, and the age difference between them doesn't affect them at all. If we look at their age alone, these two people are not separated by one generation, but 2 generations. Liang Mufeng even suspected that if his mother had not had to catch a plane, they could have chatted until the evening. Seeing that they would miss the plane if they didn't leave now, Liang's mother reluctantly stood up. Before parting, she held Lin Xiong's hand and said earnestly, "Xiaoxue, you are a good child, and our whole family likes you very much. I know that you may feel a little alienated from us because of your mother. But in the eyes of our whole family, you are you, and your mother is your mother. We will never take our anger out on you because of your mother's affairs." Lin Xiong sniffed with emotion. "Thank you, Mom." Unexpectedly, Liang's mother changed the subject and suddenly said, "Xiaoxue, there is one more thing. Xiaofeng is not young anymore. He is almost 50 years old, but he still has no children. This has always been a concern for me. You know what I mean. I won't say anything else. I believe you won't let me down." Lin Xiong's face suddenly turned red and she was speechless. Liang Mufeng said helplessly, "Mom, your daughter-in-law won't graduate from college for another 2 years. She has to wait 2 years before having a baby, right?" Liang's mother glared at him and scolded, "If you hadn't refused to get married, would I be so anxious? Are you blaming me now?" Liang Mufeng quickly apologized with a smile, No, how dare I blame you? Don't worry, we will discuss the matter of having a child and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Liang's mother snorted coldly, "Don't think your mother is old and confused and use excuses to fool me. You know my methods." Liang Mufeng's smile froze. "Mom, I'm already over 40. You also know that you are over 40. I tell you, even if you are 80, you are still my son. I will teach you a lesson if I want to." Liang Mufeng. Lin Xiong looked at Liang Mufeng's deflated expression and couldn't help but laugh in her heart. It is true that everything has its own nemesis, and tofu can be dipped in brine. After Liang's mother left, Liang Mufeng shrugged at Lin Xiong and said helplessly, "As expected, after urging marriage, they start urging children to have children. Parents in the world are really the same." Lin Xiong pursed her lips and smiled, "Isn't it because you are too old that our mother is so anxious?" Liang Mufeng smiled evilly and said, "To tell you the truth, I am actually quite anxious too. So what do you think? Should we work harder and try to have a baby soon?" This time it was Lin Xiong's turn to smile stiffly. Liang Mufeng smiled mischievously, "Why are you silent? Are you already looking forward to our future children?" Lin Xiong laughed dryly and said, "I think what you said to our mother just now was quite right. Let's wait 2 years before having a baby." Liang Mufeng stepped forward and held Lin Xiong in his arms, and laughed softly. "What? Are you scared when it comes to giving birth?" Lin Xiong secretly groaned in her heart. Giving birth is easy to say, you men just shiver, but we women have to suffer for 9 months. Thinking about having to carry a big belly for more than 9 months in the future, Lin Xiong felt sick all over, and her lower abdomen seemed to be cramping. "No. Absolutely not. You can have the baby, but at least you have to give her some time to prepare herself mentally, right?" Seeing Lin Xiong's embarrassed face, Liang Mufeng stopped teasing her. He lowered his head and whispered in Lin Xiong's ear, "Wife, do you like boys or girls?" "I prefer girls. I hope she can be as beautiful and cute as you." Lin Xiong felt her heart tremble inexplicably. Perhaps it was out of instinct as a woman, when talking about giving birth, no matter how scared and resistant she was, once she thought of that tiny, soft, doe-like human cub, thought of him her crying to her, thought of him her crawling on the ground, thought of him her taking his first steps and then throwing himself into her arms, thought of him her calling her mom in a baby voice, Lin Xiong's heart could not help but be touched. For a moment, she actually wanted to experience what it was like to be a mother. Noticing that Lin Xiong in his arms was silent, Liang Mufeng couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you talking? What are you thinking about?" Lin Xiong was silent for a while before she whispered, "I heard that after giving birth, your figure will be out of shape." Liang Mufeng was stunned. He lowered his head and asked tentatively, "Do you really want to prepare for pregnancy now? In fact, it doesn't matter if you wait another 2 years." Lin Xiong remained silent. She suddenly remembered her father's plan and Meng Linlin's suggestion. Although the two had different starting points, they both mentioned the same question. Only by giving birth to a child can you gain a firm foothold in the Liang family. In the few days after the wedding, she could feel Liang Mufeng's love for her. But their marriage was abnormal from the beginning. She was not sure how long Liang Mufeng's love for her would last, and the anxiety in her heart made her dare not pin all her hopes on Liang Mufeng's love. As the saying goes, children are a strong bond between husband and wife. If they have a child of love, even if Liang Mufeng's love for her gradually fades or even disappears one day, she at least has the child as the last bargaining chip to try to tie his heart. Thinking of her father's various acts of infidelity in marriage, those painful memories suddenly came to her mind. Faced with such a cruel reality, it was really difficult for her to give Liang Mufeng complete trust and confidence. Who dares to assert that Liang Mufeng will not follow in his father's footsteps in the future, having affairs outside, keeping mistresses, or even having an illegitimate child to compete for the family property? Lin Xiong suddenly realized that she not only had to give birth to a child, but also the sooner the child was born, the better. Only by giving birth to Liang Mufeng's eldest son first could she occupy a favorable position in the inheritance of the family property, thus ensuring the future life of herself and her child. At this time, Lin Xiong had not yet realized that her mentality had changed again, and this time the change was even greater. She used to be reluctant to marry Liang Mufeng, but now she was afraid of being abandoned by Liang Mufeng. So she raised her head, looked directly into Liang Mufeng's eyes, and said firmly, "Husband, let's have a child." Liang Mufeng couldn't help but be stunned. Liang Mufeng spent the entire afternoon thinking about one question. Why did Lin Xiong suddenly want to have a baby when she was fine? Could it be that her mother's labor-inducing method had an effect? But his intuition told him to deny this guess. Because he felt that Lin Xiong's desire to have a child was more like grasping at something like a life-saving straw, and the hidden anxiety and urgency in her eyes was almost impossible to conceal. But why is this? Liang Mufeng couldn't figure it out. After thinking it over, Liang Mufeng simply called Xiao. Xiao picked up the phone, and before Liang Mufeng could speak, he jokingly said, "Oh my, why did our groom suddenly remember to call me? Why don't you spend more time with your little wife at home?" Liang Mufeng's face suddenly turned dark. "I have something serious to ask you, don't joke with me." Xiao snorted coldly, "Didn't you say that I am solely responsible for the new energy vehicles? Wouldn't you ask about it?" "I'm not asking about new energy vehicles. Are you here to ask for financial statements? Or a list of suppliers?" "Neither." Xiao was a little curious. "Then what do you want to ask?" As if thinking of something, Xiao quickly added, "I'm not interested in married men, so don't hit on me." Liang Mufeng gritted his teeth. "Am I that kind of person?" Xiao replied, "I used to think you weren't. But ever since you forced Lin Xiong to marry you, I'm not so sure anymore." Liang Mufeng couldn't help but hold his forehead. How should he explain to make others believe that he did not force Lin Xiong? He just said it casually with the intention of teasing Lin Xiong, but Lin Xiong not only took it seriously, but also agreed. Liang Mufeng, who always claimed to be trustworthy, how could he go back on his word? So strictly speaking, this can't be considered coercion, right? At most, it's taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Forget it, it seems that this matter cannot be explained clearly. Liang Mufeng sighed and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. I really have a private matter to ask you. I hope you can give me some ideas." "Oh? Are there any personal matters that can stump you, President Liang? Tell me about it." "Well, if there is a girl who suddenly wants to have a baby for her husband, and is very urgent, but the root cause of having a baby is not love, then can you help me analyze the reason from a female perspective?" Xiao was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Shouldn't a question like yours usually start with, 'I have a friend'?" "Liang Mufeng, can you please get the point clear? Don't you just want to know why Lin Xiong suddenly wants to give birth to a child for you? Isn't this simple?" Hey, wait, you said Lin Xiong wants to give birth to a child for you. Did I hear correctly? Xiaoingjia's tone was as if he had eaten some big news, and he was immediately excited. Sure, my President Liang, it's only been a few days and you've already won over this girl's heart and soul. Come on, tell me in detail. Liang Mufeng. As the general manager of a company worth hundreds of billions, can't you be more serious? Liang Mufeng took a deep breath and said, Xiaoingjia. My general manager Xiao. Your beloved CEO is asking you a very serious question. Can you be serious? Can you? Okay. I'm serious. Isn't it enough that I'm serious? Xiaoingjia quickly begged for mercy. There are only 3 reasons for having children: 1 is love, 2 is inheritance, and 3 is profit. If the first 2 are ruled out, the only one left is the third. After saying that, Xiaoingjia couldn't help but mutter, there's no need to analyze this kind of thing from a female perspective, right? You mean, she wants to give birth to a child for me for the sake of profit? Liang Mufeng couldn't help but frowned, with a sense of disappointment rising in his heart. Xiaoingjia analyzed, this is actually not difficult to understand. Your Liang family is very wealthy, and you, CEO Liang, are expected to become the richest man in the country. According to what people say online, your family has a throne to inherit. If someone gives birth to a son for you at this time, wouldn't it be a privilege for the mother to have a son? If you get pregnant one day, she will become the queen mother and rule the country. Liang Mufeng felt cold in his heart. Are you saying that Lin Xiong wants to give birth to a child for me because she is eyeing my property? Liang Mufeng was reluctant to think in that direction, but his reason forced him to consider this possibility. If Lin Xiong really had this purpose, then there might be more dangerous plans later. But Xiaoingjia said, but don't assume the worst of others easily, and think more about your wife's situation. After all, she was forced to marry you, so if you expect her to have any love for you, that's nonsense. I personally think that she wants to have a baby mostly because she lacks a sense of security. Lack of security? Yes. Xiaoingjia said earnestly, after all, she is just a 20-year-old girl, a student who has not yet stepped out of the ivory tower. She needs someone to rely on in order to move forward in this adult world. Since she can't rely on you, she will naturally find a way to rely on herself. Liang Mufeng thought thoughtfully, so our child will be her support. You can say that. Of course, the above are just my guesses, and I can't guarantee that they are correct. You can judge for yourself what the specific reasons are. After hanging up the phone, Liang Mufeng leaned back in his chair, slightly absent-minded. So you don't feel safe? Chapter 30 Charity Dinner. 7 o'clock in the evening, Galaxy Hotel. One after another, luxury cars that are rarely seen in normal times stopped at the hotel entrance, and celebrities in suits and evening gowns got out of the cars one after another, and then entered the hotel under the guidance of the hotel staff. The diamond necklaces on the ladies' necks sparkled with the brilliance of gems, and the famous watches on the men's wrists also showed their status. The hotel lobby was brightly lit, with a huge crystal chandelier casting countless rays of light like a bright star. The floor was so smooth that it could reflect a person's shadow, and the marble texture was like a natural painting. The band was playing melodious classical music, and the violin melody seemed to be telling an ancient and elegant story. The buffet table was filled with all kinds of delicacies, including fresh and plump lobsters with an alluring luster, caviar served in exquisite silverware, and imported fruit platters with a rich fruity aroma. Waiters in neat uniforms shuttled among them with champagne glasses, and bubbles kept rising in the glasses. Another luxury car stopped, and their hotel waiter, dressed in decent clothes and white gloves, respectfully opened the back door. A middle-aged man in a custom suit got out of the car, then turned around and extended his left hand into the car. Then, a soft and boneless white hand was placed on the man's hand, and a stunning girl followed the direction of the man's hand and walked out of the luxury car. The girl was wearing a purple-red backless evening gown, revealing her smooth back as white jade, which seemed to emit a faint luster under the light. The purple-red color of the evening gown seemed to be tailor-made for her, making her skin look even whiter than snow. The hem of her skirt swayed gently like waves, as if dancing in the wind. Her face is as delicate as a painting, her eyebrows are as dark as willow, her eyes are like stars, and her long eyelashes tremble slightly like butterfly wings. Her lips are painted with light lipstick, as tempting as cherries. Her long hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair skin, and her hair was dotted with sparkling diamond hair accessories. On her slender, swan-like neck, she wore a dazzling diamond necklace that looked like a flowing galaxy on her ears. She wore sapphire earrings as blue as the sea, flashing brightly as they swayed. The appearance of the girl made the whole world pale in comparison for a moment and attracted the attention of many people. Feeling the fiery gazes of the crowd, the girl's face was unconsciously flushed with a light blush, which made her look even more shy and cute. Liang Mufeng smiled softly at Lin Xiong. What? Are you nervous? Lin Xiong pursed her pink lips, took Liang Mufeng's arm with her right hand, and whispered, I have never attended such an occasion before. If I embarrass you by accident, please don't blame me. Liang Mufeng smiled and said, Don't worry, you are the most beautiful girl in the place, no one can compare to you. Be more confident, we are going in. Lin Xiong swallowed, straightened her chest, and followed Liang Mufeng into the hotel lobby. In the gorgeous hotel lobby, people in luxurious clothes were gathering in twos and threes, talking quietly. Although the nominal theme of this dinner was charity, it did not prevent these upper-class people from taking advantage of this opportunity to get to know each other, communicate, and then reach business cooperation. Tonight, I don't know how many billions of dollars of business were concluded at this dinner. Liang Mufeng, who had just entered the hotel lobby, automatically attracted the attention of most people the moment he appeared. His eye-catchingness even surpassed that of Lin Xiong, who was as beautiful as a dream beside him. This was no wonder. Although Lin Xiong's beauty was rare, the people present were all upper-class people who had seen countless beauties. Compared with beauties, they were more concerned about business and all the fleeting opportunities. In their eyes, Liang Mufeng was like a moving opportunity, or like a mysterious NPC that appeared occasionally in the game, naturally carrying the attribute of an adventure. At that moment, many people took the initiative to come forward, surrounded Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong, and started to greet them casually. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s and had a beer belly spoke first with a slightly flattering smile. Boss Liang, it has been 3 years since we last met in Yunshan, right? I heard that Boss Liang got married a few days ago, and I was unable to attend because I had something else to do. Boss Liang won't blame me, right? Liang Mufeng said casually, Mr. Fu, what are you talking about? We didn't know each other well, how can I have the nerve to hand you an invitation? The smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly became unnatural, while the people around him began to snicker. Everyone can see that this guy wants to get in touch with Liang Mufeng, but Liang Mufeng doesn't buy it at all. However, Liang Mufeng was already giving face by calling out the other person's surname. The middle-aged man could only smile dryly and nodded, found a few polite words for himself, and then retreated in disgrace. Lin Xiong said nothing, but was secretly surprised. She had heard of this middle-aged man by chance from her father. He was a hardware tycoon in a southern province, worth several billion. Lin Xiong was in the real estate business and had some cooperation with the other party, but the cooperation process was not smooth. The other party had obtained bargaining power by virtue of its market share, which made Lin Xiong pay a lot of money and took a lot of kickbacks. She vaguely remembered that her father's tone was always extremely polite when he was on the phone with this person, almost flattering. Although she couldn't hear their voice on the other end of the line, she guessed that he was also arrogant. But I didn't expect that such a big shot who made my father hate him so much but dared not offend him would be so humble in front of Liang Mufeng, and Liang Mufeng didn't buy it at all. But the following scenes once again refreshed Lin Xiong's understanding of Liang Mufeng's status in the business circle. These upper-class people, who were rarely seen by ordinary people, surrounded Liang Mufeng like stars surrounding the moon, and kept saying compliments. Many people also flattered him, praising Lin Xiong's beauty and saying that only Liang Mufeng, a dragon among people, was worthy of such a beautiful woman. Before this, Lin Xiong had never known that these usually arrogant bigwigs could actually say such disgusting flattery. The scenes before her greatly refreshed Lin Xiong's cognition. As if he had noticed something strange about Lin Xiong, Liang Mufeng casually responded with a few words and then said, Everyone, the theme of today's dinner is charity, not me, so let's focus on charity. Of course, everyone didn't want to miss this opportunity to make friends with Liang Mufeng, but they were more afraid of offending Liang Mufeng. After hearing what Liang Mufeng said, no matter how reluctant they could only smile and leave one by one. After everyone left, Liang Mufeng whispered to Lin Xiong, What's wrong? It seems like you can't accept it. Lin Xiong whispered, I never thought that people of their status could be so. It seemed that some of the words were not very pleasant to hear, and Lin Xiong didn't know how to describe it in a euphemistic way for a moment. So kitsch, huh? Lin Xiong nodded and sighed. This is obviously a charity dinner, and the people here should be philanthropists, but I feel like the air here is filled with the stink of money. Liang Mufeng laughed. You are prejudiced. Lin Xiong looked at him in confusion. Liang Mufeng said, everyone in this world is a very complex individual. You can't hastily define a person's goodness or badness based on what you have seen. A murderer who has done all kinds of evil may be very filial to his parents. A cynical gangster may lend a helping hand to a stranger. And the vast majority of people who appeared at this venue, although they may pursue fame and fortune, have actually done charity. You can say they are hyping or self-whitewashing, but there are indeed many people who have received their help. Is this what they call judging by deeds, not by heart? Judge the deeds, not the heart, is actually a very general statement. Confucius has a more insightful and detailed explanation of this sentence in the Analects. I remember that you studied Chinese language and literature, right? There are two ancient Chinese classics that I think you should take a look at. Which two books? Lin Xiong asked curiously. The first is the Analects, which can help you understand people's hearts. The second is The Art of War, which can help you understand people's hearts and cultivate your strategic thinking. Lin Xiong silently recited the names of the two books, then smiled. I didn't expect that you, a business tycoon who is at the forefront of the times, would love classic works from more than 2,000 years ago so much. Liang Mufeng also smiled and said, only after reading the ancient classics in person can you truly appreciate the wisdom of our ancestors. The two people at this moment did not notice that while they were talking in a low voice, there was a pair of eyes staring at them without blinking. Chapter 31 Zhou Yuwei's Regret and Ambition. Zhou Yuwei actually didn't want to attend this charity dinner. Because of Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong's marriage, Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei have been the focus of discussion in the upper class and even in the market these days, and Zhou Yuwei's popularity is even higher than Lin Xiong. But the feeling this heat gives people is really not wonderful. In the century wedding of Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong, Zhou Yuwei's identity was the most special and the most embarrassing. Because the groom was her first love, and the bride was her biological daughter. The wedding more than 20 years ago caused a big sensation, and this wedding more than 20 years later also caused a big wave. From the announcement of the engagement to the wedding, and now, wherever Zhou Yuwei goes, she can always hear people talking about it. Whether they are gloating or just gossiping, Zhou Yuwei feels particularly tormented when she hears it, so she always tries not to participate in parties and banquets during this period, trying to make this topic lose its heat until it disappears. But she couldn't miss this charity dinner. The so-called charity dinner, in the eyes of the upper class, is not only charity for the poor, but also charity for those in need of opportunities. Although Haolin Group has been acquired by Yongxin Group, Lin Xiong still wants to make a comeback, so he cannot miss any opportunity to make friends with the upper class. The entry threshold for the charity dinner is very low, and Lin Xiong easily got an invitation, and then, despite Zhou Yuwei's objection, he forced her to attend the dinner together. Soon after entering the venue, Lin Xiong was busy looking for people to talk to. Lin Xiong's identity has changed from Liang Mufeng's mortal enemy to his father-in-law, which makes many people unsure about Liang Mufeng's attitude towards Lin Xiong, so there is some room for relaxation during the conversation. Some more radical people think that Lin Xiong may have reconciled with Liang Mufeng, and based on the principle of the greater the risk, the greater the reward, they treat Lin Xiong with extra enthusiasm. Therefore, it was unexpectedly lively around Lin Xiong at this moment. However, Zhou Yuwei felt bored with this, so she found an excuse to leave the crowd and drank champagne by herself in a secluded corner. Unexpectedly, before she finished half a glass of champagne, she saw two surprising figures. Liang Mufeng and Lin Xiong. Liang Mufeng is still the same as before, elegant and calm. Although he is over 40, he looks like he is in his early 30s because he pays attention to maintenance all the years. His mature temperament still carries the vitality of youth. Zhou Yuwei was stunned for a moment. I remember when they were dating, Liang Mufeng was a well-known school idol and the dream lover of countless girls. But Liang Mufeng was very self-disciplined and never spoke harshly to other women, only showing his gentle side to me. This made many girls both envious and jealous of her, and many secretly cursed the two to break up. Maybe it's because it's too easy to get, so she doesn't cherish it, or maybe it's because she gets used to it and gets bored. After 6 years of dating, she finally chose to abandon Liang Mufeng and throw herself into the arms of another man. It's not that she didn't feel guilty towards Liang Mufeng, but she believed that people only have one life and cannot leave themselves with regrets, so they should boldly pursue their own happiness. At that time, she naively thought that Liang Mufeng loved her so much that he would definitely understand her. So, just like the plots in countless movies and TV dramas, she threw the groom on the stage aside and happily ran towards the happiness of life with her lover. He had no idea how much of a blow this would cause to his former lover. But if you ask her, has she ever regretted it in these 20 years? She will definitely answer, regret. In fact, just 1 year later, when she discovered that Lin Xiong was not as considerate and gentle as Liang Mufeng, she regretted it. 3 years later, when she found out that Lin Xiong had an affair, she couldn't help but question her own judgment. But by then, her parents had passed away in a car accident, and the Zhou Group had become the Haolin Group under Lin Xiong's manipulation. The once close Liang siblings had completely severed their relationship with her. Zhou Yuwei, who had lost everything she could rely on, could only swallow her anger and embrace the babbling Lin Xiong, choosing to accept her fate. But sometimes, when she saw Liang Mufeng again from the scene, from TV, from posters, and from all channels, she couldn't help but wonder, if she hadn't been impulsive at the time, would her life have taken a different direction? Especially since Liang Mufeng has been single for more than 20 years, this made her have some unrealistic fantasies. Perhaps she herself did not even notice that her feelings for Liang Mufeng had rekindled. However, the fantasy was shattered the moment Liang Mufeng announced his marriage. In the lounge backstage at the wedding, when Zhou Yuwei persuaded Lin Xiong to run away from the marriage, although Zhou Yuwei tried her best to tell herself that it was for the happiness of her daughter, but deep down in her heart, didn't she have a last glimmer of fantasy about that slim hope? It seemed that as long as Liang Mufeng didn't get married and there was no other woman around him, sooner or later, she would return to that position and regain Liang Mufeng's favor. But now, he is married and has another woman by his side, and this slim hope no longer exists. She looked at Liang Mufeng infatuatedly, watching his every word and action, watching his every frown and smile. He was still so elegant and calm, and looked more charming than before. However, Lin Xiong, who stood beside him and held Liang Mufeng's arm intimately, was an eyesore no matter how she looked at her. Even though the beautiful girl was none other than her biological daughter. The hand holding the champagne glass involuntarily tightened. "Honey, I'm a little tired." Lin Xiong twisted her ankle unconsciously, with a pleading look on her face. Liang Mufeng looked down at her feet and asked in a low voice, "Is it because of wearing high heels?" Lin Xiong nodded pitifully. It's not like she had never worn high heels before, but she rarely wore them for such a long time. The center of gravity of the human body and the heel are on the same vertical line, so the heel is the point of force under normal circumstances. However, the shape of high heels forces girls to shift their center of gravity to the forefoot, and at the same time, they have to lean back for body balance. In this way, the forefoot bears more weight and it is easy to compress the foot bones. Wearing high heels makes girls look light and graceful, because the heel does not touch the ground, and in order to avoid excessive pressure on the forefoot, the force of landing is deliberately reduced. But how uncomfortable it is to do this, you only need to walk on tiptoe for a few minutes to know. Lin Xiong's feet were white, tender, and cute. Liang Mufeng liked them very much, so how could he bear to let her step on them? He immediately put his arm around Lin Xiong's slender waist and said, "I'll find a place for you to sit for a while and rest your feet." Lin Xiong nodded obediently, "Thank you, husband." Liang Mufeng chuckled and shook her head, "Why should you be so polite to your husband?" Lin Xiong curled her lips and said nothing. When Liang Mufeng helped Lin Xiong sit down, the charity dinner finally got down to business amid the clinking of glasses. After a touching opening speech, the host announced the start of the donation session. The theme of this charity dinner is the treatment and drug development of rare diseases, which was initiated by a foundation dedicated to medical charity. As for the donated items, they are varied. The majority of people donated money directly, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. The benefit of donating money is that it shows kindness more directly, and people who donate more can easily suppress others and have more face. In addition, there are also many people who donate antiques, calligraphy and paintings. The value of cultural relics fluctuates, and can be high or low. In order to maximize the benefits, the initiator has to find an auction to auction them. The act of donating cultural relics is more low-key and restrained, and it can also reflect the cultural literacy of the donor from the side, which can be regarded as a low-key and pretentious choice. Then there are those who donated equipment. Most of these donors are in the medical industry, so they know what the sponsor needs. But for others, it is a bit confusing, because they have never even heard of many of the equipment, and Liang Mufeng said softly, he donated in his own name, not in the name of Haolin. It seems that he is planning to start a new business. Lin Xiong was stunned. Dad wants to start a new business. Why? Maybe he thinks working for me is too humiliating. Liang Mufeng said nonchalantly, your father has always had an overly strong self-esteem. Then why did he make such a suggestion on such an occasion? Liang Mufeng was also thoughtful. Perhaps it is because someone in this place has reached a cooperation intention with your father. Listening to Liang Mufeng's words, Lin Xiong couldn't help but feel deeply worried. She whispered, husband, will you do something to my father again? That depends on what he chooses. After all, I'm not someone who will just sit there and wait for death. Seeing Lin Xiong's worried look, Liang Mufeng immediately understood her thoughts. He held Lin Xiong's hand and said softly, don't worry, I will leave him a way out. Lin Xiong forced a smile and said, thank you, husband. Although Liang Mufeng made a promise, Lin Xiong really didn't know how much weight Liang Mufeng's promise had. Looking at her father's figure, Lin Xiong sighed helplessly in her heart. Although this father is unreliable, he is still his father after all, and he cannot ignore him. Lin Xiong looked doubtful, just because of this? Liang Mufeng nodded, just because of this. Although Liang Mufeng said it lightly, Lin Xiong always felt that he had other thoughts hidden. Unfortunately, she didn't know this man well enough, so she couldn't guess it for the time being. When Zhou Yuwei saw this scene, she felt as if she was scratched by a cat. With her understanding of Liang Mufeng, she could see that he was clearly asserting his sovereignty by doing this. He was telling everyone in this way that Lin Xiong was not his plaything, but his wife. So if you meet Lin Xiong, you must give her enough respect. This is a hidden preference. How can Zhou Yuwei not be jealous? She felt that Lin Xiong was even more of an eyesore. After the donation session, the charity dinner was basically over. Except for some people who still had something to talk about, others began to leave one after another. Liang Mufeng said to Lin Xiong, wait for me for a while, I'm going to the toilet first. Lin Xiong nodded obediently, okay. After Liang Mufeng left, Lin Xiong picked up her phone and started chatting with Meng Linlin, who was in another time zone. Since she had already made plans to have a baby, Lin Xiong began to prepare. But although having a baby is a woman's job, the key is that men have to do the hard work. To be fair, Liang Mufeng was absolutely conscientious in bed. He would not plow the land only twice if he could plow it 3 times. The only problem was that if he only plowed the land without planting seeds, how could he possibly have a child? Lin Xiong also didn't understand why Liang Mufeng, who was already in his 40s, was not in a hurry to have a child and even had the time to use contraception. Be considerate that she is still in college and her pregnancy will affect her studies. Lin Xiong didn't really believe this. If he really cared about her, he shouldn't have married her home in just 1 week. Or, go back and find a needle and prick them all. But Lin Xiong was very hesitant about this choice. Because doing so would be equivalent to ignoring Liang Mufeng's opinion. For a person of such high position and power as Liang Mufeng, ignoring his opinion would be equivalent to rebellion. If she was really pregnant, Liang Mufeng might not be happy, but angry. If I were forced to have an abortion, I would be losing both the wife and the army. So he has to take the initiative. To be more precise, it is to let him take the initiative to not use contraception, rather than to take the initiative to have a child. And what she discussed with Meng Linlin was how to achieve this. Men are lustful by nature, and they can't control it at all. So what you have to do is to make him forget to take contraceptive measures while letting his animal nature run wild, said Meng Linlin. But I don't think he would be so irrational. That's because you're not wild enough. Wave. Yes. No matter how serious men pretend to be, they prefer women who are open in bed. You, for example, are a little restrained because you have never been in love. So, when you go back home, change into lace pajamas, the more revealing the better, and then wear stockings. As for black or white stockings, it depends on your husband's preference. Then you can sit in his arms, hug his neck, and look at him with as innocent eyes as possible. Then you don't have to do anything, and he will fall for you. Is it really reliable? Absolutely reliable. Don't you trust me? Okay, I'll go back and try. When I get pregnant, I'll give you a big red envelope. Mum? You really are worthy of being my good sister. Lin Xiong was concentrating on discussing with Meng Linlin how to get pregnant as soon as possible, when she suddenly heard a familiar voice, Xiaoxue. Lin Xiong was startled, and her phone fell to the ground in panic. Zhou Yuwei bent down to pick up the phone, and glanced at the chat content on it. Her face suddenly darkened. Xiong, what's going on? Facing her mother's doubts, Lin Xiong felt guilty subconsciously due to her natural bloodline suppression. She stammered, I. Zhou Yuwei sneered and said, well, my daughter has really grown up and started to learn how to seduce men. Even Zhou Yuwei herself did not realize that there was a strong resentment in her voice when she said this. Lin Xiong looked at Zhou Yuwei in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that such ugly words could come out of her mother's mouth. Mom, what are you talking about? Isn't it natural for me to give birth to a child for my husband? Zhou Yuwei understood the reason, but she just couldn't control the resentment in her heart. But you are only 20 years old. What's more, you are eager to give birth to a child for a man. How can this be said? What do you mean by rushing forward? I am his legal wife. What's wrong with me wanting to have a child for him? Lin Xiong was also a little angry. She admitted that she was indeed a little rushing forward, but she couldn't accept being lectured by her mother like this. You? Zhou Yuwei pointed at Lin Xiong, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Great. My daughter has really grown up. She doesn't even listen to her own mother, right? Lin Xiong turned her head and snorted coldly, that depends on what you say. If it doesn't make sense, why should I listen to it? Seeing her daughter's rebellious look, Zhou Yuwei became even more furious. She grabbed Lin Xiong's wrist without saying anything and said, it seems that you have really become wild during these few days outside. Come home with me. Lin Xiong pulled her arm hard. I don't want to go back. I want to go home with my husband. When Zhou Yuwei heard the word husband, she felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped, and her eyes became red. At this moment, she couldn't even tell whether she was more sad or angry. The only thing she wanted to do was to take her daughter away from Liang Mufeng, and keep them as far away from each other as possible. The mother and daughter wrestled with each other, and the situation was deadlocked. In order to pull her arm away from her mother's hand, Lin Xiong subconsciously kicked the ground with her feet, but she forgot that she was wearing high heels. The next moment, she felt her feet slip, and then she felt a sharp pain in her ankle. Lin Xiong couldn't help but scream in pain. Zhou Yuwei saw this and showed a hint of hesitation on her face, but it was replaced by determination the next moment. She was about to pull Lin Xiong away, but suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind her. Before she could turn around, she saw a big hand holding her wrist that was holding Lin Xiong, and at the same time, a cold male voice came from behind. Mrs. Lin, what do you want to do? The person who came was Liang Mufeng. Although Liang Mufeng noticed that Lin Xiong and Zhou Yuwei were both present at the charity dinner, he didn't take it seriously. Who knew that when he came back from going to the bathroom, he saw Zhou Yuwei pulling Lin Xiong. Lin Xiong seemed to have twisted her foot, and tears rolled down her eyes in pain, which made Liang Mufeng feel distressed. He strode forward without hesitation and grabbed Zhou Yuwei's wrist. After stopping Zhou Yuwei, before she could speak, Liang Mufeng cast a concerned look at Lin Xiong and asked, how is it? Lin Xiong said in a crying voice, it hurts. Zhou Yuwei said coldly, Afeng, what does it have to do with you if I discipline my daughter? Liang Mufeng glanced at her and said in a cold tone, she is my wife, do you think she has anything to do with me? Zhou Yuwei laughed in anger, do you really regard Xiong as your wife? You clearly just regard her as a tool to take revenge on me and Lin Xiong. Well, if that's the case, then I tell you, you succeeded, you successfully used Xiong to take revenge on us, are you satisfied now? Lin Xiong couldn't help but reveal a look of disappointment on her face and lowered her head subconsciously. Liang Mufeng was so angry at Zhou Yuwei's unreasonable behavior that he laughed, a tool for revenge. You and Lin Xiong are still as arrogant as ever. Today I'm going to make this clear. Since Lin Xiong has married me, she will always be my wife. Even if she dies in the future, she has to be buried in the same grave with me. Do you understand? Zhou Yuwei and Lin Xiong looked at him in shock at the same time. Liang Mufeng, feeling their shocked gazes, was so angry that his head ached. It's fine if Zhou Yuwei thinks so, after all, her brain has never been very good. But why do you, Lin Xiong, think so too? But he was in no mood to argue with Lin Xiong about this issue. He picked Lin Xiong up and said coldly to Zhou Yuwei, get lost. Lin Xiong hugged Liang Mufeng's neck with her arms and buried her head deeply in his chest, not even looking at Zhou Yuwei. Zhou Yuwei stared blankly at Liang Mufeng carrying Lin Xiong out, and only reacted after they were about 5 or 6 meters away. She screamed, "Liang Mufeng, if you leave like this, I will never forgive you." But Liang Mufeng turned a deaf ear until he disappeared from Zhou Yuwei's sight.